And so now he used a music bot to try to disrupt the server. Interesting. Very desperate. I feel like that should be a bannable offense, really.
I thought they had set up where the bots couldn't join the guest channels anymore.
Well, he just forced it into the channel, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. I missed it because I had them all turned, all the bots turned down.
It's fine, I just muted it.
Yeah. We had them on the ban list for quite a while, and then people are like, look all the people Flat Earthers have banned, and it shows up the ban list, and like it's all the music bots and some other things, and you're like, dude, those aren't people, those are the music bots because retards keep trying to play royalty music on their live stream. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll make sure the bots can't join the channel then. I guess something happened where he was able to do it. They're able to do it again. But it was set up. It was set up where I guess I'm not sure which. Maybe some of the guest channels wanted the bot.
Yeah, apparently he only did this because he wants more attention. He wants us to talk about him. You know, he's gay and weird. And that's why he put the bot in there to try to get our attention again, because we were not talking about him, and that didn't fit his delusions.
At least he play a good song? The bumping?
Yeah, that's me, dumbass. I can't help that I look hot. You'll also notice that he saved my profile picture for his spank bank later tonight. This is just so weird.
Well, I mean, at least he's doing that instead of out there selling that on the streets. You'd rather have this guy just, be a shut-in, than out there. I mean, think what he'd be doing to the rest of the world. Like this guy wandering around town.
Bro, he thinks it's weird that I'm talking about him when he is saving pictures of me and talking about my body. Like, bro, you're the one talking about me, saving pictures of me, doing some sordid things with it I don't want to know. So, we're thinking that is weird. We're not talking about you beyond that. We're just saying, hey, that's weird. The music bot is weird. You're trying to get into this forum is weird. You're just weird all around, buddy.
Yeah, you kind of can drop the act. You don't need to like justify your disability checks here. I get you want to kind of play crazy when you're standing in front of the person who's going to decide how much you get paid per month to stay home.
Lol, he claims he's not saving my profile picture even though he screenshotted it and blew it up and saved it on his computer. He said he screenshotted it for me to understand. Like, I have never seen my own profile picture or a mirror.
Yeah, that's whacked.
You can also really feel the desperation from his typing because he's not allowed to spurg out in voice. So it's like, no job. Oh, we got the merry and addicted nerd joining. What's up, clip? So anybody who joins even the text, he's just like desperate to try to get them to engage with his nonsense.
Like he didn't even do the good blow up. You can like if you want someone's like Discord PFP, you have to like try to like screen cap it. Just go to the dashboard and just get their full res PFP. What's wrong with you, dude? This is like he joined the call and just clicked on your name and then screen capped that.
Yeah, notice
Yeah.
how his bad content of being just a dumbass has lowered the watching people on the stream and debunked his own claims from before, where he was claiming that it was all bots and it was all us. So now if there's less viewers, what, did we turn off our bots, Sky?
I mean,
Or maybe this isn't as entertaining as our normally scheduled programming because no one cares about Sky.
yeah, here, dude, unblock so you can look at the full res image.
Lol, he thinks that the reason why there's less viewers now when we don't have actually any good Globers to talk to or a new conversation, but rather are talking about the old conversation which nobody finds interesting just because he's staying around here spamming the chat because he's spurging out. He thinks that lowering of viewers is why? And he thinks that the higher number of viewers is because he was there. He's so narcissistic and psychotic. It's insane. Yeah, we can easily prove you otherwise because that average number of viewers is pretty average and it's there when you're not there. It has nothing to do with you, did not spike when you came in. Actually, since we talked to you, the numbers dropped off. So by evidence-based, your presence here is actually not helping our stream, and for the stream's sake, we should probably ban you. And then he tries again, ineffectively, to try to play something on the stream, but the bot is already muted, so he's just doing nothing. We just need to find somebody else to talk to, because this guy's not creating good content. I don't think he's capable of it. The only content he can create is a train wreck or something to laugh at, and currently he's not really doing that very well. He's just spamming some random clips and laughing at himself. And since he's not here and we have nothing to talk about, I'll just go over how flat the Earth is. So, the Earth is measured flat. There's no drop over distance. And therefore the Earth is not a ball. Done. That's not a non sequitur. Dumbass. Try to articulate how that does not follow. Oh, you can't, because it's not a non sequitur. Haha. I'm talking to you in the way that you understand, bro. You already told us you were gay. I know you find my voice sexy, and you are trying to shove down that gay desire. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. But the point was, you claimed it was a non sequitur? Can you actually articulate how it would be a non sequitur? Or are you going to concede by doing anything other than that? Da-da-da-da. I take that as a concession. Thank you very much. The Earth is flat. I sleep like a baby. Has nothing to do with this. Do you have problems sleeping? So now he can't answer that question and instead descends into his imaginations about me and his dreams and hopes and desires. And then he admits he's a lady boy? Very interesting. But not interesting enough. That's hilarious. Snack, a person in the text is like, you think the tuna can is somehow on a separate camera lens? To what ends? That's not what anybody's saying. It's a video showing how the NASA faked some of their videos. One of them, and that specific video is the whole image glitches out except for the tuna can, which is on a separate layer, and so you can clearly see the different layerings. But these people don't even know what a layer is, and Ski thinks it's tuna's magic properties. You can tell yourself whatever you like, Sky. We have the analytics.
Hey, Drace, I just got here. What have you done to upset Sky so much? He seems very.
Well, Crit and Radwin were basically just bouncing him around. He was so insane that I eventually had to jump in here, and then he just turned super gay for me for some reason.
Mm. It's gonna be okay, Sky. Everything's all right. Don't worry about it. If you want to be a globe, it can still be a globe in your mind. It's all right, man.
Yeah, I told him he can believe this and just go. It's fine. And then he wanted to pay us to leave and some other weird stuff. He's been a really weird dude.
Why are you so emotionally invested in a man's ideas? You gotta really reevaluate your situation there, Sky. Don't know Yuri nothing. I'm just giving you some friendly advice. Anyway. Uh-oh, am I one of the 3/5 idiot? What is that anyway? Nobody's speaking but the usual 3 to 5 idiots. Okay. Share your pain, buddies. All I can say. How you doing, George?
I'm doing great.
I'm gonna predict it's a beautiful day in Iceland today. Am I wrong or right?
You are right. Like usual, it's a pretty great day.
Cool. So you guys do experience a little bit of summertime, right?
Yeah, it's actually been a pretty good summer. We oftentimes get a lot of rain, so it kind of takes away from the summer. But this time we've gotten a lot of good summer days, and last week has been a little bit of rain, but we still have 24-hour sunlight, so it's cool.
Cool. Well, that means you live on a ball if you see the sun for 24 hours in the sky. That's what I heard. I'm
Yeah, I
just
heard
kidding.
people say that, but that's not true. The ground is still measured flat, and you can see the sun go in a circle above a flat plane. That doesn't prove anything, and that's just from my perspective. That's how it looks during the summer, because I can see it go in a circle. But during the winter, I don't see that at all. I just see it peak up a little bit in the south, basically.
Yeah, that's the thing, right, Drake? No matter what the sun's doing in the sky, the water doesn't care. It's still laying flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's never gonna change.
So, we got anybody new on the panel wants to speak up, say hello, talk about the globe idea, anything? Looks like the usual suspects in here, as far as I can tell. Do we know Midnight? Oh, they're deafened anyway. Anyway, if there's somebody new who's got some questions, wants to start a conversation, go for it. Don't see anybody else that looks new to me. Like,
Yeah, Trinity, we'd love to get some normal people here, just to have good, normal conversations. No more weirdos, please.
yeah, I agree to that. The things too few and far between when we get an actual honest human that's normal and can have a conversation about this subject. It's very rare to find those people. Right?
Grace, did you see what I tagged you in? You too, Dave?
The bell thing?
Yes.
It's actually pretty good. I could see us using that in the AI shows somehow, or something along those lines.
Yes.
Here's a noob question, but what does that mean? You tagged me. Where's it at?
Look in the side chat, and it's probably 4 comments up somewhere in about that vicinity. You'll see a picture of a blue bell.
Oh, okay, I got you.
And just read what I put in there with it.
I'll read it. Up the sill a blue bell stands, in every globe-tard's eager hands. They ring it bright at break of day, to keep their ball world fears at bay. For it chimes, then all's in place, a spinning globe in endless space. No thought of plane or sky so flat, just ding-a-ling, imagine that. Each one is taught, believe the ring, this proves the globe, and everything. So ding they go with earnest cheer, and globe delusion holds them dear.
Nice poem. Who wrote that? Did you write that, Jerry?
Well, I must admit, I wrote that with a prompt.
You used an AI thing, didn't
Yeah.
you? Okay, fair enough.
I told, I was actually, it was, I uploaded a picture of that, and then I said, give me a short poem about this blue bell that a globetard rings it and still believes in the globe if they hear it ring. Every globetard has one and rings it every day. And I was pleased with the response from it.
Yeah, that was a pretty good poem. I liked it. Trinity got some good lines here. The real delusion is their identity. They lose touch with their true selves. Globe religion is a religion of disassociation. I'm sure if we just took these lines, worked them a little bit more, added some lines to rhyme with them, you'd have a great poem.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good
Good day.
afternoon. Come on.
Where you guys from?
I'm
All sorts of
from
different
Iceland.
places.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
So I've been in this chat before. You know, I've spoken to a few people, and it's very. I've been convinced a little bit, but one question I don't know if you can help me with this. One question I've never been answered is like, if the Earth is flat, right? If it is a flat, disc, where's the middle specifically?
We don't claim a flat disk, Earth.
But do you believe in a flat Earth?
Yeah, but context matters, right? And in this context, we're talking about the surface area not having any curvature over distance, not necessarily entire shape.
But there is a middle, right? There has to be.
What do you mean by
Well, we're not-
middle? We're not
I
claiming
mean, it's
that.
exactly what you think I mean. Like, it's in the center.
Well, it would be
Right.
unknown because
we don't claim the entirety of our existence. We don't know where the middle would be. Go ahead.
yeah, if you don't know the dimensions of something, you cannot pinpoint its middle.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
man. No, it makes sense. It makes sense. Like, I'm not denying it. But it's just like, if the Earth is flat, right, and we believe that there's all these continents like the North, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, wouldn't there be a middle?
There could well be a middle section, they could be something that's roughly in the middle, but we don't make an exact claim to knowing the entirety of what this place is, so we don't.
So do you think there's more continents out there?
No idea. Well, there's no way to validate that. Like, we try to stick with things we can validate, and we can validate it's not a globe and that it's flat over distance.
Okay. Damn, bro, yeah.
You know, certain things that would be certain things would fall into the speculation basket. If you know what I mean.
So do you agree though that there are continents like North and South America, Europe, Asia, Africa? Like, do you agree that those exist? Like that we're actually here?
We don't deny any land masses, no. We have no problem with the countries existing, land masses existing. However, there are discrepancies when it comes to shipping routes. There's anomalies when sailing in the south or flying in the south. There's all sorts of weirdness with these mappings, so we cannot tell you that the maps we use today are 100% accurate. And could there be more to discover concerning all of this? Yes. However, we do know the general layouts of the internal land masses, because that's very well surveyed. It's the waters between the land masses that don't have as accurate of a standard.
This is my thing. Like, obviously I'm open-minded. You know, I'm not going to say there isn't a flat Earth, but what is the benefit of, you know, the government or the powers that be telling us that the Earth is round? Like, what do they gain from that?
It's an entire rabbit hole in itself, you know, and it's likely not just one answer, but it's something that would also fall into the speculation basket.
Well, it's obvious because they control a narrative. The narrative is
there was
can you hear me?
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're controlling a narrative. The narrative is that you think you live on a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. So that narrative has a lot of things, tied into it, like the global population is overcrowding. You got, limited resources. There's a lot of derivative topics that you could gain from controlling that one fundamental topic. So it's a narrative that they hold to, and it's one that you believe is true. And you defend this narrative without any indication of knowing how it is. So they have your mind, that's number one, and where the mind goes, the body follows. So you do whatever it takes to kind of like keep that ideology going, no matter what it is. You would come in here and defend it. You would be out on the streets, be like, no, we live on a globe. Yeah, we really do, without any information to substantiate that.
No, I agree.
Also, think about this for a second.
That's obvious.
Also, think about this for a second. If you are the powers that be and you want to keep the population in control in some way, but you also have this pesky thing called science, which keeps giving these plebs options. So the only way to control empirical science is to corrupt it with pseudoscience. And that's basically the entirety of the ball. It came with the corruption of empirical science and gave us pseudoscience in its place and has stagnated science for the last 100 years. Most of our current technology is based on discoveries from the 1800s.
Wow. That's very interesting.
Yeah, so you're asking what would they gain? They would gain your mind and your allegiance.
Yeah, but come on, like
your mind and your allegiance
like
is what they gain.
The globe being round, like that means we're gonna follow every single thing they say. I don't think so.
Well, it's not that you don't think so. You think of like exist. Okay, so when we describe anything in the cosmos, the way that you would describe things in the cosmos is based on a fundamental understanding of what they've given you. They've given you a cosmology to think about. So everything exists within like space. So if it's a flat Earth, it exists within their cosmos of space. You know, whatever they give you to think about, that's what you use for the foundation. So the foundation is how you perceive the world around you.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good point. Damn, bro, you're kind of changing my mind, man. You need to relax.
Well, it's just the truth. It's just truth. That's all it is.
Think of a better question that this group of people has always told lies. They never tell the truth. When you bust them on the lie, they just kind of ask, are you mad? Or lie again. There's no accountability. There's no oversight. They
So
get to do
there's no
and
way
say,
you can measure the Earth like on what it
yeah,
looks like.
yeah, you can do that. That's the best part. You don't need the
Wait, who here's
government.
a flat earther? I'm also a flat earther. Like, actually, I was
Yeah,
since I was
yeah.
15.
Hello, fellow flat earthers. Who had that in their bingo card? I didn't have that one today.
Hello, fellow flat earther. That was me. That should be me. The thing is, I don't take life seriously, so I don't care that it's flat.
Yeah, who cares what you have to say? Just be quiet. We're talking to someone else.
Okay.
So when you know that you've got this unaccountable bureaucracy that will never tell you the truth, they have no reason to tell you the truth. That's a better question. Why would they tell you the truth? You know they will lie, and they'll continue to lie. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Mm.
And simply put, it's the same. I'm not sure if you're in America, but here in America, the government, they will use anything you say against you. There's nothing you can say to the government that will help your case. Everything you tell them will only be used against you, and they're required to tell you that. I follow the same method and practice for them. Everything they say will only be used against them. They better start showing the proof. They better start showing the evidence, and they just don't. They don't care to. Because that's where they'll lose. They know if they have to produce evidence and facts, data, measurements, it will show the exact opposite of what they're saying.
Wait, so what if there's just not enough people asking for that specific evidence for them to?
They did. That's why they did. Freedom of Information Act. Basically, we've got flat earthers who tried to foot Freedom of Information.
Yeah, but since they think flat earthers are retarded and everyone else thinks
it's not about flat Earth. You could ask to get information from NASA right now. You could submit a Freedom of Information Act, a FOIA. They won't honor it. They're not even required to honor it.
Trying to tell other people that they're this flat though. Just let them die. They're just retarded. Let them be like little slaves.
Yeah, then they can just go. They can do whatever they're doing, and they don't need to click the channel. They can just go live their life. No one cares, and just go do it. Go do you.
Yeah,
and every year they pump out a new set of people who believe in the globe with no evidence because they were taught via propaganda techniques.
It's like a religion, basically. Pretty much.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I was looking at flat Earth when I was like 14, 15, and then stopped caring about it. But I always like had it in my mind. Like I already know that it's flat in my head. Or like it's just like a super like hidden like topic. Or not really that hidden, but it's just not really like a topic people like talking about. It's not really that deep. If you're not, I don't know. It is when you first like look at it. It could be like the craziest change in the world, but I don't know what life is. Life is just about taking control and power, I guess.
You're totally right. Like in the beginning, there's a big paradigm shift when you come to this and you start seeing the world in a different light. But you still have to live in this world with all these global believers who get super triggered if you tell them that their worldview isn't real. So you still have to interact with them and be able to associate with all the global believers without actually triggering them. So in that way, you still have to live the normal life.
Yeah, I don't tell people. I just go with it. I just go with it. I literally, anytime something happens, like a picture of the Earth, or if someone's like, "Oh yeah, Elon Musk is going to Mars," I'll be like, "Oh shit, that's cool, bro. I can't wait." Like I don't care. Something, you know.
I like to put a tiny bit of things in here and there, because that way they will eventually come to me and ask me questions. And I find that people in real life are not as insane as the average person who wants to argue against flat Earth. Most people are just like,
they're not saying their true opinion. They don't want to say how crazy they think you are.
Well, I all of my extended family knows I'm a flat earther, all of my friends know I'm a flat earther. I haven't lost any friends or family because of it. But then I'm not very pushy on those people. They know I'm a flat earther. They come ask me questions about it. I answer the questions, and I don't try to make it a me versus them situation where they have to defend the globe, because that kind of creates this friction between you. But rather, they ask me questions, and I'm like, oh, well, this is how we see it. Or like, I don't believe in this because there's a logical fallacy in it. And so they slowly but surely also start learning, well, okay, that is not a valid proof of the globe. Oh, well, this kind of seems to imply that it is flat. And then over a long period of time, they're all like, I guess you're right. It probably is
Yeah,
flat.
you guys all got that flat earther tag. You guys are all flat earth. Like Discord tag.
Yeah, click on it. It'll take you to our home server.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah, I think I've been to it. Is it? Hold on. Oh, it says private
It's
server.
a pretty big server. Yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yep.
It says private server. That's weird. Yeah, I've been in that server before.
Maybe yeah, you probably got banned,
the
and that's
guy,
why it says private server.
Do you know who? Shit. There's this one guy I know. He's pretty cool. He's a little crazy though. His name is. I think his name now is like Cartwright Chris, but his name was Chris the Flat Earther. Or Slave of Christ was his name. Now his name on Discord is like Eric Harris or something. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, we know that guy. Yep.
What do you think about him?
He's a bit soy.
Yeah, that guy. That's the guy. I talked to, like when I was younger, like about flat Earth and stuff. But he's like hyper religious for no reason. It's like crazy. Or like last time I talked to him, he was, and then he became like an extremist or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, that's like the only person I knew that was like a flat earther that I was talking to.
Yeah, good story. Now you're in a room full of flat earthers, so okay.
Yeah.
So what do we do now?
I don't know. What do you guys think life is about?
Well, life is about understanding our physical world and, finding out what it's all about, being curious, right?
I guess so, yeah. Just about what it's about.
Yeah, we're all curious.
I feel like everything's predetermined, though. It's such a weird new thing I've been thinking about.
That's fine. I mean, that's fine. But let's get back to the topic. I mean, do you just believe that the Earth is flat, or do you know that it is?
I'm just assuming for now. I mean, I know it is. Like, I know it's. I'm saying I don't know, like, what's. You know how there's, like, a dome or whatever? There's, like, people who believe there's multiple, like, Earths. Like, multiple flat Earth. It's, like, a more schizo, like.
Yeah,
belief.
but notice that when I asked you for what you think, you gave me information about what other people think. Do you catch yourself sometimes talking about what others think instead of what you think?
No, I was thinking, like, for me, I don't know. It's like I kind of brushed it aside when I grew older and, like, kind of just,
so
it in my head.
maybe it's time to revisit that. So let's look at why you think the Earth is flat. So what was your first way into flat Earth, and why do you think that it is and not know?
I first saw, like, a lot of, stuff, with, like, NASA and lying and stuff, and, like, a lot of weird stuff they did, and, like, bubbles in space, and, like, how they film underwater, and then the moon landing, and then,
Right. So you're saying that wasn't good enough for you to know that the Earth is flat, right? Is that what you're saying?
I think. No,
Just
it
your
wasn't that.
perspective.
It was like, oh, but it's like these copes that they have, like, the little copes
Yeah.
they got like, oh no, that they just practice underwater.
Yeah.
That's not.
I sometimes, and I'm just going to say this, I sometimes argue with some people that want to say that they want to utilize this information to help people understand that the Earth is flat. And I often tell them that's not a very good method. But you're a prime example of the reason why it's not a good method.
Oh no, that wasn't the main reason. I just.
Yeah. But you're saying that even people showing you these videos didn't help you really reach the conclusion that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Which is my point. I'm saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But please continue.
And then I came across the law of density and stuff, and like how, you know, if something's lighter than air, it's gonna float up. It's just like we're in a gas chamber, like a closed container, for example, like which is the dome, and then like basically items that are denser have weight,
Right.
so like, and they fall down. So
Did that help you understand that the Earth is
yeah,
flat?
that helped me. It made a lot more sense than gravity, and then
Right. So, like, once again, I'm asking the question: did that help you understand that the Earth is flat?
yeah, it did.
Really? In what way?
In the way that, like, I used to look up and I just imagine that there's a big dome around us in some way, and
But how does that
realizing
relate to the
why
Earth?
things fall, and it's not gravity. It's not because
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna ask a question. In what way does that relate to the Earth being a horizontal plane?
because there's no like atmosphere, meaning outer space.
Okay. In what way again does that show you that the Earth is a horizontal plane?
Right, because what you're
I mean, I think it
describing
was
could
just a
be a
better
geocentric
explanation.
globe, right?
I think it's just a better explanation than gravity. That's what I
A
think
better
that's
explanation of what, sir?
of gravity.
What?
So, in what way? In what way does that tie into the Earth being a horizontal plane?
Because if it was not, they would need gravity, right? Like,
What do you mean?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
like you would need, well, you would need a big mass. You would need the whole Earth.
Okay. Well, is the Earth being flat not big enough?
No, 'cause I don't believe in gravity
Okay.
because I don't think things fall down because of mass attracting mass. I think it falls down because it's denser than air, and
Okay.
it's
Once
just like
again,
a natural like.
yeah. Let's go back to the premise. My question has been throughout. How does this determine that the Earth is a horizontal plane?
It more like points towards the direction, I
How does
guess.
this determine that the Earth is a horizontal plane?
Are you trying to get me to say that it doesn't?
I want you to say the truth.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's the truth. Okay. So we're trying to identify the reason why it was difficult for you not to understand that the Earth is flat. But as you're walking us through how you've been presented the information, it doesn't sound like they actually relayed the information to you that the Earth is observed as a flat and horizontal plane. Now, did they go over that? It didn't sound like it.
I guess it was more like a relearning how things work.
Right. Once again, did they go over with you how the Earth is a horizontal plane or not?
I'm not sure. Like, I don't really know what you're talking about too, like right now.
Well, right. So the Earth being flat, did they cover that? The way that it's a horizontal plane, flat, and it extends outward into every direction. Did they cover that or not?
Did what cover that?
The person that was speaking to you about the topic, sir.
No, not sure.
Well,
Like,
do you think that that would be the reason why you just believe that the Earth is flat and you don't know it? Is because they didn't cover the topic?
maybe.
Okay.
There's like,
Well, let's
there's like some stuff I don't, but there's not everything I know. I've seen. Like,
Well, let's identify and walk through the process by which you can know that the Earth is flat. So let's cover first the horizontal plane. Does the Earth observe itself to you? Do you observe it being a horizontal plane, flat across? Not as in a 2D, just flat surface, but a horizontal plane.
yeah. Yeah. I seem to observe it. I can walk outside.
Yeah, it looks like you can look, to the horizon and it extends outward in every direction. So we can observe the Earth looking flat. All right. Now, do you think we could measure using water that the Earth is flat?
And what measurement do you mean, like length?
Have you ever heard? Yeah, have you ever heard of a water level?
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of device that is?
It's like a device that detects like how deep the water is.
No.
Oh, do you mean like where most of the
Oh, yeah,
water
just
starts?
do me a favor. Type in water level in your Google search. Wouldn't
Okay,
take but a
I'm
few
getting on my computer right now.
Okay.
It's that ruler with a bubble.
Wait, so you're able to like prove it?
Yes.
Oh, bet. I'm hyped for that. Me and my friend, man raising hand. I'm friends with him, but he's not a flat earther. But like I'm more on the flat earther side. Like, if not, then not.
Yeah, cool beans.
I think it's round of flat parts.
Let me know when you've got there.
Okay, water level.
Yes.
National Oceanic. Oh wait, images.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
What does it look like? Describe it to me.
It looks like there's a. It's just showing how water goes down to the. Wait, what do you mean? Like, it says ordinary water level, average water level, record.
Yeah.
Wait, this is...
What type? Here. Water level for construction. That would be better.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna join this call on my computer.
Okay.
All right. Hello.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you said water level
for construction.
Okay. Oh, I see.
What do you see?
It's like
Describe
a tube. It's like a tube.
Mm-hmm.
Curved upwards, and then there's water inside, and then they have two sticks with the tubes.
Yeah. Does it describe its usage?
It shows like desired ground level. Okay, so like, no, not really. I'm just looking at images here. Let me see. Okay, a water level is easy in it. Okay, so it's for leveling a deck or shed foundation, or it can be used for that.
Okay.
And more accurate than a carpenter level over long distances. Okay. Is that what you meant? Like it's more accurate?
Yes. Why is it accurate?
Because it sits perfectly. That is actually a really good argument.
I know. That's why that's why I'm showing you this.
Dude, yeah, I see. I know what you're talking. I know what you're thinking about. I know what you're talking about now. That is actually
I can only
level system.
I can only walk with you on the path of logic. You're gonna have to open the door and walk through it.
Yeah.
I can only show you this door, man.
Yeah.
So what does it describe? Yeah, what does it describe the water level? What is its function?
To measure a level of like a foundation and perfectly level it through long distances.
Okay, how does it do that? What is the device showing that it does?
It lets the water sit down. It just lets the water level itself out and show like a perfect line, basically.
Mm-hmm. What is the water? Here's a $1 million question. What is the water level device? What is it referencing? For its position horizontally, what is it referencing? This is going to be the tough one.
The earth and the water.
Wow, you did that with ease. So now, if that's true, what does that mean that the earth is?
The Earth is flat. I mean, yeah, I think I was gonna say that before. I was like, I just didn't get to it. I mean, like water when it's flat, when it
Okay.
sits, it lays flat. But yeah, that's actually really good. That's a good way to argue that.
Well, there you go. Now you can say with a device that confirms that utilizing level horizontal, you can detect that the Earth is horizontal based on the rigidity of water inside of this tube. It's holding to a standard that will keep level on either side of that tube.
Yeah, that's actually really good. So it could be like really long, like really far out, and it'd still be like a
Yes.
perfect line.
Yes. And what is this useful for? If we're going to use it in practical terms, like if you're building a house, let's just give me an idea, and I'll help you along if you're struggling with it. Give me the practical way that this can, like, yeah, I know it's for leveling the foundation and to make sure that the house is built on level foundation, but what else in the house is it useful for?
It's I mean, what, like the pipes?
Yes, it's useful for flow. That means that you have water and sewage and other things that will run off of the house. You don't want it to be backed up, so you need to know from the foundation how is it possible that you're going to have not only the foundation level but water to flow. And in order for it not to back up, you need to understand where how to obtain level.
Oh, so it needs to be
Get it?
level for it to not because then if it's not level, then the plumbing is gonna.
Yes.
It's gonna seep to one edge.
You got it. You got it.
That's a really good argument. Yo, Esky, what do you have to say to that one?
He's pretty astonished listening.
I'm asking GPT about this fucking water thing. What do you say?
Oh, relax, guy. Like, really? Yeah, he's coming in hot and heavy, man, because when the truth is being spoken, I just can't be. My whole paradigm's crashing down on me now. What? Earth is flat? Can't deal with that.
I've been here heaps of times. What's the question?
Yeah, well, we're talking with a gentleman right now. So now that I've given you this information and you have a tool to actually reference, right? And not only the tool, but the tool itself is referencing the Earth, which gives you the indication not only can you use something to level with, but you know that the Earth is a horizontal plane based on the fact that the water level is referencing the Earth.
Yeah, that's true.
Game over.
That's pretty good.
Game over, guys.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Yep.
It's really cool.
Well, glad I could help you along, man. So now you can claim that you know that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. That's cool. I mean, I'm still curious about like why I'm here and stuff. But yeah, it's really
Sure.
cool. What do you think?
Well, I just wanted to build a solid foundation for you so that you can literally, because we're talking about foundations, but literally so that you can have something that you can say, I know that this is true. And so you can walk them through the same example I've given you. There isn't a way that the Earth as a globe can rebut this because over distance, there would be curvature on that water level.
Yeah. Wait. Wait, what?
Yeah, so as you increase the distance in that water level, you would have to start accounting for any specific derivations. So like the Earth curving would be having to be taken into account. And you don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really good.
Yep.
Yeah, I also had this like one thought. I don't know. What do you think about it? I thought about this one time. This was
Go
like
ahead.
a week ago, but I've been really thinking about it ever since. But basically every location of everything in this world, like every atom, every location of each atom, every like every location of each atom now, if time was frozen for now, like just for example, or just say now, in every place it is, everything, what it is, where it's at, how it works,
What?
the total logic. Just hear me out. Can predict like with complete logic and like God thoughts, like God
not consciousness. I don't know, like just some like God could actually.
Is an artificial intelligence God?
Bro, what
Hold
is
on,
your
let the guy.
power?
Yeah, hold on. Let the guy. Hold on,
Yeah.
DJ. Yeah, go ahead and finish what you're saying. Just let him finish his thought, and then we can.
That it could predict what's gonna happen even 50,000 years from now, because of how everything works, and like basically meaning like we don't have free will, is how I feel. Maybe.
Yeah, but like that's. I mean, it's kind of off topic, man. If you think about it, it's like
Yeah,
just
you're
something.
right. You're right. You're right. There's
So
something.
we want to stick to the topic. I mean, people don't mind having those discussions, but what it does is it creates a tangential point, and it takes us off the very obvious fact that we just demonstrated that the Earth is flat to you, which also you need to kind of like marinate a little bit in that, because this whole time, since the person you talked to didn't give you any information to lead you to the knowledge that the Earth is flat, now you know. That's something to really revel in, because you can now go forth and tell people the truth that you know. That's obvious.
Yeah. That's
like
cool.
let's not.
I mean, what would
let's-
that do?
That actually changes the paradigm as to like why people think they live on a globe. They can look at the Earth and not think that anymore. That's what that does, DJ. It actually puts you in a philosophical position to think that you didn't come from a big bang. That possibly this place that you exist in is a created one.
I already know that it's somehow.
Yeah,
created, or if we're in a
DJ.
dream.
So your position of what you think is irrelevant to somebody else who's listening to this information, because then whatever they're thinking could change. They were probably thinking they're descendants or cousins from a monkey, right, or whatever the case, an ape.
Yeah.
But then you tell them this paradigm, and it suddenly changes, and they have to think differently now, and they don't want to.
Yeah, I'm curious on where we came from. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, this gives them a philosophical interpretation of the world where they thought they knew how everything was based on like what they would think science is telling them. But now you're giving them like a clear path to logic for them to realize that not only in the practical sense, but you could show them and determine that the Earth is flat based on observation.
I think I just have like some type of like over the years, like I mean I've been through that already where it like really changed me in the way I think. But I think just over the years I kind of had like a not brain fog, but like a derealization, like kind of forget that I'm real, or like forget like I started like stop thinking about deeply about like everything and like how I'm here, why I'm here. I kind of just like stopped and just like kind of autopilot, just doing whatever.
Well, it's easier, right? Because when you don't have to think about the world around you, you can just accept every paradigm that comes your way. But I mean, it just feels a bit like you don't want to take responsibility for things. So anyway, moving forward, now you have a clear path to show somebody how the Earth is flat. You can then talk about it with somebody else.
Yeah, I'll probably talk about it with Eski.
Now, whether they'll listen to you or not, that's a whole different story.
Yeah.
You might have to conquer the cognitive dissonance that they have coming at you and saying, "Whoa, the Earth is not flat with that. I mean, come on, it's a water level. Of course, it's a globe." They might fight against it, but
yeah, that's funny. Open to a
Anyway.
lot of beliefs. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for the chat, bro.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
How's it going, chat?
What's going on, chat?
What's going on, guys?
Also, you might want to take us off your speaker, DJ.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Does this mic work? Are we live?
Oh yeah.
Okay, we do it live.
Dude, that Stages was banging yesterday, dude.
Dude, yes, we recapped that earlier. We were talking about that earlier. W Stages, bro.
I don't know. Like, I think that everywhere, like 24/7 is, we should have the ability. Like, I think there should be like a permanent stage thing, so where, the trollers can't troll because they're in the audience. They can't just pop in, open their mic.
That's just my opinion.
Right.
It gives us so much control, like doing that.
I liked it. I liked it a lot. I thought it was good, nice and organized. It gave off the X vibes. Back when you were running your X panels, your Twitter panels, those were awesome.
Yep. Yeah. It's better, man, all around. I don't know. There might be some kinks, some bugs, because I think people on mobile were having some issues, but I don't know, man. Like,
Yeah, I did hear about that. Wait a minute. Is the stages thing turned off in this server?
dude, I don't know. We haven't even. Not that we haven't checked. It's just like I think the function's only available to like the main admins.
The admins.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to Vivek and freaking Deep or whatever. Those guys are pretty cool. Like, they seem pretty responsive. We ask for stuff, they do it. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yep. Anyway, in the chat, I don't know, Jedi's joining us. Over Fences, we got Resolve. T-Dub's in the house. Batman. Got Heretic in the house. The big man on campus, Crit. Deconstructing people's ideologies. Cracking one nut at a time, you know?
Literally.
That's 68. We got Flat Earth Ranger in the house. Jamsey, I think he's kicking back.
W.
I don't know who is Het Heru. That's somebody
Het Heru?
else. Het Heru, yeah.
Het Heru.
Is that the homie?
I don't know. I feel like we've seen that name before, right, chat?
I think so. Oh, was that the guy with there's like this red avatar with the guy looks like he has like a little animated guy with the horns or something. I don't know.
It's a red. Is that a red cow? Red heifer? It's Kissamissa. I don't know, dude. They don't have. They're not in our main server. Wait a minute. Is that an enemy?
Might be ops, dude. Might be ops. Bro, your vernacular needs to be ops, bro. Wow, what happened with that?
I know, yeah.
Enemy.
Is that the op?
Enemy is what I would say. I'm Gen X, bro.
Yeah. Oh,
Bro,
that's the ops,
as
bro.
a part of the head of the cultural development department, like I'm gonna have to talk to your supervisor. And I'm gonna have to come at him with this fool slipping.
Bro, is
you
he
don't know what I'm
tweaking?
talking about. He's tweaking, bro. He needs to go back to re-education camp.
What?
Yeah, but we got a man raising hand. When I was talking about the water level, Jedi, he was really disgruntled. He's like, well, I have to look into this. I'm like, what?
No,
Dude, what?
So he asked me something and I wasn't listening because I was talking to the robot.
That's fine. So would you say the Earth is flat? A man raising hand?
I'm with the large globe with flat parts. I like that one.
Globe with flat parts. Like what?
I've got you in my sights.
Well, that doesn't even make sense, dude. Globe with flat parts. Jedi, do we have a globe with flat parts?
That's like saying a flat Earth with globe parts.
Yeah, same thing. Except the
No,
globe parts.
that's not a thing.
Yeah, we got to confirm, though. Jedi will give us the clarity. Jedi, what do you say?
That sounds like a disco ball. You guys seriously believe the Earth is flat?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
No belief. Wow,
with
bro.
The disco Earth.
Are you open-minded or you're like
open-minded to?
No, we're logical. We're logical, man.
Locked in.
Yeah, we're logical and we think with our brains. So, yeah, we would say that the obvious truth is that the Earth is flat. What say you, sir?
I don't think that's an obvious truth, bro. That's not obvious.
Really?
It's not obvious.
Go ahead and tell me how you see the globe then, huh? You go outside to see the globe then? Is that what's obvious?
Big round.
Well, no, I don't. Obviously, I don't go outside and see the globe, dude. That's like, you know.
So it's obvious then. What?
But at the same time, we don't go outside and see the flat Earth. You get what I'm
Two
saying?
globes in the sky. Two of them.
The Earth is literally a horizontal plane, bro. Like, what do you mean? You see that? What are you talking about, bro?
If you don't see globe, you see flat. That's it.
It's a wrap, bro.
We gotta before we get,
you're tweaking.
We have to understand, guys. We are so small on the Earth that our perception is going to be skewed.
Are we like ants on a beach ball?
I would say something even smaller than ants on a beach ball. Because I think the Earth is only like 2,000 miles. I think the circumference of the Earth is like 2,000 miles.
He's just making up numbers. The homie's like, I think it's like, well, cajillion miles. Like,
it's literally around like 2,000 miles. The Earth is literally around 2,000 miles.
It's like 10 billion, zillion, cajillion. Like, it's like so big. Like.
But look, here's what I'm essentially saying. Why I'm asking, are we open-minded? Are we locked in, right? Because we have all these researchers that do these things, and
hell no.
I feel like y'all are saying we should be able to test this, right? We should be able to test this on our own.
Mansky, hold up. Let me tell you like this, dude. Me and CB have made it a rule that we don't allow tweakers on the panel, dude. Are you tweaking right now?
I think I'm the most logically minded person on the panel.
Bro, you're falling off, bro, hard. Like, how is it possible? We laid it out to you. You do not see the globe. We don't walk outside and go like, damn, man, this Earth is such a damn globe. Like, look at this globe, man. Like, we don't say that, dude. Do you?
But you don't see the flat Earth either. That's what I'm saying.
Hell no, bro. Like,
how do you see the flat Earth?
If you're not seeing curvature, you're seeing flatness. Period.
You mean to tell me? Hold up. You mean to tell me when you go to the beach and you look off of the horizon, it don't look flat as fuck?
Ooh. Well, again, I know that
answer my question.
light.
If you don't want to answer my question, you're just a tweaker, bro. Answer my
what's your question? Ask it again. Ask your question.
When you look across the surface of water off in the beach, does it look flat as fuck?
Does it look flat off the surface of a beach? Am I saying like the horizon? The horizon?
Yeah, bro, the horizon. What else am I talking about?
Oh, well, it looks pretty flat to me, but
yeah, hell yeah.
What doesn't make sense to me is like doesn't make sense to me is how does the sunlight go down into that?
Hold up,
it
Jack.
Doesn't.
Hold up, Jack. You just finished jumping over what we were talking about, that it's obviously a flat Earth, bro. It looks this way to everybody, and you just confirmed that, bro. You siding with us? What do you mean?
I'm asking you now. Let me ask my question, bro. You asked a question, and I answer your question. Now let me ask.
But you want to leapfrog over the obvious truth, bro. You want to say, "Oh yeah."
It looks flat, but I'm asking you, how does the sun go down and rise into that thing?
I swear, man. Like, well, obviously, when you see it, it's perspective. That's how your vision works, bro. You're seeing things come up from the horizon because at an angle away from your vision, things look like they appear to converge to the horizon. That's what everything like the world
to the other
but
side.
that doesn't apply to the horizon,
bro. You're becoming like a natural tweaker. A man raising hand. That's what you are.
That doesn't apply to the horizon though.
No, dude. Like, listen. Like, what we're talking about is perspective, right? So when you look off into the distance, everything seems to get smaller when it moves away from you. You can confirm this, right?
That's facts. Yes. As it moves away, it gets smaller.
So when you look at the horizon, everything looks like it's converging to the eye line. What I mean by that is like, okay, like you're driving your car down the road, right? And you see all these street lights that are right next to you. Now, the street light that's right, like you're right underneath, it's right 90 degrees right above your head, right? That's fine. But when you look down off in the distance, the street lights that are in front of you, even though they're the same height above the ground, they look like they're lower at an angle of degrees from your vision when you look straight on. So what you're seeing is the lights look lower. Not that they really are, because when you drive up to them, they're the same height as the one you just passed. But what you do see is that things that off in the distance look like they're an angle of degrees lower to the horizon. That's called perspective, brother. That's how you see things, the world around you. I'm giving you facts, bro. So when you see the sun move across the sky, naturally you think it's lowering down to the ground. It's not really doing. It could just possibly be going straight across the plane of the earth. But to you, you see it with perspective, so it looks like it's going down like the street lights. The same, your vision makes this appear that way. But it could naturally not be like, I'll give you another example, like the clouds, right? Same thing. The clouds look like they're appearing like they go down to the horizon, right? But we know that the clouds are not on the ground. So when you go like on a plane and you start going up in altitude, you get to where the clouds are. And if you were to look across where the clouds on the surface of the clouds, it looks like they're sitting on a plane, bro. Like they're on their own horizontal plane. The clouds. So you can confirm that the clouds are on a horizontal plane when you reach them, which means that everything that you see, like the clouds on when you're standing on the ground, that everything looks like it's converging to the eye line, and that's only because of perspective, not because the clouds are going underneath the earth, bro. That's not true at all.
Well, I don't think the clouds are going underneath the earth, but
No, but I'm dropping facts, bro. Like you have to acknowledge that. Like that's how we see. We see things in a perspective where everything looks like it's angled towards the horizon. That's just the way we see, bro.
What is the tried and tested method, right? Wait. Do you guys believe in space at all? Is space real?
Bro, you're jumping from topic to topic.
I just want to know, bro. We have to agree on something before we can really get somewhere. We have to start.
We're just gonna have to.
We gotta see where do we disagree to where we get so far.
Bro. But you haven't right now. You haven't acknowledged. We don't hear confirmation of you going like, yeah, that's right. That's what I'm talking about. That's facts. We don't hear you saying that because you're bypassing that.
Because it's the same thing that you would. Because it's the same thing that you would say. They, whoever they are, that tell us the Earth is round. It's the same thing, right? It's the exact same thing. So I don't need to say this is right or this is wrong. We need the facts. We need the proof. We need the evidence, bro.
Yeah, but you're not confirming. You're not confirming anything I'm saying. So it sounds
I'm not a physicist to sit here and be like, oh yeah, the central curvature of the economic Earth is 90 degrees, 650.
Bro, you ain't gotta do it.
I can't just sit here and confirm that. I gotta do
too much.
I got to do my research to confirm that to say that is true.
I'm talking about visually. You can confirm visually this is how it looks to you. The world looks this way to you. You can say that much. You don't have to go into the minutia of measurements. I didn't say that. I'm talking about appearance. What things look like to you. You can confirm that the street light is at an angle when you okay, it's simple, right? With your hand, you can just point to the street light above your head, and that's pointing vertical, right? Straight up and down. When you see a street light that's in front of you, your hand's now going to be pointing at an angle to that street light. It's going to be at an angle differently from the one that was above your head, confirming that the street light in front of you is at an angle lower than the one that was above your head, bro. You can confirm this just by me telling you right now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, that's all I'm talking about. It's like your vision is putting everything in a perspective that it looks like everything's angling downward. But it's not. When you drive up to that street light that's in front of you, you're going to know that it was the same height as the one you just passed. So it doesn't mean that it's down, like it's lower. It just means you see it at an angle lower with your eyes.
So how is that a test to see if the Earth is flat?
No. This is what you were saying. How does the sun? How come it's not like I can think of it going underneath the horizon? I'm showing you because you're just seeing the sun move across the sky, but your vision is putting it like it's going down. This is what I'm telling you, bro. This is going back to what you were saying.
Dude, I don't think that. Dude, we have to understand, bro, that this is common sense that the Earth is round, bro.
Yeah.
It's
no,
round.
It's not common sense, bro.
It's common sense.
You're in a religion, brother. You're in a religion.
Let me break it. I'm gonna explain to you why I'm gonna explain to you why I think it's round. Please,
go on, tell me about your religion, man.
What I need you to do is to just tell me where I'm wrong, right? Tell me where I'm wrong. So, I'm pretty sure there's there's scientists, I should say. There's scientists that study this stuff. We got satellites in space and stuff. And these things, maybe I can't see physically be there to be in space to see it, but there's cameras and stuff. This is all recorded and stuff on the internet. So what I'm basically getting at is these people tested this stuff. They came to their conclusion, and it's true, right? And you're saying this is not true, and you saying, okay, we're doing our visual test. Why we can't use technology?
Bro, you don't listen to this, man. The standard of evidence that you're putting to this is that somebody else checked it out. Not you, but someone else. And you're good with that. You're like, yeah, somebody else checked it out. They told me they checked it out. They verified everything. They got all the mathematics, all that. I'm just going to accept it to be true. That's you. So when it comes to you, there's no standard. You think that they have a standard that they have verified and checked it out. But when it comes to you, you're just like, I'm going to just take that information and believe it because they did all their homework and I don't have to. That's all you right there. That's why I'm telling you. It's a religion, brother. You're in like an occult religion of a sun worshiping religion, bro. The sun god Helios. That's you right now. You're advocating for that position, bro.
Well, I mean, hey, man, it's the same way that, hey, you said somebody else tested the method for the flat earthers, man.
Nah, bro. Nah, hell nah, bro.
Like, hey,
no, dude. That's words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth, bro. I told you can go to the beach and look at that flat horizon. Bro, I done told you the horizon is Maz, shut your dumb ass up, dude.
Yo, so what evidence do you have that it's the sun is moving and the earth is not? What is the actual evidence that
you're
the sun is
tweaking right now, man. Relax.
What's the evidence?
Tweaking, bro.
What's the evidence that the sun is moving and the earth isn't moving?
Can I just mute him? It's our podcast.
Yeah, listen to this, bro. When you talk about the horizon, I'm saying go to the beach and figure that shit out. And you're talking about, yeah, I seen the earth. It's flat. You even confirmed that, bro. You said it yourself. You did it yourself. You can go to the beach and verify this. You ain't asking no scientists to do it. But on the other hand, you said you've accepted information by these people and you believe that is true. I'm not giving you a belief. I'm telling you, go do your observations, bro. You go do that observation and find out. And you did. You're like, yeah, the earth looks flat. Bet. It looks flat, right? You didn't need somebody to interpret that information for you. You saw it yourself. You feel that or what? Or no? What we got, man? We got nothing else? More belief? You can tell us about your ball again? We got his stories, bro. All right, so we got no more tweaking, huh? All right.
Yo, sorry, my bad. I got a phone call. Important.
Yeah, did you tell him you're in a major discussion? You'll call him back?
No, we talked. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, what you got?
We're talking about the horizon, right? The horizon of the earth of the beach, right?
Yeah.
So I want to know, right? If we were like elevated more, like elevated in the air more, would we be able to see the curvature? Or you know, have we tested that?
Yeah. It's flat as fuck.
So when you elevate yourself into the air more, and then you look into the horizon, it's going to be flat as fuck still.
Yep, facts.
And you guys have tested this and tried this.
I'm telling you, brother. People, what do you want? What do you want me to say, bro?
Say people, right? So it comes down to who's worth.
Me, you, everybody else. I mean, you've asked me if I've gone. Hold on. You've asked me if I've gone in altitude. Yeah, I've climbed a mountain, been in an aircraft. You can see really. What else do you want to know?
You cut out. What did you say?
You said you can see really far when you go into in an airplane or a mountain. And?
I'm asking you, like, is the horizon flat or is the horizon curved a little bit more?
The horizon is the limitation of your view 360 degrees around you when you turn right. That's what the horizon is. The limit of
How
angular
can we use
resolution
that?
of the
And how
surface.
can we use that? Then why are we even talking about the horizon if it's a limited view of what we can see, right?
Because if you were on a sphere, that would be the limitation of your view. However, when you use optics like binoculars and telescopes, we can see further than that physical obstruction allows. We can literally see as where if you were living on the ball would dictate how far you could see.
Yeah, you would have a vanishing point. This horizon that you speak of is it physical? Does it exist?
The horizon is just the horizon, bro. It doesn't
No, I'm
end
asking
until you
him.
get to the next
Pickle,
land.
Pickle, take a knee, bro. Take a knee, Pickle.
One-on-one. Gotcha.
Like I'm telling y'all, like in planes, apparently in planes, you can see the curvature of the horizon at cruising altitudes, right?
Excuse
So that's
me,
why
bro.
I'm asking you guys.
Are you guys talking about like Iran-Israel fight or just flat air?
Gosh, we're having a conversation. Don't talk halfway through a conversation to find out what's happening.
Is Earth is flat or round?
Yes, the Earth is flat.
He's not listening. And then when we use binoculars or zoom lens at the beach and we watch a ship disappear, we zoom in and we will see the top first, not the whole ship. This proves that the ship is going over a curve. It's not just getting smaller.
Hold on. Have you done that?
Well, like, I don't have to do that because there's somebody else that did that.
Okay, I'm the somebody else, and I bought the whole boat back. In actual fact, when I improved my optic, the horizon that was in the boat went behind the boat because the horizon's an optical phenomenon. Now, do you pass off all of your understanding to other people, or do you test the shit that comes out of your mouth?
Well, I get my understanding from wiser people that took the time out of their life to study this. Because they took the time out of their life to go to college to study this stuff. I didn't. So they have like, you know, when you go to like a lab, they have like special equipment in that lab.
This is bollocks.
They have like special equipment in that lab to do special tests.
You're just castrating yourself, dude. You're
No,
dumb
it's
and
not
shit.
castrating.
That's what you're doing. Hell yeah, dude.
No, because you're not. You're like we gotta. You're saying like, okay, we can't trust anything. No research. We gotta go off of our we gotta go off our limited technology, like our limited.
All I asked was if you tested it yourself, and for the last 5 minutes you're saying that other people have done the testing for you. You don't have.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I personally did not test any of this, right? But somebody else out there did.
So you're making claims that you don't actually understand, right? You're saying that this would happen, but you haven't actually experienced it.
No. I do understand this. I could sit here and read all
You've
these.
experienced it, have you? The boat disappearing from the bottom up when you look at the horizon.
Yep, I've experienced that. Yep.
Hold on. You told me earlier that you didn't. Other people had looked into it. Now I'm going to question your honesty. Are you lying?
Yeah. No. Why would I lie?
I don't know. But you have.
What
I'm
is
questioning
it? What
your
about
honesty because
what
of your
about the Earth
answers.
being flat
You said
around?
other people had done this, and now you've done this. Are you lying?
What about the Earth being round or flat?
Now I noticed you're changing question and not answering my one because I think you're lying.
Because I ask a million questions, y'all don't answer my questions. Y'all jump like, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
You're being dishonest. I think maybe we should talk to somebody else.
What I'm asking you is, why would I lie in a conversation about exactly? Because there's no reason to lie. There's absolutely
you did.
no
Would you
reason to
like
lie.
the recording?
So
you said other people had done this, not you. You trusted other people. Do you think that if you talk through me, you're going to save your embarrassment? Stop it, dishonest little man. You said that this is what would happen, though you've not seen it with your own eyes. Interesting. And then when Preston, he said you had seen it with your own eyes. Yes, you had tested it. So
My
I'm
brother,
wondering.
that's irrelevant. Because let's start here then.
What, you
I
lying
just
is
want to
irrelevant.
understand then if, regardless, the Earth is
I
flat
can't
or
talk
round,
to you. You're not
and I'm
honest.
coming to this truth, right? Then
No.
you guys gotta help me to understand
Hello?
why can I not
Hello?
trust the science?
I'm not talking to you anymore. You're not honest.
Okay, brother, you don't have to talk to me, brother. I'm asking the other flat earthers.
If you're not going to be honest, we don't want to talk to you either. At least I don't. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't talk to liars.
Yeah, he completely contradicted himself, didn't he?
Just starts telling people what would happen based on other people's ideas, but when questioned on it, he said, no, I've actually seen it too. I've looked through binoculars. It's just lying.
That's a certified tweaker right there.
In my humble opinion, that's a good example of how not to approach this subject. Just saying.
Just see your avatar, Dave. Dead Air Dave.
Yeah, thanks. That's a shout out to AG. He made that. All I did was put it on there. First time I changed my avatar in 10 years. I had that no globe in it. There's still a no globe in there. You know what I mean?
No problem, bro.
Yeah, that's really cool, actually.
We got somebody else in chat named Q or Chew. I don't know. They might want to talk. Ku, are you there?
You know, there's got to be some honest people out there listening to us right now that want to come in and have a sincere discussion about the subject. You guys go ahead.
Hey, CB. Hello?
You are here.
Yeah, I got a new slogan. If you want to tweak, you'll be out on the street.
Oh, I like it.
That was a good conversation to get the blood flowing.
It woke me up a bit, I'll say that.
It's amazing, guys. If you can take that guy at face value, that how people fight against this obvious thing we're trying to tell them, and point out obvious truth.
Another satisfied customer.
That's the best globe evidence that I've heard in a long time. Almost convinced me.
Yeah, that's really all the globe believer has left: is dishonest tactics and appeal to consensus and ridicule. Somebody prove me wrong. All right, some more compelling globe evidence. Good job. And I'm just saying, random weird noises is a good argument for the globe. But you guys go ahead. I'll shut up.
Bruh.
Well, somebody is really triggered, aren't they? Where did the flat earth touch you, man? I'm sorry. I don't know, man. Maybe just one more incoherent noise and I'll be back on the globe. I don't know about you guys.
What's happening? Is the bot down?
What's up? Who said that?
Oh, Dave.
Crit, live from Minnesota.
Yeah.
All 10,000 lakes are still flat up there.
They're all flat. Yep. One flat. The whole state is flat. Lakes flat, flat, flat. Some random weirdo in the swamp out there in the East Coast told me curved. And I think they'd be bullshitting.
Yeah, you just don't understand. It's some magical, undetermined distance that we can't figure out. That body of water starts forming a curve to make a ball. You believe that shit?
Yeah, like one of the things, there's like this really big lake called Lake Mille Lacs, and sometimes you can't see the other side. And he told me that's because the Earth is a giant lava ball that's water covered. But I'm like, well, hey, I went out there this day and I did see the other side of Lake Mille Lacs. And they said, well, that's just refraction. I'm saying, well, how did I see past the geometric curve of the Earth? There's a block. There was a hill of water between me and the other side of the lake. So how did the surface of the Earth loom up over and around the surface of the Earth? And they just started calling me a bunch of names and stuff. So I kind of said, okay, this person's clearly retarded.
That's when the globe believer would respond with magical light that they can't science or determine. Just kind of makes the ball look different on different days to you, but it's still a ball. So it's all good, man. Well, I have a chance to talk here. Shout out to anybody listening. Come in here and discuss this subject. It's a very interesting and compelling subject, and it's an obvious truth that we're just trying to point out. Back to you guys. Or south.
Yeah, that's why this topic is so popular. It goes right to the heart of what you know and why. sometimes it's interesting because you'll get some people who they don't know. You'll ask them, well, the Earth, if they don't know if the Earth is a globe, they don't know if they've ever eaten food before. They don't know if they're on Discord. They don't know anything anymore. Like somehow that's how bad this topic has got some of these people, is they're really unable to determine fact from fiction. Or just a delusion. One old boy came in here and said he doesn't know if he's even himself. He could be schizophrenic. You had one guy come in here and said he doesn't know if he's on Discord. He didn't know if he's on a chair. And he's live streaming himself on Discord sitting on a chair. And you're like, alrighty then.
People that get themselves mentally to that stage, you just got to give them the pat on the head and just believe whatever you want, man. There is an objective reality, no matter what these people think, right?
Yeah, there's no way of knowing if even that is true. You're like, okay, so is there no? There's no truth. Yes, there's no truth, and that's true. No, that's not true. So it's not true that there's no truth. So is that true? No, that's not true either. So what is true? Nothing. So truth is not truth. Yes and no. So which one? Yes or no? Or yes and no? They're like random animal sounds. Disconnect from Discord. Spam the chat with porn. Okay, thank you for that. So apparently, if Globetard, you can have stealth bombers bomb another country, and that's somehow not an act of war.
Uh-oh, I'm out of the loop. What's the mainstream telling the masses right now? We got a war going on or something?
Yeah, so U.S. bunker busting B-2s stealth bombers just struck Iran's nuclear sites. It wasn't a bomb. It wasn't an act of war. It wasn't violating a country's sovereignty. All they did was they struck it. Like, I strike that from the record. That wasn't warfare. That wasn't military. That wasn't Air Force. None of that. All it was like, I've made a decision to strike nuclear sites. Okay, so that's not warfare? Well, no. What is it then? I don't know what it is. I just know what it isn't.
Well, if it's in the mainstream media and they're telling everybody about it, it's got to be skeptical, whatever's going on. Who knows what they're doing?
Yeah, how are you able to attack another nation unilaterally without a declaration of war by Congress? So then the Israeli Prime Minister, Netanyahu, congratulations, President Trump. You got like that. You basically like he bowled a strike. They went bowling. They had open lanes, like, you know, whatever. And he got a strike. He's like, hey, good job. Yay. If you get 2 strikes in a row, you get a free coupon for like a half off your hors d'oeuvre, or what do you call those? Appetizers. You get a free half off, or you get half off your appetizer. And then Trump's like, sure, let me get 3 strikes. I'm going to strike 3 nuclear locations. He's like, that's a turkey. You just bowled a turkey. Iran responded like this. Irresponsible and unpatriotic attack has cost countless lives and cost the Iranian people $2 trillion. Trump came in as a peacemaker and he started a new war.
As a throw in real quick, Trent, I remember from my teenage years in the 80s, there was literally a song called Bomb, 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 Iran, and now they're doing it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
About the hostage crisis and all that. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the military-industrial complex. They want to make it sound like, hey, check this groovy tune. They ask Pete Hegseth, he's on this morning doing a press release, can you give us details about what you did and why? His answer was, an incredible and overwhelming success. Okay, so your goal was to start World War III? He's like, yep. Iran vows everlasting consequences for the U.S.
Craig, you should have heard the address that he had to the nation. He's like, we bombed the hell out of them. It was good. We did what we went in there to do. We're quick as ever. We got the best military ever. We eradicated the target, completely demolished them. And then towards the end of his speech, he was like, but God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. God bless America. I was like, dude, you just did the opposite. Like, you just took a whole bunch of nukes over there and just, eradicated the target.
Yeah, so you've got 2 advanced space-age cultures. Iran, America, and Israel. 3, I guess. 3 advanced space-age cultures. And they couldn't find one other way to settle this disagreement. There was no way to settle it. The only thing they could do was threaten global war. They couldn't find one way to hash out their disagreements. And they call the king.
Yeah, his motto is, when in doubt, nuke it out. You know what I mean? What diplomacy, dude? When you got as much, missiles as we got all the missiles, bro. We got the best missiles. You got to put some of them bad boys to work, It's insane though, like the way he was addressing the nation. It's like, dude, bro, you just finished nuking the target and just like, oh yeah, but peace be upon them. I'm like, bro, you totally contradicted your statement right there. Like, I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm not happy about it, but it's kind of good. Like I said, I got a lot of family who are Republicans, MAGA, right? Really Trump supporters. And one of my family members messaged me today and said, hey, I guess you were right about this one thing. Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't know what this bandwagon is that you have to agree with everything that the president that you voted for does. You know what I mean? Like that, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, a lot of people, like when I talked to my family member today, I said, this is basically the Bush Sr. doctrine. He saw his poll numbers going down. People were pissed about no new taxes. So he started a war in Iraq. Trump sees his poll numbers going down. What brings poll numbers up? Some blood sport. Everyone loves a good blood sport. And stealth bombers are cool. That's really cool. That's some cool shit.
Yeah, the only thing that could have topped that was like the screeching American Eagle sound in the background, and he draped himself with the American flag. That would probably have been like the cherry on top of that speech. Hey, yeah, what are we supposed to do? Stand by? What are we, some kind of fuck?
And what's fucked up is like now these Iranian citizens are mad at me. I'm like, dude, if I was in control, I wouldn't have done it. They're like, well, you live in a democracy and you voted. I go, the fuck I did. Like, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered if you voted. Either side would have done exactly the same thing. We're just fucked. If you would, could you please not worry about me, okay? I'm not, going after me or civilian targets ain't gonna change shit. You know what to do. Don't worry about us, okay? We're just trying to live our life day to day. You don't need to worry about, our public transit or our sports games. These are all distractions from what the federal government's doing. Oh, and by the way, they're also not exploring space for the betterment of humanity. NASA's not out there looking for exoplanets and shit. So, yeah, we can, forget about that, too.
It only goes to show how easy it is to hoodwink these folks, because they're not critically thinking about what's happening. They just they're fueled by emotions, bro.
Yeah, they got the whole music video out now, showing the airplanes taking off and flying. They circled the different sites that were, pre-bomb and post-bomb. Like, really.
You got that one patriot that's standing up for, hell yeah, brother.
So, I get the quote from Marco Rubio here. Okay, Marco Rubio says it was separate from Israel's. How? How did you do that, little Marco Rubio? How did you separate America's strikes against Iran and Israel's strikes against Iran? How did you separate those two events?
I can imagine him saying something like, well, certainly. Yeah, we said we did this. They said they did that. There you go, separated.
Yeah, we're not the same.
Yeah.
It's like the logic, I know QE's not around, so it's not nice to talk about them, but it's like the logic of QE. You're on his server, and one of his mods does something, and he's like, well, that's that person, that's not me. It's your server, dude, what the fuck? You're not getting this? Israel used American weapons to bomb Iran. America used American weapons to bomb Iran. And you can't figure out. There's no separation between that. These satellite imagery show the holes that went through the ground to get the bunker busting bomb. It burrowed through the ground. The whole area covered in dust and fire. How do you explain that, Flat Earther? There's photographs from space.
Yeah, before the rapper Tom McDonald got big, he did one of his videos on like both sides are being controlled, so it doesn't matter which one that you think you're on. And then later on, he came out with his whole right wing side, like he's all Republican, sided, minded, and all that. Like, dude, he just finished making videos on how like either side both is being controlled, and now this one, other video you're coming out with is just like completely one sided. Like, okay, man, like, what are you advocating for? And people are just confused, bro.
Isn't that one of the controllers' ultimate goals? Generally speaking, they just want to keep people confused, right? Not having clarity of thinking.
Yep.
Yeah, like somehow they think it's your fault for something that you couldn't control the outcome of.
Yep. You voted for him. Didn't you vote for him? Didn't you put him in office? It's your fault. Like, bro, you can't control what somebody does with power. Like, they're going to do what they do. So if you voted for him or if you didn't vote for him, do you think either one of those choices would have mattered? He's going to do what he wants.
Yeah, just looking on the this other servers, complete ass cancer. So it's just the flat earthers can't explain the shockwave that went through the ground after Trump bombed. Flat earthers can't explain the photographs from space, the imagery. Yeah, I can. I just told you. Psychopathic, unhinged, deranged crackhead freaks with unlimited power to project violence against people. I just explained it. Unhinged, psychopathic, deranged freaks doing psychopathic, deranged freak shit. Do you get it yet? These people in the federal government are not exploring space for the betterment of humanity. They're psychopathic, deranged crackhead freaks bombing other people. That's it. Extreme violence. Carl Sagan said it best. How ironic.
I've always said it, Crit, that critical thinking is in all aspects of information. So whatever information you gather and then you make like an analysis of it, it's how you determine what you think. So if you're fueled by emotions, well, that's not going to be a very good outcome. But if you actually hear the information, weigh it out, kind of figure out what's going on, really get what's on the ground from both sides, then you can come to a better informed decision. But if you don't have that, how can you do that?
Yeah, there's no way. They're like, how do you peacefully solve this solution when They don't want. They don't want peace. They don't want anything. All they want to do is just have power and control over other people. Like, how do you fix that? Like, how many photographs from space do you have to show them before they click? If you don't like what other people are doing, leave them alone. And then they tell you too, oh, Iran is developing a nuclear bomb. Based on what? Well, based on them trying to develop nuclear power. Well, would you want them to have nuclear power? In your worldview, fossil fuels are damaging the environment. There's like, Obama gave a speech, no time to debate the topic anymore. They need to have a peaceful resolution by just a second, someone walked in the room real quick. So they need to figure out how to get off fossil fuels. So here's an advanced space age culture, Iran, boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity, so you don't have to, trying to set up renewable green energy. Then you bomb them. Make it make sense. I mean, somebody figure it out for me, because I just see the same shit. Nothing new under the sun.
Well, dang.
Yeah, here, look at this. Here's another quote. I'm looking go all the different tweets or truths, or whatever they call it, his Truth Social. So he adds, all the planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our American warriors. This is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. War, this is 1984. War is peace. Yeah, he capitalized bombs. So here's another one. We have completed our very successful attack. I wish I could do a Trump accent, a Trump voice. Hello, America. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including the Iranian names. All the planes are now outside of Iranian airspace. A full payload of bombs were dropped on the primary site. And then it goes all the way at the end. Congratulations, warriors. Now, I mean, did someone tell this idiot, like, when you capitalize shit in text, it's implied that you're yelling?
Well, whatever happened in Iran or wherever, it all did not happen on a spinning ball.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's a direct contradiction. They tell flat earthers, hey, explain this. You explain it. It makes sense. How does this add up? How does this equal what you thought the space age was going to bring to humanity? This giant leap forward. I was looking for this meme where it's like, if Iran didn't want a fight with America, why they put their country so close to all our military installations?
China just wants that strong corn. By growing the corn near the military bases of Americans, they can ensure that their corn has good, I don't know what, spirit?
Yeah, here this is pretty close to what I was talking about. It's not the exact meme I was thinking. The one I saw. All right, I think I'm back. I disconnected for a second. This is not the exact meme I was thinking of, but it's pretty close. This one's kind of a little bit low res. Let me see if I can get a better one. Best. I'm sure you can look at that and get the gist of what's being shown there. Like people think like, oh, flat earthers, oh, look at you guys. Ugh. Really? So you're just gonna ignore all this shit that's happening? You got like the four horsemen of the apocalypse: war, death, famine, disease, pestilence, and they're worried about random misinformation online to focus on. Here we go. This will drive the point home. Bang, right there. So you got the four horsemen: war, famine, disease, pestilence, death. And the death is looking over like, who the fuck are you? Oh, I'm misinformation. And death's like, huh? Yeah, you're worthless. Like we don't even, go home. We got this. I think Uncle Nick there. England has the most flat earthers by population, and Brazil has the most flat earthers by number. It's not. I would say flat earth is probably, of all the sort of first world countries, it's least popular in America because of the jingoism tied to the moon mission. It's very hard. Like if you've got like half the population thinks God bless America, we landed the moon. That's a very high hurdle to pass. It's probably you're just when you come around, you just seem to come around during when there's a lot of Americans online. If you come at night and you have Australians and whatnot. Yeah, so undeveloped nations, they got other things to worry about than the government lying to them about the surface of the earth. Like if you got to walk 10 miles to a well to get water for the day, 5 miles there and 5 miles back, you think you give a shit if there's a satellite in space taking photos of Iran getting bombed? Do you spend any headspace worrying about that? Yeah, like there's a good one for Tristan. America's about 10% think the Earth is flat. So yeah, Brazil's like double that. No, U.S. is about 10%. They did a bunch of different polls. I can't remember who did it. But they had it was reported on CNN, and so there's two people who did the poll, and they got about 10%. Then CNN didn't believe it, so they did their own poll, and they got roughly 10% too. So they said, "Well, I guess it's 10%." Shit. And it was even funnier was that people said who questioned the Apollo program, a couple other conspiracy theories or whatnot, and it turned out that it isn't related to the other conspiracy. Like the CNN wanted to try to control the narrative, and they would have people ask okay, they sent out the poll again. If you think the Earth is flat, do you also think there's reptiles in government or whatever? And people would say no to the other ones, or if they said yes to JFK assassination, they would say no to flat Earth. So the people at CNN were just dumbfounded, like, what the fuck does this mean? And it's like, well, it means exactly what it means. Analyze the data. It means that people do not believe that America went to the moon. They can prove they didn't. You don't need to try to figure out what that means.
How can you prove that they didn't?
They said cause and effect. If they go to the moon, then giant leap forward for all humanity. No giant leap forward for humanity, no mission to the moon.
I think our technology is a pretty big leap forward. Our microprocessors are pretty damn cool.
That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about an instant cognitive shift of interconnectivity.
Where are you getting that?
It's called
Neil Armstrong.
The overview effect. It's called. They wrote a book about it. The astronauts all got interviewed by a guy called Frank White, and they wrote a book about their experiences, about what the giant leap forward would mean. Exact wording to your education level. So quite ironic is that Carl Sagan framed it was very ironic that this giant leap forward changed nothing. Then Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, was so dumbfounded how nothing changed, there was no giant leap forward, that he wanted to start taking politicians out to space and say, look at the Earth, you son of a bitch. Then when they laughed at him and thought, oh, look at this kooky astronaut guy trying to tell us about space, he decided that they must not be human. They're reptiles. They don't value human life. They don't value the Earth, so they must be from outer space. But they look human, so they must be shapeshifters. That conspiracy theory about shape-shifting reptiles from outer space, you can thank Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. he's the guy who invented that conspiracy theory. So that's how you know they didn't go. Because either A, they went, but then reptiles from outer space took control, or B, they never went in the first place and things were just as they were, nothing changed, nothing under the sun.
So your argument is because humanity didn't just suddenly, quote, leap forward,
Giant.
go to the moon.
Not just a leap forward, a giant, capital G, giant.
So what do you call the microprocessor?
A giant leap forward, not just a baby step.
So the microprocessor is a baby step.
A giant leap forward.
Okay.
Yeah, a giant.
I mean, it shifted our whole entire society to the internet and online, but hey, I guess that's not enough.
A giant leap forward.
I mean, you can keep saying it.
Yeah. Not some baby little step that didn't change anything at all.
Yeah, the microprocessor didn't change anything at all.
An instant cognitive shift that lets people know they're all interconnected.
Yeah, what did we learn from this giant leap, dude? You've been asking that, saying that, oh, yeah we got all this.
He ran away.
He ran away? Oh.
Yeah.
You can ask Booger Smoker, he's one of those kind of guys.
One of what kind of guys?
It goes 0 to whinging real quick. Real fucking quick.
Not really. You guys are just mod abusing children.
Besides, the foundations for the microchips are not based in anything related to space or anything. It doesn't even address Crit's point, or that it didn't bring about this paradigm shift that changed the world like they claimed.
Who?
Yeah, and even like who here is being mod abused? He self-modded. He left the channel. He left the call. He self-muted. So if you want to talk about mod abuse, he mod abused.
What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? I just came in here.
No one muted him.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is Booger came in here when that guy left, but I said Booger's gonna whinge 0 to whinge real quick, real fucking quick, and then sure enough, dude, he started whinging immediately. As soon as he opened up his mic, nothing but whinge.
You were whinging about me before I even said anything, retard.
See, he's doing it again.
You were crying about me as soon as I came in here muted. You started crying about me. Do I scare you that badly?
No, you're the dumbest person in here, dude. It's like talking to.
You're the dumbest person in here. That's a good one, buddy. Got that little intellect showing. I'm just waiting for you to mute me again, like you always do, because you're terrified of me.
Of what, dude? Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe you can finally answer that question I ask you every time I come in here.
Yeah.
Maybe you can explain to me why there are waves and tides on your flat Earth.
You're like the guy who comes in and complains, just like the guy that complains at the store. Everybody knows him when he comes in there. He's always bringing back things that he bought at the store.
The topic was the flat Earth. Why are you talking about me? Keep it on topic, buddy.
You're just your character, bro. When you come in here, you don't talk about the topic.
The topic isn't my character, buddy. The topic is the flat Earth. Keep it on topic.
Yeah, but you're talking about mod abuse and all this. Like, dude,
you need to keep it on topic. You need to stop with your drama and keep it on the topic.
Well, I mean, you're nothing but drama, so.
See, you keep talking about me. Why don't you talk about the topic? Why are there waves and tides on a flat Earth? Explain that.
What do you mean? Why
you don't know why there are waves on the ocean?
Why are there waves and tides on a flat Earth? It's a simple question.
You're only asking that question, dumbass. You're only asking that question because you already have a pre-proposed
here we go with the ad hom. Here we go with the ad hom shit. That's when I know you're cooked. When you start crying like that, I know you're cooked.
It's apropos because you're a dumbass. So, in other words,
you need to answer the question instead of obfuscating and calling names, because this just makes you look like a retard.
Yeah, this makes you look like a dumbass when you keep repeating.
Oh, good one. Yeah, I call you a retard. You call me a dumbass. You're real. You're smart, dude.
Obviously true. You're a dumbass, right? So the thing that I'm telling you is that you have a preconceived notion. That
that's why you're in a flat Earth VC, and you come in here every single day, and you have no friends and no life outside of this.
Yeah. See, there you go.
You gotta come in here. I told you, buddy. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine, but you're so sensitive, you can't take it. You dish it out, but you can't take it. You're gonna cry and you're gonna mute me soon. I know how you operate, dude. You do this every time.
This is your MO, bro.
You start shit, and then you clutch your pearls and act like a victim. You start shit. I come in here muted. You start shit with me. I give it back to you, and you start fucking crying like a bitch, like usual. Like, I'm being bullied. Look at him. He's whinging. Look at him. He's saying mean stuff to me. He's saying mean stuff to me. When I literally come in here, I don't even say shit to you. I don't even say shit to you, and you start fucking bitching about me. You can't keep my name out of your mouth.
Anymore? You air out all your trauma?
What trauma, bro? You're the one that's in here because you've been bullied your whole life and nobody takes you seriously. You gotta come into your echo chamber. You gotta come in your echo chamber. You're terrified to have a conversation outside of here where you can't mod abuse and where your 10 little fucking cronies won't back you up and mute people. You're terrified to leave this place because you're a pussy. It's true. You know it. All right, let's have a conversation in VC outside of here, but you won't because you're a pussy. I know you.
Dude, you won't shut your cake hole up, would you?
Nobody needs to shut up. Nobody needs to listen to you. You have no authority. You realize that? Only in this little safe space does anyone ever let you speak. That's why you stay in here.
Yeah, that's why you're in here, huh?
I'm in here because you're hilarious to watch. It's literally like going to the retard farm. It's going to the retard farm and giving carrots to the retards and laughing at them.
Yeah, but actually you're the one chewing on the carrot right now, dumbass.
Yeah, let me frame this. Okay, so Booger Smoker.
Let me frame this. Here we go. Lispy. Let's have Lispy tell us how.
Yeah, you got me blocked. So even if we go outside the echo chamber, where we're just me and you talking one-on-one, you run away from your own DMs. You're the one who needs the echo chamber, not anyone here.
What the hell are you talking about? What are you even talking about? You don't even leave this place, bro. You're in here You literally are in here 24/7. You guys all camp out in here to pretend there's activity, but literally 90% of you guys are muted or AFK most of the time.
So what? Why'd you care?
So it's all a sham. It's literally like paying for fucking.
So what?
Not really.
You should read.
We interact in the back channels a lot, and we talk about the conversation and analyze your meltdowns. So you.
Hey Booger, this isn't 24/7
wins than us.
Yeah, that's why we live stream it too. We live stream it so when a guy like this comes in and says blatant falsehoods, pure fiction coming out of his mouth. We got it live stream, we got it recorded, we got it documented that this dude is an abject retard.
And by the way, waves are caused by wind, in case you didn't know that. And in the globe model, tides have never been validated, so it's actually an unknown and only a theory in your belief system.
Dude, shut up. I can't believe he's like been quiet this whole time.
No, I was muted like usual because you guys have to mod abuse like usual.
I muted him.
What do you think?
Right now, he had kind of control himself from talking over people.
You literally were just talking to me, retard.
He's just.
This guy goes, "Oh, you've been quiet the whole time." I speak, and he goes, "Dude, shut up!" What a fucking retard.
I wasn't talking.
Pathetic.
I wasn't talking to you. I was surprised. I was going to give you props. You demonstrated a little bit of self-control. I was going to be like, amazing. Amazing. But instead it was beta.
Yeah, we're going to use Crit's dirty gym sock to stuff in your cake hole so you won't say anything.
That's a good one, AB. Is that what they used to do to you in high school?
You're a big old crybaby, dude.
They used to put socks in your mouth in high school, huh?
No, they needed one of those dirty gym socks with the color, the yellow and the green. They just like put all of it right up in your cake hole, dude. So you.
Oh wow, this is some serious level projecting your childhood trauma onto others. He literally remembers. He remembers the color of the sock they made him eat.
Dude, shut up, dude. You sound like just like an old woman complaining about like her husband or something. Shut up, dude.
Oh, that's a good one. Shut up. Yeah, you are so stupid, bro. It's so clear that you are literally a retard.
Yada yada yada. Yap yap yap. That's it.
So the reason why I unmuted him after I was done addressing his incoherent question was to see if he had a response, but as was demonstrated, he'd had no coherent response, just a meltdown.
Yeah, that's all he's here for. So you got that old dirty gym sock now, don't you? Look at you.
That's why he's traumatized by mob abuse. Because as soon as he's muted, it instantly invokes his time inside the government's education system.
Control yourself, or someone else will. Have moderation or be moderated.
It shouldn't be that difficult. So now we have established that his gotcha is basically an admission that he doesn't understand that waves are caused by wind, or that his own claim has no validation. So we have no requirement to actually prove anything that is not a part of our claims.
Yeah, he's just a professional whinger.
Yeah, and he just proved it.
Yeah, think about it. I get this guy. I was like, wow, he started listening, and it turned out, well, no, he wasn't listening. This is like trauma based dump. Like, I get it, dude.
Yeah. You want to set him over the top, dude? Just bust out a gym sock.
Yeah, they'll be like, all you guys do is mute people. I'm like, are you sure about that? Is that really all we do? Nothing else. He's like, yep, all you do is mute people. I'm like, okay, well, here, I'll mute you until you don't like that answer. Let me know what I do, and I'll do it for you. I can make it. There's some things I can do for you, and some things I can't do for you.
Yeah, he's just like Ryan Adams. Everything he does it for you.
Yeah, he wasn't muted to be able to say that we mute people, but then if he wants to be muted and acts like a fool, then okay, we can give you what you want. You can do that. Or you can behave like a human being and have a conversation.
Yeah, but he thinks we're zoo animals, if you heard him. So yeah, that's what he thinks of us.
Bad assholes back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one part too. Like, you think of the asshole that goes to a zoo to laugh at the animals because he thinks the animals are retarded. Like, that is not functionally normal. That's someone who's banned from the zoo.
Yeah, he's the type of guy who wants to go to the zoo to throw his own shit at the monkeys.
Oh my god.
It's like they set the zoo up. The one in my area is state funded. So the government set the zoo up so people can see animals in somewhat of their own natural habitat, something that they'll probably never see otherwise. And this guy goes there to laugh at them. Let's go laugh at the giraffe. What a long neck you have.
Yeah, Grace, he's actually taking notes. Dude. He's like, oh, throwing shit? Okay, all right. Using your left hand, see that? Oh, sometimes you eat it. Okay, got it. Writing it down. You guys come in here mocking this channel, you're going to get the horns, bro. Every time. You mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Yeah, what's the simple remedy to that? I don't know. Maybe just have a conversation. Don't be an utter douchebag. I don't know. Might work.
I mean, it's worked for thousands of people before him, and we have recorded evidence of that on the live stream, so that also debunks his claims that all we do is mute people. But, I mean, he's not interested in evidence or the truth or anything like that. He just is interested in spurging out.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
Question. Does anyone in this channel know any math at all?
Yes, we've all gone to school.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah. So you got
Question.
I'll tell you real quick. So you got one moron, and then you got another moron. That equals two morons that come in here doing the same thing. So yeah, you know some math.
Oh, so that's a no. You don't know math.
You don't have two morons if you add one plus one moron.
No, that's cool. That's
you
cool.
get two morons.
Yep, you got it.
He started by telling you yes, and then you imagined he said no.
No, you said yes.
So what's
you said
wrong
grade
with you?
school. He went ahead and went off. So let me ask again. Do any
No,
of
he
you know
started by
calculus?
saying yes.
Do
So
any of you know
listen
calculus?
very well, and it's not your turn to ask more retarded questions.
Oh, you don't know calculus.
Stop trying to talk over me because you can't actually handle being asked questions, little man.
Wow, this idiot is so retarded. He's projecting his own inadequacies on other people. It's almost pathetic. Almost. But then that would be an insult to people who are actually pathetic. Math is a language you can tell stories with. It can be a true story or a false story in the same way that you can use English to tell a story. And math is not science for the same reason English is not biology. And good morning, gentlemen, ladies and gents, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Hope everybody's having an awesome day. This fool thinks that they must be ignorant, so if they learn this particular thing, then surely they will then believe my religion.
And now you can see how delusional he is. He says, you can't even be bothered to learn something you deny. Yet, he came in here and neither me nor AV denied it. We said yes. But in his twisted pretzel mind, that means no. So
do you know
please
calculus?
Stay away from ladies.
Do you know calculus?
Seek some professional
yes
help, my friend.
or no?
He needs professional help.
Yes
He didn't hear a word you
or
said.
no?
He's asking the same question that you answered twice, two different people. He's something's wrong with him. Yeah.
He's delusional.
Mathematics is not science for the same reason English isn't biology.
Are you guys done muting me?
You done being incoherent?
Sure. So tell me, what level of math do you guys have?
Irrelevant. This is not 20 questions about our personal life.
Oh, I'm just giving
I'm
a
not
scope
about
for
to
the
date
audience.
you, brother. Stop
Yeah.
this nonsense.
It's okay,
Do
man.
you have any verifiable evidence that the Earth is a globe, or any sound arguments for the Earth being a globe? I'm willing
Oh,
to
you'll
hear
just call them
either
correlation.
one.
Okay.
Nonsense about us, I don't want to hear.
Well, it's not nonsense. I'm just trying to get a feel for my audience, right? What level of argument can I use? If I can't use calculus because y'all don't know it, then it's pointless for me to do so, right?
That's a poisoning the well fallacy. No.
How? I require
you're
language
implying
to
things about
describe
the
things.
group. You're implying things like about the group. You could have just simply presented your argument, and that would have become obvious.
It would not be, because then you would just deny it and say you don't know math. So now I know to save my time and not even
what's going to happen in the future, which hasn't happened.
It's already happened.
This is insane. You're insane, buddy.
I mean, you reject the evidence of your...
I didn't reject any evidence. You haven't presented any.
He's got nothing but insults and assumptions.
So do you have any evidence or arguments that are sound?
Nope, none at all. None at all. Except for the fact that I can, predict when the sun will rise, the phases of the moon.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. That was already established by flat earthers long before the globe idea was conceived of. Sorry.
Post-dictions aren't predictions, noob.
But at least he admitted he doesn't have any evidence and he doesn't have any logic. He's just here to obfuscate and talk out of it.
He has a mathematical religion. One can do the math for how hard Superman must slap a chicken in order for it to be fully cooked, but that does not mean that there is a Superman.
All right, let's try it this way. Do you guys believe in satellites at all?
High-altitude aircraft work perfectly fine over a horizontal baseline, treating the Earth as a flat and stationary, non-rotating planar surface for all practical purposes.
Right, so they land all the time and come back down,
This is not one of the two
right?
things that I asked for. You're asking again about our beliefs. Like, we're not trying to date you, brother. Get that through your head.
Oh, bro, I gotta understand what you guys are gonna deny or not deny. It's pretty arbitrary what you accept
will hear
as
that we
science
deny and not deny when we deny or not deny that.
Well, I'm asking, and we're getting to a conversation,
No, you're
right? I have to
asking
know where
about
to start at.
people's beliefs and trying to get to their preferences. We don't care what you think about us, how you perceive us. If you want to make an argument, make an argument. Stop talking about the people, dumbass.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. If I have a model, the heliocentric model, okay, and it's
Where's
bullshit,
that?
sure.
Show me this heliocentric model.
No, hold on.
No, I'm looking at your
Are you not going to let me get words out? Are you not going to let me get my argument out?
Well, I'm gonna challenge your premise here. You can finish your argument if you like, but I would like to see this heliocentric model in all its glory presented before me, not be some imaginary thing in your brain.
Okay.
Says 3 words.
Let me go ahead and say something before you interject, and then you can dissect it. How's that? Okay? So, heliocentric model. I have mathematics that allows me to calculate and accurately predict when the sun will rise, the phases of the moon, the seasons, all of that. And that all works with my heliocentric model.
Predictions, not predictions.
But so this model works, right? I can accurately calculate what's going to happen in the future.
I haven't.
But it does.
I haven't seen this model yet. You have yet to present this model that works.
Real quick. He started his premise saying, "If I have a model, now show the model. If,
let's say
you don't have the model, then you don't have anything." Yeah.
Okay,
if you have a model, you will show it. Listen, if you have a model, you will show it. Now show it, and then present the rest of your premise.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking. I just want to see this model you're invoking so that we can go forward together, and I can look at this model.
If you don't have it, then you're done.
No, I can look at your model and I can be like, oh, okay, he is right. The model does do that. And if it's just words coming out of your mouth, I can't confirm that. So no right.
And if it's math, you can't confirm that either, can you?
No, I would. If it's math, I can look at the math and compare that to reality.
Oh, phenomenal. Okay.
Yeah, if it's a phenomena that you're observing, you don't need math. It's a phenomena.
Are there engineers in here either? Don't need math. Y'all are not deserving of the technology that you
don't
have
need it.
on a
You can
daily
use it.
basis. Our society would be nowhere without math. Nowhere.
Okay, you're still just trying to talk about
present the model,
people.
buddy.
Do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, or is it just some kind of comprehension problem or intelligence
I think
issue?
it's a language barrier.
What's the issue here?
Yeah, it's a language barrier for sure. You guys don't know math.
Yeah, you don't understand English? Is that the problem?
I cannot translate, you know?
Yeah,
you guys don't have the
You have a
concept.
hard time understanding English words that come out as a jumble, incoherent to you? Okay. Yeah, you need to go see a doctor. This is not the forum for you.
This guy's been speaking for like 10 minutes and he's not made a single argument.
He said, if I have a model, but he hasn't presented the model.
He can't. He can't present it because of you. It's your fault that he can't do it.
If you're literally going to mute me, it is. Yeah.
Okay, come on, Doctor. You're unmuted. Let's see your argument for the globe.
Yeah, forgive me. If, it's my fault that you don't have a model.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Hold on, I have something to add to that. How can muting you not help you present something in the text chat? Does that make any sense to you?
Makes no sense to me.
Yeah, his nonsense makes a lot of sense. To him.
So come on, Thud. You got an argument or what?
Oh, I'm just looking for an appropriate equation since you guys literally want proof in an actual literal model that you won't be able to understand. But I'll give you a very simple mathematical model of an orbiting planet.
He started his premise with something that he doesn't know about. Now he's looking for it. He's gonna learn now.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a Hamiltonian out of my ass. I've never learned about that before. Just know what that is off.
I thought you were looking to prove that Earth is a globe now.
I'm looking to, you guys won't even hear out an argument, so how the fuck can I say shit?
We've been waiting. Present your argument, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you won't even let me get out the premise of the argument. You need immediate proof. So let me talk for 5 minutes, and I will give you everything you want. I will give you.
It's not just you jabbing your mouth.
I say heliocentric model, and you say show me the model, as if that's not a well-established model.
Post your proof. If you can't explain your proof, post it in the chat.
Are you gonna let me explain my proof? I tell you I have a model.
Yeah, he could have posted it, Cyclone. I don't know why he won't.
All right, you guys are just stupid.
Just tell us
he just doesn't want to listen.
On, what's your
That's his argument. You guys are stupid.
Let's hear his proof.
Well, I mean, you tell me that I don't understand English, so if ad hominems are on the table, then so be it.
Just what's your proof? What is it?
He's just jumping laughs.
No. Let's do some logic here for a second, and then I will come back to the model.
Logic.
Yeah, you want to try it, or are you just going to keep interjecting?
Just go ahead. Just do it, dude. Just lay it out.
So let's say
your logical argument.
Yeah. So let's say I have this model, and for now we'll keep it as a black box, and I'm more than happy to prove a model after this. But let me get this out before you attack that shit. Okay.
Boxes are flat.
I have a model. Okay, and this model aptly gives me predictions that I can measure in real life. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Is this model the full picture? Accurate, not accurate, completely wrong? If it gives me real-world implications and real-world results, is the model automatically wrong?
Doesn't that necessarily confirm that your model conception is true? It could be something else.
Sure, the model could be larger than that and then collapse down to that in certain areas, but then it would be wrong in others. Correct. So, show me your flat Earth model that gives me the ability to put into calculations.
No, this is your argument, dude.
Okay, so what do you want me to predict? The lunar cycle?
The globe is the claim to the curvature.
Where the sun will rise?
I mean, is that your is that your proof? The idea that you can predict?
Yeah, my idea that my model is so comprehensive that it can predict everything, where your model needs is nuance and all these like duct tape to hold things together.
What were you predicting? What were you predicting?
I will predict when the sun will rise, where it will rise in the sky, at which latitude it will rise.
Oh, well, that was done
any
long
day.
before any idea of a globe. They knew all that way before a globe. So that wouldn't
Okay,
be proof
how about
of a globe.
Mercury's epicycles? Do you even know what an epicycle is?
Is that the proof?
Yeah, that's the fruit. Exactly. That's who I'm talking to here. So what is retrograde of Mercury? Why do planets suddenly move forward then backwards?
This dude thinks the ground's in the sky.
No, I mean, okay, so what's on
that's
the other
like
side of the
one.
Earth, dudes?
Alright, so
They can, cunt. What's your issue? Why do you have an issue with it? Who gives a fuck, cunt?
You guys are
you
so
were presenting the evidence.
Just be normal like me, mate. Who gives a fuck, cunt?
Oh, you guys are hilarious to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Alright, well, you haven't presented anything, so I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Earth is flat. You got me.
Okay.
Nailed it. Yep, I concede. 100%. Good job, gentlemen.
Alright, nice one. That was easy.
Hey, remember when you said let's use logic? He said let's use logic, and then he used
Life. I have a good life, but it seems like you don't. So explain what's hilarious to you. Explain.
Well, I just find it funny how you guys refuse to learn math and call the Earth flat. It cracks me up.
I find it hilarious that you came in acting so confident, and just by being asked if you've got any evidence, you've now just said, I can see I don't have anything.
Oh, I mean, you'll disprove any evidence. Oh, disprove, just claim it's not real, right? I'll say moon landing, and you'll say propaganda. I say satellites, you say space planes.
Oh, we got
what evidence
ourselves
do you
a
have that
moderator
they're
up
not?
in here, don't we?
You know, you said these things.
We would just point out that all of your arguments are assuming a curved surface when in fact you don't have measures for that.
You guys don't even have the concept of gravity. You guys think things are a pressure gradient.
Gravity is a fictitious force. Pseudo.
If you admit it's a concept, how would that prove anything?
Well, I'm just curious.
Affects reality.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Concepts are useless. We don't use them anywhere or anything.
So like an imagined concept isn't
You don't use it everywhere.
Alright, that's fine. You don't have anything. Just put yourself on mute then.
Okay.
Gems, you got some background noise coming through.
Who minds? Is it me?
Yeah.
Alright. I apologize.
Now that he's on mute, he can go look for this model, this comprehensive model, and give it to us, because we all know that he only has partial models or excuses that contradict each other, and so he can cherry pick and use those models to try to explain observations. But once you put all that together, it doesn't work.
Where's your source that it doesn't all work? Where does it fall apart?
I'm asking you to give me a working model where it all works together.
It seems like now you're assuming things. I have a model, but it falls apart. You don't know what my model is, but when I try to put it all together, it already falls apart.
Because it used to be my model, dumbass.
Oh yeah? What were you using for your model?
Maybe you could.
Were you calculating a Hamiltonian, a Lagrangian?
Curvature.
No, I'm speaking Spanish to you.
The model of the claimed curvature of the Earth, and then demonstrate how that lines up with observable, measurable reality. Could you prove that?
Yeah, look at the moon. Look at the phases of the moon. It's a direct shadow of the Earth.
Of the Earth. No, the curvature of the Earth.
The phases of the moon are a direct shadow of the Earth.
Okay.
You literally said that right now.
Let me at least ask you this, right?
No, repeat that.
What? The moon's phases? It's just depending on which side of the moon we can see, right? The moon is always illuminated on one side. Yeah, the moon has night and day just like Earth does.
You don't even know what moon phases are. Get the fuck out of here.
Waning, waxing, given. No, you don't know what the moon phases are.
The moon phases are caused by Earth's shadow.
No, that's what the eclipses are caused by.
That's what you said earlier, but okay, you're correcting that mistake. Okay, good.
I misspoke. Yes. The eclipses are caused by the shadows.
How do you know that? You're assuming that.
You got any proof for that? Yeah.
So what is? Oh gosh. What is an eclipse then? The solar eclipse. The solar eclipse that I witnessed when the moon
We're talking about the moon. Stop jumping subjects.
But I'm talking about the moon and the sun. So when the moon goes in front of the sun, and I see that, I see the moon literally move in front of the sun.
It's called
Can I not use that?
Phenomena.
See, that's
it's called observable phenomena.
But then when we try to put any signs to that, what?
Because it's new moon. It's new moon on the eclipse, so you don't see the moon move in front of the sun. Why are you saying
that? Then what's obstructing the sun? Not the moon? What are you talking about?
I'm not
You can
making the
absolutely
claim.
see the moon. You don't think you can see a new moon? You think you can't see a new moon during the day?
OMG, this guy's retarded.
Because you
All right,
can.
well, show me the moon going in front of the sun then.
It's called an eclipse. I
Wait,
just
what
told you.
is a new moon? What is a new moon, sir?
No, you don't see the moon in the eclipse. You just see an eclipse.
Yeah, you don't see the moon.
What is
period when it's
what
a
is
new
what does the
moon.
word
You don't
eclipse
see the
mean
moon.
to you?
Period when it's a new
What
moon.
does
You
the
don't see the
word
moon at
eclipse
all
moon
the whole
mean to you?
day. Do you understand? You don't see
You
the moon at all
understand that
for a new moon.
oh my god. You understand that the full moon is at midnight and the new moon is
No, we're
at the
talking
middle
about the
of
new
day
moon.
noon?
Yeah, when you never see it.
Yeah, when
So is
it's
this going to
in the
be
middle of the
another
sky.
thing that
Oh, you're
you
so
don't provide
stupid.
any
Go look up
evidence?
at the
Is this
sky
gonna
in the
be-
middle of the day and you'll see the
Dude,
moon,
you can keep
retard.
calling us stupid, but so far you're making claims and providing zero evidence. So
If
you're the one
going
that's
out and
being
looking
stupid.
up at the moon and the sun can't be used as evidence,
Yeah, you don't see the moon,
gentlemen.
You don't see
What
the
are you
moon,
talking about? You can't. Oh,
All
so
right,
you're telling me
show
that
me
if
your video. Show me your
so you're
video of
telling
the
me
eclipse where we see the moon going in front of the sun. Show me the video.
what
On a
is
new
eclipsing the
moon,
sun?
during a new
What is
moon.
Show it.
what is
No, evidence or
eclipsing?
claim.
No. What
No,
is
don't ask
eclipsing the
me.
moon?
No,
What is
don't
eclipsing
ask
the moon?
me. You said it's the moon, so prove it. Let's see that video.
Sure.
Let's see it.
He doesn't have one.
Okay.
He doesn't. He doesn't know he doesn't have one yet.
Sure, I'll go Google it right fucking
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
What are you
Google
talking
it.
about?
Look
Yeah,
it
you're
up
right.
right now.
Yeah, 100%.
doesn't know.
Something that I witnessed with my own eyes. You're going to sit here and tell
All
me
right.
is
So
it
it should
real?
be
Yeah,
easy.
look it up.
Let's
You're
see the
still talking.
video.
Shut up and look it up.
Oh,
so
okay.
Did I hear you correctly that at midnight we have a full moon?
No, I said if there is a full moon at midnight, it will be highest in the sky.
He's dumb. He doesn't.
No, that's a fact. That is an absolute fact. But you guys don't know basic orbital mechanics, so I'm not surprised that that comes as a shock to you.
No, you don't.
Dude, you really should
how
tone
bright
it
is the
down.
moon during a new moon?
You're only going to make
If
it
you go
worse for
out
yourself.
during a new
if you
moon
act like a dickhead.
in the middle of the day, it will be in the middle of the fucking sky.
Regardless of what time it is, how bright is the moon during the new moon?
It still has reflectivity. You can still see. You've never seen a crescent moon at
How
all?
bright is the moon during the new moon? Oh my god.
A couple lumens.
Yeah, you don't see the moon during the new moon, ass clown. What are you talking about?
What?
He doesn't understand
Oh,
orbital
you're so
mechanics.
you're so
He's a
stupid,
dumbass.
dude. You're so stupid. So the moon's just not in the sky during a new moon, is what you're saying. There's
You
just
don't see the moon during the
there's
new
no
moon.
moon.
That's what I said.
Dude, you really
There's
don't
no
He
moon.
never said
understand
there's no
your
moon.
own
He said you
argument.
don't see it. Stop taking people out of context. It's being recorded.
You really
and
don't
everybody can tell
understand
how
your
much
own
of a clown
argument. No,
you
Please
are.
record this. You're over here denying that the moon
You're a
eclipses
clown.
the sun.
Yeah,
No,
You're
you
not
guys
a clown.
literally.
You're the entire circus.
Where's that video,
Yep,
dude?
you're right.
Where's that video, Thud? Thud, you got that video yet?
Oh, which one?
No,
You want
he
me
doesn't.
to?
He
Yeah, you're right.
doesn't.
Yeah, you said you see the moon.
You're right. I
Where's the
don't have a
moon? Put it in
video
front
of
of
the
the
moon
eclipse.
eclipsing the sun. Nope, didn't happen.
Okay. So why are you making
Fake
the
news.
argument?
Fake
So why are you
news.
making the argument?
Because it did happen, dipshit. What are you
Okay,
talking
so
about?
show us the video then. Show us the
So,
video
okay.
then, dumbass.
Of the moon eclipsing? Why? What is that?
Yeah,
gonna
show
prove?
us the moon.
Okay.
It would evidence your
Okay,
claim.
sure. I got you, bro. I got you,
Okay,
bro.
good.
Let me find you a nice video.
Yeah, do that.
The reduction to absurdity crap, taking things out of context, it's boring and silly.
He's setting himself up nicely for a good fall.
I'll bust his ass in a minute. I'm taking a break. I digress. This is retarded.
And yeah, to your question, you are recorded on YouTube, so say hi.
Fantastic.
So you can listen back and maybe self-evaluate after.
Okay.
That.
Oh yeah, self-evaluate.
I'm sure you won't, but you should. You definitely should.
Absolutely should.
Perfect. Okay. We are at a waning crescent right now.
Geez, you'd think this would be easy. 2 seconds,
Should be
everyone
easy.
would do
I'm
it.
just looking for a decent video. I mean, it doesn't matter what I send you. You're just going to say that the sun is just
It
fading.
doesn't matter. Yeah, just get there and then we'll talk
Yeah,
about
those
it.
excuses,
Post it, then we'll
those
talk about it.
excuses
Ass
are-
clown.
I'm kind of surprised he never posted his model. Never did.
Uh-huh.
No, you're looking for this.
I mean, if you guys want to overwhelm me and demand a million things at once, that's fine.
Well, I'll never ask her out because she's just trying to look in my face and say no. That's his logic. Girl,
I mean,
no,
any
because she's just
argument you scattergun to the model.
It's all
and
your
the
guys'
eclipses.
fault that he can't show his model, guys. It's your fault.
I mean, we'll ask for evidence for any of the claims you make, and you won't be able to provide any evidence for any of the claims you make. So get used to it. If you're going to scattergun from one argument to the next and not provide any evidence for any of them, this is what it's going to be. Anyway, I'm going to be driving a bit, so someone else can have to keep this up.
Well, we wait patiently for that moon image. Which is taking a real long time, considering it's supposed to just be very obvious. I now fear that it's probably going to take us years before he comes with his model.
And I'll get robbed.
So is that the fake eclipse? We'll start there, and then I'll grab you a Hamiltonian that you're just going to say symbols.
Okay, so we're not gonna say it's fake. There's no reason to say it's fake. However, I watched it on speed and clicked through it. I never saw any moon in that. At what time did you see the moon there?
Never.
I see the moon at. Hold on.
It's
Let
not
me get to the
labeled as
actual
the new
eclipse.
moon. Yeah, he didn't.
Oh, I mean, it's second zero, right? I would say I see the moon pretty much in every shot, maybe not at 27, 28, but yeah, other than that, I see the moon the whole entire time.
You don't see the moon in that. That's just like we told you. So
what? So okay, so it's not the moon. What is?
Well, you don't have the moon in that video, do you?
Oh, I mean, I claim that I do. You're saying it's not the moon.
Yeah, you
so what is it?
claim, but you don't actually see the moon. You just see an eclipsing of the sun.
Yeah, correct. You're right.
Yeah,
it's not the moon, though. So even though I can track and see the moon myself right before this.
No, you don't.
Right,
you don't.
Let me steal menu. Let me steal menu real quick. He sees the eclipse, a black shadow or black something, and he believes it's the moon. That's right.
So you don't believe that I have a telescope that I saw the eclipse watch and watched the new moon as it approached the moon? You don't think? You don't think that's possible?
You didn't see that. No, you didn't.
No, that's why we asked specifically.
See, if you have to start lying for your arguments, that means you don't have an argument.
You don't think you can see the new moon in the sky? Okay, let me.
Yeah. So this is what we asked you.
No, you can't. That's why we asked.
Where we can see the moon traveling towards the sun, and then it eclipses the sun. That's what you would need to show. So why aren't you showing that?
Because he can't.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I want to see the moon in the sky traveling towards the sun and then eclipsing it. Why didn't you show that?
Traveling towards the sun? What are you talking about? Why would it be traveling towards the sun? That is not even in my model.
Because it's about to eclipse
in front of it. You're saying it's going in front of it, aren't you?
Yeah, you know how things can pass
side
to side?
It would have to appear to travel towards the sun and then cross in front of it, no?
Yeah, cross in front of it. It doesn't mean it has to approach the sun.
Yeah, so... Well, yeah,
why does it have to get closer to the sun?
It would have to approach through your vision towards the sun to then eclipse it.
Mm-hmm, it does.
Okay, so why aren't you showing that? So why aren't you showing that?
Let me find a good enough image.
Well, yes, see a video of that moon traveling towards the sun and then eclipsing it. That's your claim. We'll see how he deals with this realization that he's never seen the sun, like the moon eclipsing the sun.
I mean, you're literally telling me to ignore the evidence of my own eyes. But
yeah, you just posted it, and you can see that it doesn't show the moon. You
No,
just
you're
conceded
just-
it doesn't show the moon.
You're a liar
You
at
just said
this
you
point.
believe it. You said, I believe it's the moon.
No, I know it's the moon because
You
I
said-
watched it go into
No, you
place.
just said.
I watched it
No,
go
you
into
didn't.
place. What are we talking about here? Because
Oh,
the
okay,
light
okay, so
saturation
show me
is
that
so much.
video. Show me that video then of the moon moving towards the sun and then eclipsing it.
It's not like he's using logic when we say, or when it's a fact that the new moon isn't visible in the sky, and so he's saying the moon is eclipsing the sun during the new moon during the eclipse.
It's not visible. It's not even there, right?
No
It's
logic
not even.
being
It's not
applied.
even there. It's not even.
Yeah, shut
there
up! I
during
was
the new moon,
talking.
right?
Shut up!
Not even there during the new moon.
Shut up!
Right? It's not even there, right?
Shut up!
Is the moon there during the new moon? Is it there? Can we just not see it?
Is it
This guy's diarrhea of the mouth.
No, I'm just curious. You're over here saying you can't see it.
You're spiraling. Okay, it's fine. We get it. You're spiraling. But where's that
Okay,
video?
yes, spiraling.
Yes, where's that video?
He won't find it. He forgot.
Or are you just going to concede that you haven't actually seen the moon moving towards the sun and then eclipsing
No,
it?
I won't. I won't concede that because I've seen it.
Okay, show it then.
So,
well, it should be a million videos then. If you've seen it happen, it should be a million videos. So I don't know why it's taking you so long.
there are a million videos of the eclipse, and you're going to say the object
Of the
eclipsing the
moon.
sun isn't the moon.
Of the moon. going
Isn't the
towards
moon? I mean,
sun
that's
eclipsing it. Isn't
that's
the
some
moon?
wild
Well,
shit, man.
now you're asking the question. I thought you knew it was, but now you're asking the question.
No, I'm just asking. So is there, even though
Why
we
are you
can't see the
asking?
new
I thought
moon,
you knew
is
it
the
was.
new
You
moon
said
not
you
there?
saw it.
Oh, I
Even though
know
we
for a
can't see
fact.
it.
Now I'm
No,
just
we
trying to
can't
ask
see
you.
it. Yes,
You
So
we
it's
said
not
can't see
there.
it. Correct. We
It's not
can't
there.
see it.
So
Correct.
it's
We
not
can't
there.
see it.
So
Correct.
the
We can't see
the
it.
new moon
Correct.
is
We
just not
cannot
there.
see it.
Okay,
Okay,
let me say it this
What
way.
about a 10%
Okay,
moon? Can we
hold
see
on.
a 10% moon?
Homie, listen. The day before a solar eclipse, you don't see the moon. The day of the solar eclipse, you don't see a moon. And the day after a solar eclipse, you don't see the moon. The moon is not visible for 3 straight days in a row. This is a fact. That's a fact. And
So it's not there. So it's not there.
That since you don't know this, and you said the
You can't
opposite.
see it. You can't see it, so it's not there, right?
No,
You
you
can't
said
see
you
it.
could
That's
see
the
it.
point.
So it's not there, is your point.
You can't see it. That's the
Look at
point.
this time down, Doctor. Did you know that? Because you just said before you could see it.
You can definitely see it.
Right. So
It's not
He's
very
just
bright at all,
dumb.
but you
He's
definitely
just
can see
dumb
it.
and a liar at this
there you go. So you don't know the basics of your argument, Doctor, and you came in here trying to talk all kinds of shit. You don't know the basics.
all kinds of shit. Oh yeah, I don't know the basics. I don't see the moon, so it's gone.
Oh wait, you don't see the moon now. You just said a second ago you did see it.
Oh, I was.
No,
just
no one said that. No one. What the problem is, your own
somebody definitely said that.
your own individual heliocentric model does not match the mainstream heliocentric model.
What are you talking about? I haven't.
Like right now, I could just Google it. Hey, in the heliocentric model, is the moon unobservable from Earth for 3 days? Yes. The moon is not visible during the new moon phase from Earth.
Okay.
But your individualized heliocentric model that you haven't shown yet, you haven't explained it yet, and you haven't taken any questions on it, has no new moon in it. There is not a thing as a new moon in your heliocentric model.
What?
Oh, bingo!
What do you mean there? What do you mean there is no new moon?
I got
yeah,
the
there
what?
is.
The what?
It's the simplest fucking thing to show. It all falls into place. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have to do all these somersaults to explain what the fuck is happening. Meanwhile, I have these neat little equations that always pop out the correct answer, but oh no, they're wrong. The moon's not eclipsing the sun. The sun's just
in
dimming.
your worldview, the new moon is visible when it shouldn't be if heliocentric is true. So your heliocentric model is completely different.
You're gonna sit here and tell me that the moon is not reflective at all. 0% reflective. Has no reflection at all.
Not
Reflects no
visible,
light.
ass clown. Not visible. What does that mean?
Oh, not visible. Huh. Can't see it. Except that you can, you retard. You guys are wild. You guys are wild. I can't believe you've never looked at a new moon in the sky.
Yeah, you haven't. You haven't. You haven't.
You guys are wild. Do me a
You
favor and go and look out there right now.
Do me
It
a
should be rising here shortly.
$5,000 telescope like most flat earthers own, and you look at it, ass clown.
Yeah, even the Wikipedia. I just gotta check his education level, and yeah, even the Wikipedia tells you the moon is not visible during a new moon. The only time you could see a new moon is when it's silhouetted by the sun.
Yeah, it's invisible. You're right. It puts on.
So your education,
it stops
your education level is telling you your heliocentric model is wrong. You need to dump that one and get back on the regular.
Well, my heliocentric model doesn't say anything about light reflectivity. It deals with gravity.
Your heliocentric model is wrong. Or this one and everyone else's you can Google is wrong. One of those two statements is true. Either you have an individualized heliocentric model that you won't explain or take questions on, that's right, and all the other ones are wrong, or you're wrong. Two choices on the table right now.
You disagreeing with Wikipedia here?
He is. He's in direct heresy with Wikipedia.
Oh, direct heresy. Okay, how about NASA?
Yeah, they say the same thing.
I'm going to need you to go down there, and I mean, I'll try to send a screenshot here. I'm just trying to screenshot this. Yeah, I need to take a screenshot of this, and can't see the new moon. There's no way to see the new moon. Nope, can't be seen. New moon doesn't reflect light anymore.
Yeah, he's right and Wiki's wrong. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, NASA's actual photography of the moon as a new moon is just not real. It's wrong. The moon is not there. It can't be seen. Correct.
Yeah, are they the only one with that photo?
It's just gone.
Yeah, here's NASA. Yeah, NASA.gov. New moon. This is an invisible moon phase.
Yeah, that just debunks your claim and proves ours.
You're right.
Guys.
You're right. It cannot be seen. It cannot be seen during the day.
Did you read it?
Right.
This is the invisible phase.
And Wiki are wrong.
Invisible. Yep. Did you read it? Why did you post this? You didn't even. Did you even read it?
Seen. Can't be seen.
Yeah, that's what invisible means.
Can you see the photo right behind?
Invisible means. So, dude, you've just spent the last however long saying that it can be seen. What, now you're agreeing because NASA says it's invisible that it can't be seen?
No, I'm saying it can be seen, and NASA has a photo of it literally right above it.
NASA is wrong.
No, NASA is right, too.
So it's an invisible phase of the moon. What does invisible mean?
It is not invisible. It is approximately invisible. But it can be seen. Invisible. It can be seen. Light is coming off.
It can be seen.
Yeah, and that's why this photo
not something you've ever seen, though.
Exists. Oh, I've seen it, but I mean,
it's not something you've ever seen. Oh, you've seen it. Could I see your photo of it?
Nope.
Nope.
Can't see it.
Why not?
Sorry, it's a secret.
It's a secret. See, dude, when you have to lie like this for your argument, that should.
No, I didn't take a picture.
It answers the question why they would lie. This guy will lie because he's got egg on his face. Rather than admit that his heliocentric was wrong, he'd rather just lie about it.
Yeah, now you're lying.
Yeah, I'm lying. You're right.
Are you still working on that eclipse video showing the moon? Are you still working on that?
Yep, you're right. I can't find another video. You're right. I'm not going to be able to find a better video than the one I showed you.
Yeah. Well,
that moon is not real. It's not the moon.
Which doesn't show the moon. Well, it doesn't show the moon, does it? Remember? That's why
you're right. It doesn't show the moon. It just shows a round dark shadow exactly where the moon is.
You can't find it. That's strange.
Except I can.
So post it.
Yeah, he's right. NASA Wiki are wrong. Yeah, he said it.
Let's see it.
Yep.
So
you guys got it. Hey, look, it's fine, guys. If you guys don't want to believe in eclipse, you
do it. Are we ever going to get back on the ground and talk about stuff in the sky?
Yeah, exactly. Lights in the sky have nothing to do with the ground.
No, I'll be back later.
You guys are a lot of fun.
Hey, buddy, in the link that you posted, in the link that you posted, it says this is the invisible face of the moon.
And yet, right above it, they have a photo of the invisible full new moon.
That's not a photo. Yeah,
that's not a photo, dude.
What is it? You guys realize the moon's just a lot darker. You guys just realize that the moon's a lot darker because it's not getting the.
Do you move this side to side?
But it is not invisible.
It says right there. It says right there. This is a visualization of the moon phases. That's not a photo. This was made by NASA's Science Visualization Studio. You can't even tell what you're looking at when they tell you what you're looking at.
I mean, you're the one denying the moon across
Right there it
the
says
eclipse.
this is a visualization made by Visualization Studio.
There's
and you
just a
said
shadow that looks
it's a
exactly
photo.
like the moon going in front of the sun,
That's
but it
a
is not
photo.
the moon. It is something else.
It's
What
a
is
photo.
it? It's
It says
something.
right here. This is a visualization of the moon phases throughout the year 2021.
Okay, so basically, the moon, the face of the moon.
Why'd you say it looks exactly like the moon when you can't see the moon?
Ooh, just as predicted, this is rough for Dr. Thug.
Yeah, you guys got me. Earth is flat.
You really shouldn't come in.
One doesn't have anything to do with the other.
No, it just cracks me up that you're literally going to see an eclipse and be like, "That's not the moon. It's something else."
It cracks us up that you come in with absolutely nothing and you talk shit about it, and then
You guys have worse than nothing. You guys just literally shit down everything.
Nah,
Everything is a
we've got
conspiracy.
observable reality, Doctor.
When did we mention conspiracy, you little liar?
No, listen, it's not. Nobody said that it's not the moon.
now
You
you're in
said that
complete
that you
narrative
saw the moon,
breakdown.
but we told you the moon was invisible during the new moon phase, and you said, no, it is visible. I saw it with my own eyes. That's what you said, and we told you, no,
with
you
the
cannot
eclipse.
see it.
Yeah, that is where that originally stemmed from. Yes, absolutely. When it goes in front of the sun,
So you're
you can
just
see it
begging
with
the
the eclipse.
question again. But you just conceded that you don't actually see the moon, so you don't know that it is the moon. You just believe it. You already conceded that.
Okay,
anyway,
you're right. I don't know it's the moon. You're right. You got me.
Yeah.
You can't see the moon when it's a new moon. You can't
Hold on,
see it.
Dr. Thug. You said we don't have anything, but we're the ones that have observable reality on our side, right? You observe.
I have a lot of observable reality. You just don't accept my observations.
No, you don't. You don't. Yeah,
No.
but you don't observe anything about the Earth which says that it's curved or in motion.
Well, the irony here is you can't even describe reality correctly without inserting
Gentlemen,
an explanation
why
into the
does
description. Why are you talking over me?
swing?
Why are you talking over me?
'Cause you
Why
guys
did
are
you just do that? So you are inserting your explanation into the description. You said you have observable reality. You can't even describe what reality is. You couldn't even, when they wrote it down, this is not a photograph, basically. You couldn't even read that.
Yeah, you're right. You got me. I'm illiterate. 100%.
So you're going to make some statement about the pendulums next. Okay? And we're going to ask you for evidence, and you're going to produce nothing.
Okay, so you don't think...
I want to stick into
It's not what I think. It's about the evidence to support your claim, which you're not going to have. Because we've done this 1,000 times.
Yeah, I'm sure, and I'm sure you've found a way to deny it every single time.
You don't produce the evidence to deny in the first place.
It's pretty easy to see a pendulum swing, my dude. There's a million
then
YouTube
post
videos.
the pendulum doing what you said. Whatever you're going to say, post the
and
pendulum
then you're gonna call it, and then you're gonna call it correlation every fucking time. Every time
it
there's
not?
concrete evidence.
Is it not?
You're gonna call it. No, not if you can predict. What's the difference between causation and correlation, Mr. Man?
Okay. You can make predictions with correlations. That's what the medical sciences do. You are aware of that, right?
No, I'm not.
Because
Are
they
you
can't
ta- are you-
isolate
are you talking-
variables, and there's hundreds of variables in biology. They can't isolate them, right? You'll say things like cigarette smoking causes cancer. Does it?
Yes, absolutely.
No, it correlates with a higher risk of cancer.
Sure. Fair.
Okay, so not cause.
But there is causation, right? Causation does
Something,
exist.
we don't know what it is.
But causation does exist as a...
There is some cause that we don't know what it is, but we
Okay,
have
so I have-
correlation, and we
I
can
have
make
this
predictions.
beautiful correlation model that works great. Why
No,
is
it
this
doesn't
invalid?
work great. You're just saying that. You're
But
just
it
saying
does.
that. Show the data.
So a
Show the
pendulum
data,
doesn't
please.
swing.
Show the data, please. Show the data, please. Support your claim, dude. Because when you post data, I'm going to post data that shows that correlation that you're making, that great prediction, is not true. Okay? So the prediction is 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. Show the data to support that. You can't. I've asked
say that
hundreds of you guys this. You guys never post the data. Because it's a parlor trick.
The swinging of a pendulum is a parlor trick?
No, the precession of a pendulum, dude.
Oh, I wasn't even getting good precession. I was just going to tell you I could predict the frequency. of oscillation
Could you
of
tell us
any
how a pendulum? Could you tell me how a pendulum tells you that you live on a spinning ball?
Well, I was just going to say how it tells me that there's a gravitational force downwards.
So what?
Oh, a pendulum tells you there's a gravitational force downward.
Yeah, because 100%. Because I can.
Gravity is a force.
Yeah, correct. Gravity is a force.
Oh, correct.
So things fall therefore ball. Is that your logic?
No, my logic is, hey, check out this pendulum. I know the length of the pendulum. I can tell you exactly what it's going to oscillate at, the frequency it's going to oscillate at. Yeah, and that's all. Yeah.
And therefore,
and I can explain why.
Then,
the Earth must have a gravitational pull for this to work. Because if it were pressure,
that does not logically follow.
Okay.
How do you prove a directionality of down by swinging a pendulum?
I prove that I can predict the period because I have the Hamiltonian in order to predict the oscillation.
Think about what you're saying. Very carefully.
I have an equation.
Think about what you're saying very carefully. You're saying you can predict the period of a pendulum, therefore gravity forms balls.
No.
That is fucking idiotic.
That is not the jumping conclusion I did.
Okay, fill in the logical gaps for us.
You went ahead and
fill
just
in the logical gaps for us, dude. Just fill in the logical gaps.
Tell us how you get to a ball Earth from there.
So down is just down and up is just up?
How are you getting to a ball Earth?
That's crazy.
I'm not going to answer those questions. Those questions
because
are crazy.
Because you're doing conclusions.
No, I can literally write down math for it, but you're going to say that it's wrong. You don't understand.
You're going to straw man like you've done like 30 times.
All right.
Really simple. How do you get to Earth as a ball from a swinging pendulum?
The mathematics are consistent. The same model that I used for my pendulum swing is exactly the same model I can use to find the period of orbit of the moon or the Earth around the sun. I can use the same math.
No, you can't. You're just making that up.
So you don't believe in the Hamiltonian? You don't know what a Lagrangian is? These are all fake concepts.
They don't predict orbits with Hamiltonians.
Yes, they fucking do.
Okay, show us.
I'm sorry, Lagrangians. Yeah, they do. Okay. Have you ever heard of the Lagrange points?
Yeah, I know what Lagrangians are. I know what Hamiltonians are. Why don't you?
What is a Lagrangian? You know what a Lagrangian is? What is a Lagrangian?
We're not having a math test, dude. You're just trying to deflect, dude.
No, I'm not trying to deflect.
You're trying to deflect to red herrings. Okay.
How?
This is a red herring.
How? How is this a red herring? You're asking me to prove it. I tell you I have math to prove it, and you say it's a red herring.
Bro,
how do I prove it?
Because the topic is about the Earth. It's not about mathematics. You said that you can time a pendulum. Why are you over talking me? You said you could time a pendulum, and somehow you're going to reach the conclusion that the Earth is a ball from that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We want to see that logical progression. How you get there?
I didn't say that I would get that conclusion. I said
okay. Then why are we talking about it?
No, they're consistent. They're the same model. I don't derive the planet
they are not the same model.
Yeah, they are.
No, they are not.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me Kepler's laws are the same model as the swinging of a pendulum?
Yeah, you derive them exactly from the same Hamiltonian. You can, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. No, okay, 100%. Show us.
100,000%.
Show us.
Okay.
You know what Kepler's laws are, right?
Oh, I know what Kepler's laws are. I don't think you do.
Okay, sure you do. Are there any? Is Kepler's laws? Is that a dynamic or kinematic model? Hello.
Dynamic or kinematic?
Yeah, is it dynamic or kinematic? Kepler's laws are that is it a dynamic or kinematic model?
Kinematic just means motion. I don't understand how you're using the word.
Yeah, I know you don't understand.
It's in motion
because you're a phony. Is the modeling the prediction of a swing of a pendulum? Is that dynamic or kinematic? Does it use forces?
Yes, it uses forces.
Okay, Kepler's laws don't use forces. Okay, so you're done. You tell us that's like checkmate right there. Can't be derived. That's why I said that, because I know one's a dynamic model based upon dynamics and one's based on kinematics. Okay? So, moving on. Let's move on to the actual topic.
Yeah,
not yet, bro.
He said he observes the Earth to be a ball. I was going to ask him where he was observing the Earth to be a ball.
No, you're over here telling me that I cannot use Hamiltonian to derive Kepler's law, and I'm going to show that actual calculation in your face.
Is the horizon, when you go to the beach, is the horizon flat?
Yeah, Indio, his opening gambit was, do we know any calculus? That's what he came up with.
Oh, God, one of those.
Right, because you guys don't know math, so I can't argue. It's
Dr.
Thug,
you don't know any math.
Yeah, look for your information while I tell.
If you don't know mathematics, you don't know how it applies to physics. Okay? You don't even know the difference between a kinematic and dynamic model.
No, you're just misusing those terms.
Well, no, I was going to say,
really?
You're over here. You just proclaimed that I cannot.
Do kinematic models deal with forces? Yes or no? Yes or no?
They can.
No, they can't. That's the distinction between the two.
Sure, bro.
Fucking clown.
Yeah, he hasn't presented any math, though. That was going to tell you that's the problem. He said that when he first came in here, but he didn't present anything. Everybody was asking him to present a model. He's like, even if I present it, you guys are just going to deny it. So what's the use of presenting it?
Okay, the important thing here to notice is he wants to talk about everything but the actual topic. He don't want to talk about evidence. He don't want to talk about the shape of the Earth.
You guys don't want to talk about
evidence. He wants to talk about abstract mathematics and whether flat earthers know them or not. So if you want to go gossip, create a VC called Flat Earth Gossip and talk about how stupid flat earthers are. Because that's not going to prove the shape of the Earth. Because our intelligence, we could be absolute, utter fucking retards. Okay? But that says nothing about our statement that the Earth is flat. It's flat or not, regardless of our intelligence level. The nature is what it is, regardless of our intelligence level. Right?
I would argue.
Yeah, that's right, dude.
You are blind.
So stop your fucking bullshit, dude, and get on topic.
If you do not have the vocabulary, you will not be able to describe something.
No, dude, no.
Yeah, flat, complicated vocabulary word.
No, he can't even.
Oh yeah, we don't use math at all.
Dr. Thug, you can't do that for Globe. This is the argument that he presented to you about flat Earth. So in the case for the Globe, you're meaning to tell me that everybody who just believes and can't articulate the points for Globe, that they're wrong, the ones who can't do it, but you are right, but they're wrong.
I'm right
because
with
they don't.
Scientific evidence that you guys just say is conspiracy.
You won't post any evidence.
That's really the difference between you and me.
Yeah, but that's not
we ask for evidence. You won't post any.
Here you go. Here's Kepler's laws. There
you don't know the difference between an adjective and a noun, Dr. Thug. Clearly.
Oh, yeah.
You presented that openly, that you do not know the difference between an adjective and a noun.
Yep.
I digress.
Yep. You got me, bro. What's a derivative?
What's evidence?
What's a derivative?
What's evidence, dude?
According to you, it's something I have to go do it myself.
Evidence?
I literally have to do it myself. I can believe
What's
nothing
empirical
around
evidence,
me.
dude?
If I don't see it, it didn't happen. If I didn't see it, it didn't happen. That's what empirical evidence is.
No.
No, yeah.
Okay.
If I didn't see
is science empirical?
I'm sorry?
Is science empirical? Is it based upon empirical observation?
It can be.
Can be. Can you do any science without empirical observation?
You can do theory.
Can you do any science without empirical observation?
Oh, I would argue that without empirical observation, that's the first part of the scientific model is deciding which question you're going to answer. Yeah, 100%.
Which is why we're asking for evidence, because we're trying to adhere to the scientific method. Unlike you, you're trying to play fucking games with abstractions in your mind.
You're not.
No, okay, we're asking you for physical evidence of your claims, dude. Are we not?
You're under the impression that you can describe what you're trying to convey with English and without mathematics, and that's simply wrong. You cannot. You will never be able to create an argument without mathematics.
That is utter bullshit, because we could take the mathematical symbols and break them down into fucking words, dude. And write out the word plus.
You can't.
And write out the word minus. And write out the fucking word derivative. And write out
you will have lost everything.
Shut the fuck up, dude. We could write out every symbol as fucking full words. And we would be describing it in English.
Then how do you do the calculation? Go ahead and put in the numbers in English and go ahead and turn the equation. How does that work?
Instead of writing the number, we could fucking spell the number out. 2.
I want an input and I want to be able to do an output.
5.
That is not how it works at all.
Brother,
No,
we could
you
write
have
down
missed the
all the symbols.
concepts entirely.
Okay, all you're doing is talking over me because you got fucking cooked again. Okay?
No, you think numbers are literally just writing numbers is equivalent to the mathematical concepts behind them?
The relationships.
That's crazy.
The
dude.
mathematical relationships, okay, are different than talking about it. But you said we can't just talk about it using words. We can't understand it because we're just using words. In order to even use mathematics, we need fucking words to describe the fucking symbols we're using. It's so
you need to learn mathematics so that you can understand mathematics. But once you're speaking in mathematics, you're no longer in English, and it is a different language, and it does have concepts outside of it. I'm sorry you don't understand that shit, dude.
That's horseshit. No mathematician would ever fucking say that.
You're just so wrong, dude. You think that you can describe every concept that's in mathematics in English. You don't think there's a single concept out there that is derived purely mathematical on the
Tell me what I think.
No, I'm asking you what you think. I'm asking you what you think. Do you really think that knowing mathematics gives you no new insight? So let me ask you this.
No,
different languages,
not in the natural world.
Different languages, right? You don't think there are concepts.
Hold
I
on,
speak English, somebody else is
Okay, I'm muting you. This isn't a mathematics discussion. Okay? We're concerned with the natural world and the things in it. We do not give a fuck about your abstract mathematics, dude. Unless they apply to the natural world.
And you think that shit was magic? No, it pertains to our universe. They're fundamental laws that we discovered. We didn't invent math.
You haven't proved shit.
Mathematics are fundamental laws we discover. Really.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's incoherent.
Sure, bro.
You're fucking lost in the sauce, brother.
Oh, so lost in the sauce,
Does
bro.
nature have any contradictions?
Sure.
Nature. The natural world. Does the natural world have any contradictions?
Sure.
Name one. Name a contradiction in nature.
And didn't he just say that mathematics was discovered? It was invented. Not
it's somewhere in the natural world. Give me the empirical test to discover mathematics.
That's so stupid.
Oh my god, dude, you guys are something else.
No, you're a fucking moron.
You really think we invented math?
You said it was a language,
you think transcendental fucking... You think transcendental things exist in the fucking natural world. You're a retard.
He said it was a language. If it's a language, it has to be learned. If it has to be learned, somebody had to teach it. Somebody had to teach it. It was fucking invented, dumbass. Hello?
Yeah, that's how it works, bro.
Yeah, well, I just laid it out for you, but that's the progression. If somebody listen, bro, if somebody's going to teach you something, the origin of it wasn't, oops, I just discovered this thing. No, they invented this shit, bro.
Okay, so carbon, germs, did we invent that shit or did we discover it?
We're talking about mathematics, dumbass. Why don't you stick to the
your logical fallacies are through the fucking roof.
No, you're conflating.
It's not discovered, bro. My God.
Oh, yeah.
Conflating abstract things with things that exist in the physical and natural world, dude. Mathematics don't exist in the physical and natural world.
Yes, they fucking do. What are you talking about?
Okay, where were they discovered? How were they discovered, dude?
What, algebra, angles, geometry, calculus. What are we talking about? These are discovered.
What
do you mean
who
empirical
discovered it, dude? No, empirically.
Newton discovered calculus.
Really?
Yeah, he discovered calculus. Where in
the natural world did you discover? Where in the natural world was calculus?
So Newton's mechanics and Newton's laws are just all wrong. We like literally the Newton's laws that we can
Why are you strawmanning again for like the 9th time? Where in the natural world is calculus?
Everywhere, bro. Do you? I mean, that's the point that I'm trying to drive.
Is there calculus in the
You guys think calculus is some abstract thing that you guys can understand, and really all calculus is the rate of change and the rate of that change. You guys simply don't understand that at all.
Yeah, that's a cool in the room with you right now, and what is calculus saying to you?
Yeah, calculus in the room with you, bro?
Yeah, it's not fucking discovered. It was invented. It's like a language, so to describe something. Of course it's invented.
It was discovered. Math was discovered.
It is not
invented.
Let's talk, like you brought up calculus, right? So you think infinitesimals exist in the natural world?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, really?
What?
Continuous derivatives, 100%. Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Continuous derivatives that never end and are effectively infinite, they exist in the natural world.
For all intents and purposes, yeah, why not?
No, what do you mean for all intents and purposes?
Yeah, I would say yes.
We're talking about existence, ontology, dude. We're talking about ontology. Do they exist in the natural world? Do they have an existence? Where?
Yes, it all exists.
Okay, what natural properties do they have?
What do you mean? What natural properties do they have?
For they exist in the natural world, they have to have properties, natural properties that exist in nature.
Right. That's where they're derived from. Mathematics isn't something we decided to force nature to condone to. Dude, we wrote the math that follows the laws we observe.
So what?
I mean, I just don't understand.
You're making statements about human beings, dude. Who gives a fuck, dude? Every time you make a statement about a human being and how mathematics exists in the human being's mind, you're defeating your own argument.
Not even in the human mind. Yeah, totally, man. You're right.
Yeah.
Don't learn math in school, man. You're not missing anything. Keep on keeping on with your words.
Try to cover up your ignorance, dude. It ain't gonna work. Okay?
Open up a fucking math.
Math is considered. This is well known. Okay, go get an education. Walk down to the philosophy department and go talk to them. It's well known that math is a transcendental category and doesn't exist in the natural and physical world. They've known this for 2,000 years, and the people you're citing know this.
Yep. It was
including
invented.
Newton.
Well, yeah, Newton was just like, hey, man, this apple, I'm going to force it to my will here when I write down these equations that describe it.
You think the apple and tree story actually happened? It's historical.
No, it doesn't actually have to happen.
Yeah, okay, because you're a clown.
So Newton's laws, though, like force, inertia, not a real concept. Every force, there's an equal opposite force.
That's right. It is a real concept. Congratulations, you just fucked yourself. It's a concept. Okay. Exactly. It exists in the human mind.
Yep. It was an
you got me. There are no laws of nature. We invented the laws of nature.
Yeah,
we're the ones who invented this.
Shut your lips.
You're just going off the rails, bro. Yeah, they have to. Otherwise, how could they convey the message to somebody else? It has to be invented, bro. They have to convey the message to someone else about the abstraction. How else?
But what are they conveying a message about? What are they conveying a message about?
They're using symbols. The symbols turned out to be numbers. Those numbers were the thing that they had to use to convey the message. So it was invented by somebody. Yeah, it was invented by somebody.
No, it was discovered, right? They discovered the laws.
How the fuck are they discovering something that was invented, bro?
What are you talking about? We invented the laws of motion.
It's invented I'll tell you why it's invented. Because you choose the axioms for the mathematical system. It's not discovered. We invent it.
No, we discovered mathematics.
Okay, so non-Euclidean geometry, when we say, hey, here's a geometry, and we'll assume that the straight lines don't fucking exist. Is that discovered or invented?
What are you talking about? Huh?
God, I thought you knew mathematics.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got me, bro. Throw some arbitrary example. You don't even know.
Spherical geometry is arbitrary?
No, what you said was just arbitrary. Like you can throw out all you want, man.
An axiom, a spherical geometry, is that straight lines don't exist.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
But then you're assuming
is that discovered or invented?
That was discovered.
Wow.
That was discovered. Now, what if they said, I'm going to have an axiom where straight lines don't exist?
You'd have to
prove it. Is that discovered?
Yep, you would discover whether or not that's true or not, right? You would plug it into your axiom. Based on your axiom,
if you start with
you would use your algebra, and you would see if it were right or not.
So I'm going to imagine I'm going to have a presupposition in a world where you actually know what you're talking about. Did I discover that?
Yeah, you discovered it, bro.
Okay, what if I presuppose a world where you don't know what you're talking about? Did I discover that?
Totally, bro.
You're a fucking numpty, bro.
Nah, bro. It's fine.
But I just want the audience to know.
Hey, man, enjoy your flat earth.
Enjoy your delusion, dude. Live in your mind. Have no evidence for your fucking ideas, and have a day, dude.
Yeah, this is math is reality.
Piece of
That's
paper.
What this guy is. Fucking math is reality, right?
I just want to say one thing, dude. AB. The only thing worse than a globe cultist, I've said this before, are math cultists. They're the fucking worst, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm also afraid of things I don't understand.
No, it has nothing to do with it. It's not our lack of understanding. We do understand it. You don't.
No, you
understand
don't.
On the most superficial level.
No, you understand nothing about mathematics.
You
couldn't take a derivative of X, motherfucker.
Formulas don't mean you understand math.
You couldn't take a derivative. You don't understand any toolboxes. You don't understand even the concepts of math. You talk about having words that can describe the numbers, but yet you don't even have those.
that's friggin' out right now.
That's horseshit.
Yeah, he's
they're
a
all
math
wrong.
cultist, bro. He's a math cultist. That's what he is. That's all he.
I'm a math.
His math.
Hey, you know what?
Basically, you're a shut up and calculate person.
You could put that on my fucking tombstone for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd be happy for that.
I would.
We could dig in, and I could demonstrate to everybody that you don't know shit about math, the history of math, where these concepts came from, and you don't know anything. You're just a fucking calculator. Hey, moron, shut up and calculate these formulas. And you're like, I could calculate these formulas like a slave.
That's what an
I know
engineer
math.
does.
You're a moron, dude.
Yep, you got me, bro.
Yeah, you're a moron.
Yeah, you don't even know what the formulas mean. You look at them, you're like, wrong,
dude. That's what I'm telling you.
Wrong. They're wrong. I don't know why they're wrong, but they're wrong.
Man, again for the 11th time.
No, it's just you guys were saying
because you actually have no arguments. You can't refute anything. You just fucking all you can do is straw man our position and try to make an argument against it because you can't actually address the argument. Because you don't know anything.
All you can do is attack my arguments, and you are unable to come up with any arguments of your own.
Arguments in a debate? Oh, heaven forbid! Why would I do that?
No, I'm just saying, like you guys literally.
Hold on, Dr. Thug.
Yeah. Just go on mute, bro. Just go on mute, man. This is clownery.
In the days of the Greeks, when they were contemplating philosophy, can you imagine there were individuals like him that would propose ideas in mathematical concepts and then say that after they did that, because they could imagine a world that way, then it must be so. That's this guy right here, because they have a mathematical construct that backs up their idea. They think automatically it has to be true because the math checks out. So if they, formalize this mathematical constructs, all they have to do is say Bob's your uncle, and then everybody goes on board with saying that math is reality. So that must mean that this math is true, or whatever they're proposing. That's why people are in the position they are today, believing math is reality, just like this individual right here. It's the same shit.
I'm gonna ask him a question. So check this out. So you know what Maxwell's equations are, buddy?
Yeah, buddy, I do.
Okay, so you know what they model?
Oh yes, electrodynamics. I know more about that subject than you will ever fucking know.
No, what they actually model.
Oh, what do they actually model, my guy?
Okay.
You want to talk about Gauss's law, Ampere's law? Which one do you want, bro?
What the mathematics is an actual model of, dude.
Well, yes, the electric fields and the magnetic fields. What are we talking about? Oh, and the charge distribution. What are they?
What are they? You have a poor education.
I have published
Maxwell's model of electricity and magnetism is a mechanical model of spheres that roll against each other, an incompressible fluid. Okay.
Oh my God! No,
it has a mechanical model.
Holy
this is your argument.
No, it's not. I know you're.
Oh, it's not. Even though
I have a copy of Landau's and Lifshitz right here.
Okay,
you're gonna go ahead and say me.
I'm gonna post pictures.
Which model are you going to talk about?
Treatise on electrodynamics. I'm going to post images from it. And this is in Maxwell's own hand. And you're going to say it's not.
What are you saying? What are you claiming they are? Please tell me. What do you think they are? Do they describe electric fields? Do they describe magnetic fields? Can I use them?
No.
Do you think? You realize that all electromagnetic model.
Okay. Dude,
you realize those equations condense down to all of our electromodels?
Okay, the mathematics model incompressible bucket spheres as a fluid.
Link it.
Okay, hold on. I'll post it in the chat. Give me a sec. This is well known, you know.
Oh, I'm a student of Maxwell's equations.
Oh,
yeah, I use them. I use them.
You use the quaternion formulation, or are you using fucking Heaviside's equations?
Heaviside.
You don't even know that you're using Heaviside equations, do you?
Oh my God! Why do you want to talk about Heavisides and direct delta functions? Huh? Why do you want to talk about that?
You're using Heavisides and Tate's equations, and you're not using Maxwell's original 20 quaternion equations. You realize that, right?
Oh, there it
quaternions. Original quotations are quaternions.
You found it. Okay, I mean that tells me everything. We can stop talking right there. Quaternions, my dude.
Yeah, quaternions. Yeah.
Okay, I mean that says.
Why don't you Google it?
I know what they are. Oh, I know what they are.
Okay, then you'll know that Maxwell's formulation is in quaternions. In the vector form is from Tate and Heaviside.
I use Gauss's formulations myself.
That's
of Maxwell's
fucking
equations.
fantastic, dude. That doesn't change the fact, right, that Maxwell models electricity and magnetism as a physical, mechanical model. Now, do you think electricity and magnetism are physical, mechanical spheres of the ether rolling against each other?
Fuck no. The ether? Absolutely
so
not.
Now we have a mathematical model that makes predictions that has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and but you stopped at quaternions,
so it cooks everything you said.
No. You stopped at quaternions to be like, oh, look at this model, and this is the bad faith argument, right? You're going to pretend like there hasn't been an extra 50. You're going to pretend like there hasn't been another 50 years of refining on those equations to get the equations that. Okay, then throw away your technology. Throw away your fucking computer. Throw away your fucking
technology.
You don't deserve it. You don't even understand.
Yeah, fucking clown. Listen to the zealot.
You're a fucking clown, dude. Talking about quaternions like you know math. Quaternions is the love of those that cannot take a derivative.
So, you know what's weird? You know what's weird though, Indio? You know what's weird? Yeah, you know what's weird is that he said math is reality, right? He was backing that up all the way up until you showed him this specific individual thing. Now he's saying no, it's not reality. It can't be because he disagrees with the ether. So now he's going to say it's not reality, but he says also that they work to improve on top of the information that has been given to perfect it, right? That's what he's saying. So that means that, okay, what we're listening to is that later on, he could be disproven and somebody else could build upon whatever he thought was reality. So what does that mean? Well, so what does that mean? Math is not reality. No, it's not.
Is reality. It doesn't mean a particular... No. See, now you've conflated 2 points.
You didn't describe it.
I said math was fundamental and discovered. I didn't say models themselves were fundamental.
Oh, that's right. So that's rich. So now the caveat is models, right? So the models of reality.
Models are different than the fundamental algebra. Yes, sir, they are.
Yeah,
100%.
But hold on. But isn't that in the realm of it being the greater point that math is reality?
That math is inherent? Yeah, math is absolutely inherent. It doesn't mean how you choose to use math as inherent, right?
Okay, so now you're just caveated to say, well, no, how we use math, that doesn't describe reality. It could be wrong.
No, it can. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so then it debunks it's a paradox because now you're saying math is reality. On the other hand, how you use it would be incoherent. So how do we know that? So how do we know that you're using it in the correct way to describe reality? How do we know that?
I mean, that's actually a great question. I love that question, 100%. Why do I think it represents reality? Because it gives me approximate results. If I get a better model that gives me better results, I will accept it.
There you go.
Nice declaration of faith. So it's worse than that, AB, because he said we can't even understand the physical and natural world without the mathematics. And now he's saying the mathematics are not the physical and natural world. So that means we can never understand the physical and natural world.
That's not
because we can only ever understand the mathematics, right?
No, I'm saying you don't have the mathematics to describe the physical world. Is my point.
So what?
You do not have the language to describe. I just sent out a Kepler document, but hey.
Yeah, according to you, yeah, but that could be improved upon, so you could have got it wrong. Yeah,
I think I'm pretty much like 95% right. Like maybe there's
so
something else we don't know about. But
that means that math is not reality according to you. You're not.
No, that means that my model is not correct. It doesn't mean the mathematics that I use for my model are not inherent.
Yeah, and what is the standard to tell you that math is reality and that your model is correct or incorrect? How are you differentiating from it being math and then you're using it in a model and then saying that it's correct or incorrect? What's the standard here?
No, you're just blowing past the nuance. If you want to keep doing that, that's fine.
No,
I'm saying math as a whole is inherent.
I'm addressing the greater point, dude. The greater point is that you're saying math is reality, and we're showing how you use it now is what you're concerned about. Yeah. So how do we know that you're using it correctly or anybody else is using it correctly to say that math is reality? How do we know what's the standard here? Are we laying a standard, say, okay, this is the bar. You got to go over this or under that. Like, how do you know? How do we know? What's your standard?
My standard is if the model works to accurately give me results of the thing I want to predict, I know the model is at least in the correct direction. Do I know all facets of the model are correct? Do I know if I'm leaving things out? No, I could be modeling things wrong 100%.
So
I could have a wrong
back to the greater point, math is not reality, which you said
math
it was.
is no, I said the mathematical language is discovered 100%. But then I apply a discovery. It doesn't mean I didn't invent it just because I apply a discovery. We discover things all the time.
Yeah,
and
you say a discovery. You say a discovery, but it was actually an invention. People had to make something up to describe the convention of what they were pointing at or they were talking about. Otherwise, they
is inherent.
Really, it's not. Listen, hold on a second, dude. Let me say something. This is silliness. You just said the math only emulates reality to a degree. Okay, to a degree.
I said the models of mathematics to a degree.
Okay. Can mathematics emulate reality with 100% precision?
No.
Okay, then it can't be reality, dude.
Cooked. Yeah,
bro.
cooked.
No, I don't think so.
That means you know what that means? Because if math existed in the natural world, that means it could emulate reality in at least one aspect, its own aspect, 100%. Because it would violate the law of identity. Math wouldn't be math. Because math is internally self-consistent, but then in the natural world, it only approximates the natural world. So then how can math exist in the natural world if the natural world is not an approximation, but the mathematics is? It's a contradiction.
Yeah,
disagree.
Yep.
Disagree.
That's what I'm pointing.
He disagrees with
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I disagree with the logic, but I use math.
I disagree with your phrase.
You don't understand logic.
You know.
This isn't an agree-disagree thing, dude.
Sure it is.
You're in an illogical, consistent world. So you're
right about
trying
that.
to stay. You're trying to stay as illogical as possible. Yeah, and so you're doing a good job of it. Yeah, you're doing a good job of it. You are. You're doing a good job of it by trying to say that math is reality, and at the same time saying, well, how you model math.
When you say math is reality, those are words in my mouth that you put there.
No, you
those are words that you put there.
You co-signed that check. You did that earlier. Sorry.
I'm sorry you're unable to understand the nuance between a language and the application thereof.
You are not going to walk it back that you said math is reality and you co-signed that check. You're like, yeah, that is true.
Okay, okay, bro.
Yeah, no, we're just exposing
my claim was math was discovered, not invented. But okay.
Yeah, I know. But on top of that,
your toes are fucking worn from backpedaling, bro.
Yeah,
okay,
dude,
bro.
Dude, we got the whole audience here listening to when you co-signed that check saying math is reality. Everybody heard you.
I did not say math is reality.
Oh, there's some bullshit, dude. Oh, you can't walk that shit back. You got to own it. Own that shit.
No, math is not reality, but it is inherent to our reality.
I love to hear you say
it was
that.
discovered.
No,
it was discovered.
That's music to my ears. But now that you say it's a discovery, you didn't point to the single time in history where it was discovered. When was it discovered?
I just went back and told you about Newton, but we forgot about that because that was a long time ago.
So how did he discover it? Explain the discovery.
Real world observations. He saw things move and he was like, maybe if I formalize this in some regard, I can discover something. And boom, what do you know? He stumbled upon rates of change and rates of double change. He didn't invent rate of change, my dudes. Do you think
what did he
invented
invent?
Like velocity or double velocity? He didn't invent shit. He just okay.
He didn't.
Okay, that's fair. You know, here's what I'll say.
Tell me what he invented. No, tell me what he invented.
Yeah, okay, fine. He invented the formalism. That's fair. You could say he invented the formalism, but not the mathematics itself.
No, concede it. I love it. That's it. We're good. He invented it. Yeah, my whole point was that math is not reality. Math is not reality, and it's not a discovery. It's an invention, and you conceded on both of those points. Thank you very much.
Hey, man, sure, you win. You got it.
Yeah, the audience has to know. Math cultists come through here every day. Hey, you guys know calculus? And you guys always do the same shit. It's the same tap dance, bro. But every time we expose you guys... Yeah,
but every time you think you're exposing us, but really you're just fools that just don't do any math.
It doesn't matter. That's great.
You know what? You've created a whole philosophy that allows you just to ignore math.
Yeah, that's the projection. I'm great. Thank you for the projection.
I mean, I've seen some of your cosines and sines, but
that's what you've been doing. So I'm
projecting because I can't get any right answers from anybody.
And, on top of what's weird is on top of all of this, on top of all of it, you don't even know correctly if you're 100% sure the mathematics work out for the Earth being a globe. You don't know that to be 100%.
Oh, I do know
Do
that.
you?
For sure. Yeah. Oh,
It's
that part,
100% a globe.
Oh, wait. I mean, it's not approximately a globe, right? It's not
Thank
a
you.
sphere exactly, but it's pretty close to a sphere.
Yeah. So how did you work that out in math?
Magic, bro. Magic.
No, you can give up the ghost if you want. Go ahead and tell everybody how you work that out in math. Are you 100% sure that
it's
a
magic, bro. It's magic, bro.
No, do it.
No, bro, it's magic, bro.
Show them your intellectual prowess on how you're
a magician
saying that
never
math...
reveals his tricks, my dude.
Yeah, so you're a magician now. You're a magician.
Oh
yeah?
no, I mean I might as well be.
Okay then. I mean, if you're the one saying it, I'm not. So you're doing magic when it comes to the globe. Huh?
Math is synonymous with magic.
Yeah, you're the busted ass magician.
See how this guy's listen to this. He just gave it up. He said math is like magic.
Yeah, it's
right.
Magic,
Mathematics, isn't that what we say?
It's magic. But I don't understand it. Just ignore it.
Yeah, you can use math to make anything work like a magic trick.
He just said it. The math cultist. Math cultist just gave up the ghost. There it is.
Yep, you're right. Yep. I mean, you're not wrong. You can make math tell you whatever you want. 100%. Yeah.
Boom.
Just like you can draw anything you want or say anything you want. Doesn't make what you say true.
Oh man! Wow. Indio, you hearing this?
So the globe isn't necessarily true then. Doesn't match reality. Good job.
His spirit is leaving his body.
Doesn't match reality. You're right. After this, I'm going to go and rethink my life and be like,
You just admitted it.
maybe the world is flat. Huh.
Yeah, it actually is.
Don't be such a baby.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
Yeah, you crack us up too.
That was nothing but net, bro. Right there, that one.
Yeah. Hey, man, you guys got me. Good job.
Hey, bro, can you do the math about getting cooked by flat earthers?
Yeah, bro. I'm so cooked, bro. In your 1 to 2% population.
Yeah, you said math matches reality, so that's reality. Yeah, we.
I said it can match reality, but hey,
No, he switched it to it can. So it's a approximation. So it's not really.
Yeah, it's subjective to whatever he wants it to be. So.
Yep.
He said, he can do some mathemagics and make it happen. Because he can do anything.
Hell yeah, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
He said he's a magician and he does math, so he's math the magic.
Yeah. My technology is indistinguishable from magic for you guys, so it's fucking magic.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, chill. So was the globe model discovered?
Did we discover that the globe was round? Yeah.
No,
we discovered.
No, that's not what I asked.
Oh, we invented the circular Earth? Oh,
yeah,
I guess
you don't understand
we did
the words
actually.
that are coming out of my mouth. Was the globe model discovered?
Jeez. You are asking such a bullshit.
The answer is no. The globe model was not discovered.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay. You're right. The globe model was created. The Earth being a globe was discovered.
Okay. When was the globe Earth discovered by who and what method was used?
So let's talk about Mercury's retrograde. How do you guys reconcile
you're looking at the sky. So you're looking at the lights in the sky to determine the surface condition.
And I'm over here being like, hey, I see all this disorder in the universe. How can I put some order to it? And I do. And I come up with a mathematical that explains exactly why there are
making shit up based on what you see in the sky. That's not what I asked. What about the surface?
Yeah, Sonny asked.
You guys are so lost.
Sonny asked you who discovered the Earth to be a globe. Go.
Not the lights in the sky.
You're right. Nobody discovered it. It was
the Earth
nobody's
stand on.
Okay, let's. I'll say Copernicus. Right. I'm sorry, Magellan. Right. Magellan said, he didn't make it because he died in the Philippines, but they went around the entire globe.
So a sailor discovered the globe Earth?
Yeah, it was able to sail from one back again without ever turning around. So yeah, it proves it's continuous.
How was he navigating? What was he using to navigate?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me. What was he using to navigate? Is it
you
magic?
Don't even know.
Oh, the sky.
You don't even know.
He was using a sextant. They were using the sky, the stars, the sun. What do you want?
So just by going around the block means my block is a sphere. Is that right?
So if I,
That's what you just said. You said Magellan went around and came back to the same point. So going around the block or going around the perimeter of a city makes the city a sphere.
That's 2 dimensions that you're talking about there. You're going
It
around.
doesn't fucking matter. You said the same thing I'm saying.
Ugh. So you're saying at some point they did. Okay, say they're sailing west, right? So at some point they turned around and sailed east back at the same amount of direction and time.
Okay, what is west?
Magnetic west. I have a compass, right?
Yeah,
you guys are familiar with compass.
when you're following compass
west
and you're going west, what does that look like? If you were to draw it, what would that look like?
What do you mean? What would it look like?
Draw it on a piece of paper. What does west look like?
I would be staying at the same line of latitude.
Yeah. And what is that imaginary line of latitude? What shape is that?
It is a circle.
Yeah, going around a magnetic center on a horizontal plane. Yeah, that's how compasses work. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, you can reduce everything down to a 2-dimensional model if you want to.
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of silly.
Are you telling me the liquid in the compass is not horizontal?
Let me ask you this.
Okay, avoid the topic, avoid the question.
Right.
Go ahead. Avoid the question.
No, I'll avoid the question because it's nonsense, my dude.
Yeah, because you're retarded. So go back. Is the liquid in the compass horizontal?
Is the liquid in the compass horizontal? Why does there need to be liquid in a compass, dude?
How about this? How is latitude even derived in the first place?
Oh, I don't know. It seems to be this very convenient system that sailors have used this entire time, but it's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
No,
They used it to circumnavigate.
Celestial nav. Listen, I know how it's derived. I'm seeing if you know how it's derived.
Yeah, I mean, you can use the celestial maps in order to derive latitude. There's a couple ways to do it. You can also use the sun.
How'd they do it?
What's the method?
You can also use the sun, right? I can measure.
Sonny, hold on, Sonny. Okay, Amish got this.
Yeah, I didn't mean to butt in. I mean, just trying to add to the conversation, but sure. Yeah, I mean, so the celestial sphere, right, is how latitude and longitude was derived.
This one with me? Derive it? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So the whole nautical almanac construes the sky as a sphere and adds coordinates to it. You've got like right ascension and declination, and those become latitude and longitude, 1-to-1 translation.
Correct.
Right. So the way that these are acquired from the sky is through use of a sextant by taking elevation angles, which Sonny was chomping at the bit to tell you about.
Go ahead.
Do you understand the geometry here? And geometry itself, besides being somewhat mathematics, is also a built-in system of philosophy. So the elevation angle is itself 2 straight lines that subtend to an observation point.
Okay.
Right. So the measurement requires a flat baseline.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, tangential to the surface of the Earth, everywhere's flat.
Well, that's the issue. How do you know that it's tangential to a curve? This is where the logic can become very circular very quickly.
So you're going to say that because they use the celestial sphere to get the latitude and longitude down, that doesn't actually prove that the Earth is flat. It just happens to be a convenient measurement system and unit system that works. Or are you just saying that the unit system
I mean, it doesn't prove that Earth is curving either.
No, sure. But can you use latitude and longitude to navigate the Earth?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. So the fact that I can put that on the sphere and the model still works. Though, I mean, sure, my sphere model might not be right, but could you concede that it could be right?
Well, I mean, for what purpose? Yes, it's useful. Yes, we can make it work. I have no problems using latitude and longitude. But can you concede that there are other ways to produce a coordinate reference system besides using a spherical one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can do any kind of projection you want. Doesn't mean it'll be a good one for your purpose. It just depends on what you're trying to do, right? There's all different types of projections you could put onto the globe.
Right.
If you want to model a hemisphere,
don't prove the Earth is a globe.
No, but if you put it onto a globe, it is still consistent.
Well, to what end? To what degree? Listen.
Well, I can still navigate with it. That's
we
my
can.
point.
Sure, we can navigate. Yeah, position fixes and everything. But the issue comes in is when we want to verify distances, like doing triangulations. Right.
Yeah,
so
I saw one of your green laser videos over the 28 miles of water.
Exactly.
It was
So
set
what
up
we're
wrong.
getting at
It was
is,
set up wrong.
Well, I mean, we've got like hundreds and hundreds of laser tests, so I'm not sure which one it is, but regardless, I think you're hitting on the point here. In order to externally validate the non-Euclidean surface, we need to apply a Euclidean means. The Euclidean measurement being something like a laser.
Okay, sure. But even a laser has a divergence, or decoherence, rather.
That's fine, but when we're operating on the orders of like tens of miles, no amount of divergence is going to hit the target. You have no line of sight.
Well, yeah, I couldn't agree more. I would really like to see a laser video where you guys put the laser at like 6 inches above the water and then tried to see it on the other side.
Oh man, there is one of those floating around out there.
I'd love to see it. 6 inches off the water on both sides.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, we got one that does that.
I'll bring it up.
Okay, we have one of those. We have a methodology too that takes a laser and does a horizontal pan, hitting 3 targets over a horizontal sweep at different distances.
Is that the one over the ice?
Yeah, I think that one, they call it the Ice Swan.
Yeah, I remember that one. They each of the lights at different distances have different colors too.
Exactly, so different wavelengths. So that's how you can control for things like refraction claims, which is wavelength dependent. So not only does a horizontal pan hitting targets at different distances, but using different wavelengths. And now we've ruled out any claims of atmospheric refraction. Thus, we've ruled out terrestrial refraction. We've ruled out that R is a factor at all. And this is how you do an external critique rather than an internal one of the coordinate reference system to see if it matches reality.
I do have a green laser. I will go recreate this. But I saw like a video. Is that hold on. Oh, I thought it was the person I was talking to yesterday in here. Let me see if I can find the green laser video that you guys sent on this channel. The one that's over like 26 miles. I want to talk about it. There's been a lot of chat since then. Holy shit.
I think you're talking about this one.
Yeah, I may not be equipped to speak directly to what you were presented earlier, but I am equipped to discuss other kinds of evidence that we've produced over the years.
This is another one.
I like Snackle's response to you, Jedi.
Oh, that's Snackle we're talking to. Is he the one speaking right now?
No, that's Dr. Thug Nugs.
That's a funny name. Hello, Doctor.
So I got to read this out. So my response to it, so I do apologise. So the curvature is in the sky, not on the floor, telling him to pay attention. And then he says, no, it's on the floor too. It's just hard to notice Earth is big. Shut up!
But look at what he posted for his example, his response.
All right, let's have a look.
Listen, like to the audience who's wondering, we recognize and fully understand the geometry, that there's a topological mismatch between a curving surface that's non-Euclidean and a flat surface that is. So you cannot map a curved surface to a flat one without some kind of distortion or projection. That concept is not lost whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
We also know that the celestial sphere cannot be readily mapped to a flat plane for the same problem, because you'll have distortions.
Oh yeah,
the celestial sphere is a dual origin coordinate reference system, the origins being the north and the south with longitudinal lines that connect them and latitude running orthogonal to those. And as such, while you can obtain position fixes using this on a flat surface. And while you can do longitudinal reckoning towards the poles without any problems, you cannot do a triangulation on a flat surface using this coordinate reference system, because the triangle will require at least a curve somewhere, or to leave the triangle open on one of the points. We understand that. That is not the issue. The issue is the reification of this model into the terrestrial. So back in like the 1600s, a man named John Napier invented the logarithm. We've all heard of the logarithm in mathematics. The logarithm was invented to deal with the sailing problem. John Napier invented the logarithm to give sailors a quick and easy means, besides using cosine and sine tables, to perform a projection from the celestial sphere to a terrestrial sphere, so that the one-to-one mapping is consistent, and this would produce nautical miles in the sky that are equal to nautical miles on the ground. And you can ask me why. I have no problem with that.
That's all solid.
The issue is that the celestial sphere is itself a model. It's an interpretation, one of potentially infinite number of interpretations. It's not the only way to construe the stars. The entire star field can be conceived in other ways than a sphere. You can conceive a star field in flat Cartesian geometry as well, and there are systems in place today that do that, like the Gaia system that's used in satellites.
Yeah, no, I believe that. You can represent it as whatever you want. All I'm saying is your flat Earth opens up so many rifts in everything else. That's the real problem with it.
Oh yeah, it's a big cudgel.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah. It's a big problem. That to me is the bigger issue. Like the idea of a non-globular Earth is absolutely societal suicide. I mean, you will be ostracized if you represent this, and you will not get any serious papers published. You will not even have anybody pay an ounce of attention to. Your family, your friends will reject you. And furthermore, you are kind of standing up to the great institutions of the world that affirm this cosmology, this prevailing cosmological wisdom. You're standing up to them, and you are a threat to them. It is absolutely true. This topic is a third rail.
Yeah, I guess
But so were the great innovators. The greatest innovators were the ones that charted their own course. They didn't follow behind someone else.
So what's on the other side? What's on the other side? Actually, I don't even want to ask.
I don't think there is one.
Let me ask a good faith question, actually, gentlemen. Let me ask.
Okay, I was going to say that Earth isn't an object in an embedding space, for all we know.
Let me ask you this, okay? Mars, we can see it with a telescope, and we can see it rotate, and it's a sphere, right?
And
I mean, what are your thoughts on that? I'm actually asking.
The same thoughts that you've got. We can look at it. It appears to be circling. It appears to be orbiting because it looks like a sphere sometimes.
Well, I'm just saying, like, Mars looks like a sphere, and with a telescope, you can actually see it rotate, right? Like, you can see the different parts.
Yeah, but Earth isn't an object in the same space as a Mars.
Right.
What's that got to do with the surface of the Earth?
Mars is a sphere. No, you're right. It doesn't have to have anything to do with the surface of the Earth. I'm just asking independently. Mars.
Yeah, that would be specific to each one of us because we don't have a coherent claim about what the sky is. I would agree with you. Say, well, it kind of looks like a sphere. I could imagine it being a sphere, but I also could imagine it being something else. So I don't know.
We're not talking about what we're imagining, though. Like, look at this photo. Like, this is a photo of Earth right here. Okay, this is the core of it. This is the outside of it.
A photograph. It's a cartoon.
Listen, whatever Mars is, we can see the embedding space of Mars that defines its external dimensions. Earth may not have one.
There was also a period of time, by the way, that Mars did not appear to rotate. And what they said was there was a giant dust storm on Mars obscuring its features so you couldn't see it rotate anymore. And in fact, this is where the idea of like nuclear winter and global warming comes from. Carl Sagan was the chief scientist that frickin' came up with all this.
Oh, hey, Indio. Good morning. Or good afternoon, rather. I think our guest here understands topology and transformations. We were just kind of getting into that. So this is very fruitful. And unfortunately, I have to make lunch for a few hungry people here next to me. So I got to step away.
I think the biggest answer here, if you're looking at the technology that we use to measure, I think, space and whatnot, that we use to photograph space or analyze it, which we have many bots outside there in space, like they would give us definitive answer on anything shape. Oh yeah. I mean, let's just look at the technology. Like, what are those things called? Those devices we put out there that go around that.
Yeah,
your imagination.
Not the kind of conversation.
I think they're called satellites, something like that. Satellites.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I love satellites.
Yeah. Do you know what those satellites do? They track Santa's sleigh on Christmas.
That's what I hear.
I know that. Yeah, that's where like
go on NORAD because we got to prevent nuclear war and we have to track Christmas.
It's for your milk that your dad took from you, for the milk.
No, you're mad now because they mock you, and you're mad that they mock you now.
The milk on the sleigh, okay? The milk on the sleigh. You're still waiting for it.
Type in NORAD Santa Claus. NORAD tracks Santa Claus on Christmas, dude. They've been doing it since the 60s?
My kids love that stuff, by the way.
Now, is the Magic Sleigh considered a satellite? Is it an orbit?
No. It runs off magic reindeer, so it has fuel.
Yeah, but it could still be an orbit.
No. There is no such thing as orbit in the flat model of Earth.
Yeah, we know one thing. He's not stopping at Dr. Thugnug's house.
Oh, God, I hope not. I'll shoot his ass.
Real quick to leave a point regarding orbits. You're going to have to account for a rotation of the object as it's orbiting to maintain down with respect to a curving surface with each orbital period. That rotational vector should be in telemetry data, should be picked up. There should be a horizontal reference and a gimbal of rotation that shows angular displacement over time. That information is not presently available for any satellite system, any airplane system, any drone, or anything else, not even boats, whatever. Not a single inertial navigation system presents that. That's a big problem.
You mean accelerometer?
This is mathematically called something the transport rate in INS systems.
Yeah, the relative rotation of the Earth to the orbit, right?
No, the rotation of the object relative to its position over Earth, globe Earth.
306 degrees
it's orientation.
Around the circle.
Right. So unless it's in geosynchronous orbit, it's going to be.
No, it's going to
be talking about the attitude of the object, right? So we got to know what direction it's facing, like its orientation relative to something else.
Yeah, we've been looking for that data. And we've got access actually to the National Transportation Safety Board's database. You have it too, it's open. Going back to the 1960s of incidents of aircraft. And we've been combing through that. I've personally pulled up dozens of mishaps of flights where the entire flight recorder data is made available. I've got like a 400 meg decompressed zip file from one such flight, a Boeing 777. And there is not a single rotational vector describing this anywhere, even though modern INS systems claims that there is a transport rate that is corrected with Schuler tuning that conforms to a globe. That data does not exist, which calls into question if this is so important for navigation, for the safety of passengers and aircraft. And if that system breaks, how come there's no feedback mechanism showing as such?
Oh, you're talking like the Coriolis effect on planes and things like that.
Well, that's
right?
part of it. No. That's part of it, but it's not the whole thing. I'm talking about the listen, you know how like they say people in Australia, their feet are pointing at your feet? If you were to take a person and flip them 180 degrees, stand them on their head, and shoot them down to Australia, you've rotated that person 180 degrees, right? So if there are people halfway between you and Australia, they're flipped 90 degrees. So what I'm describing is this rotation from 0 degrees to 90 to 180 to 270 back to 0 again. If you were to strip away its movement in 3D space and just look at that object, that satellite, it's doing 360-degree somersaults with every orbital pass. That's the claim, and that data is missing everywhere, going back to the 60s.
I haven't heard about that, so I'd have to look.
Yeah, so
I know, it's brand new.
So here's part of the problem, right? You got to know which way is down. Like, we actually find directions on Earth by finding plumb first, and then we find horizontal from that. So how do you do that if you're orbiting, right? Because you're in free fall, you don't have it down.
Well, you're free falling towards the down direction, right?
But the force is a combined vector, right? So you don't actually have it down. You can't hang a fucking plumb line and have it point to the center of the Earth, right? So how do you find which way is down?
I guess. I mean, well, it's I'm trying to find a way to answer your question that's not just mumbo jumbo to you.
Bullshit out your ass, yeah.
Dude, you can't.
Yeah, sure, bullshit out my ass. Well,
there's no mumbo jumbo.
I would say, gravity, right? So, in order to have an orbit, not.
What do you mean gravity? So, if you hang a plumb line in space, it'll point toward the center of the Earth.
Okay, let's ask this, right? Do satellites need fuel?
Okay, that's irrelevant.
No, it's very relevant, right?
Do unicorns need special glitter feed?
So fuel determines the direction of plumb lines.
Yeah, you're using vocabulary. I don't know what a plumb line is.
Okay, if you take a weight and you hang it from a string, the plumb line is how we build vertical structures.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't know which way down is, right? Because you're in free fall. You can't find your horizontal, and then you have no idea what your orientation is.
But you do know what your orientation is because you know your initial thrust vectors, right? When you're taking off.
What are you talking about? This rotation that Amish was just talking about, right?
So in theory,
right? Constantly hold on. The object has an attitude. Its directions, degrees of freedom. It's rotating around the center axis, X, Y, Z. If you're in orbit, that's constantly rotating.
Disagree. I would say that.
And how do you get from one side to the other and still what was on the top of your aircraft? It's still say you have the top of the craft pointed away from the Earth. When you go halfway around the Earth, it's pointing in the 90 degree or 180 degrees from that.
Right. It's just
like a rotation, right?
Skylab.
Okay,
do you remember Skylab?
Right?
This is the exact issue. There's a historical problem that was presented as a claim with Skylab. Skylab's gyros broke. It could not rotate properly and risked frying the astronauts. Do you understand how that worked?
I have not heard about that, but I could believe it. Right? Yeah. So right. And what are gyroscopes? Right. That's exactly how you
believe anything. That's
motion.
not saying much.
But the things
do
that maintain
you believe in conservation
rigidity,
of angular momentum?
The things that maintain rigidity in space, that give you your horizontal reference datum. Yeah, that's the thing that we're talking about. That's going to be the reference to the pitch of the object. The thing in question, the satellite of the aircraft, which would have to rotate 360 degrees. Now, what we're talking about is it's going to need to know where it is. When we find out when we know where it is, it's measured to be horizontal parallel to the ground below. It should be rotating around a curved surface, like Indio and Amish have pointed out, 90 degrees from the pole to the equator, right? If you were to put your hand above a ball, you'll notice your palm is facing downwards. Put it on the underside of a ball, it's facing upwards. Your hand's rotated. The satellite needs to rotate. It's somersaulting. It is an orbit. It needs to display that orbital motion. Doesn't.
Oh, I don't. Easy. I don't think it rotates. Unless they put like a spin on the satellite to rotate.
What's an orbit?
They don't need it, right?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Satellite communications gear has to maintain down. A lot of these satellites have somewhat directional antennas, like disc cone antennas, that like face downward at Earth. So if the satellite didn't rotate, then by the time it's over Australia, it's going to be shooting communication signals out into space instead of down at Earth.
Yeah, fair.
Do you know what a tangent is?
Yeah, tangential. Yes.
Good.
Well,
so
I mean,
if it doesn't change
this whole
its
time
pitch,
about a derivative,
dude, if it's not going to change its pitch, it's going to act like a tangent. It's going to fuck off. It needs to change its pitch. So it's no longer horizontal but curving, so rotating, orbital motion. You disagree that it needs to orbit when you claim it orbits?
Well, no. I'm just saying that. No, let me think about that for a second. That's a fair piece of evidence that I do need to consider. I will say this though, right? A regular orbit, outside of any theory, right? If it were going to work, how does an orbit work?
A rotation of 360 degrees.
Well, but besides, let's neglect the problem that you pointed out, which I will agree. I will address that. That is an interesting point to me. But besides from the orientation to the Earth, right, the whole point of an orbit is it's traveling parallel to the surface at the same rate that it's falling, right? And that's why it doesn't need power. It's continually falling, and then it's also traveling in the y direction, aka tangential to the surface of the Earth at all times at a very high velocity, right?
Yeah, we get the claim. We're looking for the proof of the claim that it's doing that. That would be the rotation.
Yeah, how do you get the tangent in the first place? That's the problem.
So then the tangent for the rotation of the craft being in the same orientation, that's what you're saying the problem is?
Yeah, so the tangent relative to the aircraft, right? I think it would be the horizontal, right? So horizontal line would be parallel to the tangent?
6 minutes past the hour, my friend. Take a look on text chat. I sent you an example of a rotation.
Okay, let me peek this.
Yeah, do you see how the tangent itself has rotated? And it's rotated by the amount that's commensurate with angle theta.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that it rotates with the craft.
That's what I've been saying for the past 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. No, I was pretty sure that's what you were saying. I just wasn't sure.
Okay, good. We're on the same page. Excellent. Yeah, that data doesn't exist in any telemetry data that you'll find for anything. Satellites, airplanes, boats, anything with an INS. That there is missing. And if that does exist, it is a calculation based off a simulation in order to map Cartesian measurements, Euclidean measurements of a vehicle's navigation system to a non-Cartesian, non-Euclidean surface.
Okay, let me do some math on the rotation. I'm not going to just be able to pull that out my ass, but I'll be back on here, guys. I got to run.
Math on a rotation, 360 degrees in a circle.
Yep, so I hear. Okay,
it gets really hairy if you try to think about them going to the moon. How do they definitely know their orientation then? Do you know what they said they did? They said they had a telescope sextant that stuck out the side of the fucking Apollo aircraft, and that they used the sextant to celestial navigate to the moon. But that's odd because the first thing you do in celestial navigation is find the horizon. And where the frick is the horizon at 200,000 miles away from the Earth?
It's a good question.
And then you always have this thing like if the Earth is spinning and you launched off it, you're flying to the moon, right? Where you were above when you took off ain't going to be where you're above at that point, right? So the Earth is rotating, and you're using that as the origin of your coordinate system, right? And where's the moon relative to all that? And what's your orientation relative to all that? And what's your direction? And what's your speed? All these things. How do you even know what they are? How do you measure your speed in space? Stick your finger out the window? Lick it and stick your finger out the window? Yeah, we're going fast. The solar wind is really going fast. So we must be going even faster. Like silly. It becomes silly when you actually think about it in a practical way.
I think there's plenty of ways to judge speed, especially if you're just, I mean, the way they probably did it is thrust calculations, right? They know how much their spacecraft weighs, and then they just know how much thrust they added, so they know what their thrust vector is.
Thrust vectors don't follow geodesic paths.
Dude,
you will need a rotation.
Do you want to go with that though? Do you want to trust your speed based upon what you think the output of your thrust was?
I've also, 100%. That is you would absolutely need to know what your thrust is if you're.
Yeah, of course you would, but you also need a rotation, which you have to prove, and you haven't substantiated that exists yet.
I mean, so initial, right? Have you guys ever played Kerbal Space Program?
Yes, I know what I'm talking about.
Right, exactly. So, right, you do perform a rotation as you are going into the atmosphere for your initial orbit, right?
Yeah,
you gotta get your tangential.
I want that in reality. I want data. I want evidence that exists in reality, not Kerbal Space Program.
So, would seeing a satellite in real life? I guess you'd have to go to space.
I want the data, and I want to be able to verify it. That's all.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, if you saw Santa sleigh in real life, would you just accept the sleigh's flying by magic, or would you want to see the magic?
Well, I gotta see the magic. But I'm saying, like...
Okay, we gotta see the data, the rotation data.
Okay.
I mean, because we're basically saying, hey, dude, if they don't have this data, this is impossible. Hey, look at the thing. Obviously, it's possible. You can look at it.
This lack of rotation vectors is probably one of the top 1 or 2 most confounding things to me in this whole topic.
Dude, I asked that Stewart guy that was the NASA employee that came into the other place. I asked. He said, well, he did the what was it called Stardust program, where they said that they sent a rocket into space, they captured Stardust from a comet, and flew it back to Earth. Okay, so we talked to this guy in the other Discord, and I asked him, how do you tell how fast the craft is going, and how do you know what the orientation is? All he could say was, they tell us.
Yeah.
Who tells you? The NASA Deep Space Network. They have no independent, they don't have anything of their own, right, in the satellite itself that tells them how fast they're going and the orientation of the spacecraft.
Dude, I'm convinced that the Deep Space Network, that all it is distributed computing that does number crunching to produce signal data and telemetry data that converts planar to curving coordinates.
I guess the question is why, though?
Yeah, I have the same question, my friend.
Fair.
Because it's better than prostitution.
Is it?
So if we look at the history of NASA, little is known about this, but it's public. NASA started as a psychological operation under Truman. Did you know that? It was actually started under what was called the Psychological Operations Board, which was named later to the Operations Coordinating Board. And it was staffed full of newly minted CIA, which is new at the time, CIA people. Also, they were from OSS. Mm-hmm. And what this board was because America won the war, presidential policy was to cement in the minds of every human on Earth that America was forever victorious, and our technology, our aspirations for scientific endeavors and discoveries would be unmatched, always and forever. Well, so the Operations Coordinating Board was for that effort. And out of that OCB, you can read their correspondence on archive.org. They're talking about who they should name, like the new director for the space agency, and we're going to pick this CIA guy because he's really good at psyops. We really need to convince the world that we have achieved technological progress beyond anything that's imaginable. And this guy from the CIA has experience in psychological operations. Let him do it. And that's like the beginning of NASA, dude. NASA was founded as a psyop, as to promote American progress and to project power. Now, how does that tie into this discussion? It tells me that not necessarily everybody at NASA thinks that Earth is flat. They probably think it's a globe. In fact, the vast majority probably do. I'm sure it goes all the way to the top who think it's the globe.
Mm-hmm. I would definitely agree.
Yeah. Now, what that also means is what their mission is not concealing a flat Earth from the public. Their mission is probably far greater, seen as a much higher purpose than that. It's to project power and authority and progress and technology and capabilities and discoveries that may not even exist.
I don't know, man. Listen,
you paint a NASA logo on an ICBM, you can launch that thing all day. Nobody's going to question it.
Look, it's a known fact that Werner von Braun was a fucking Nazi, and that Jack Parsons, who headed JPL Labs, was a Satanist. Okay? And so this is going to blow your mind. They corresponded with each other prior to World War II.
Right, because of the Tula Society.
I can believe it.
That's not a crazy conspiracy because they have the handwritten letters. Okay, so
yeah, let's not forget
you should look at the history of Jack Parsons just in general. He just walked into Caltech, said, "Hey, dude, I read your paper on rocketry. I really like rocketry," and they talked about it, and then they fucking gave him a lab. He had no college degree, walked in from the fucking street, 18 years old, and they're like, "Hey, let's just give you a lab." And within 3 years, he's fucking teaching there.
Let's not forget the connection.
Is that unusual? Does 18-year-olds with no education walk into Caltech University and say, "Give me a job"?
Connected to the Operation Paperclip.
Validate.
Also, the connection between Werner von Braun, Jack Parsons, Walt Disney, and L. Ron Hubbard. All were good buddies.
I think Werner von Braun recommended Jack Parsons, or whoever was above Werner von Braun.
Well, that's kind of what Indio just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're all buddies. Sex magic in the desert. Go look it up.
Dude, Vice.com did a great article on their OTO, their Aleister Crowley connections and the kind of magic that they were doing. Like they were trying to summon some demon to possess an infant that was being born on a magical ritual table.
I've heard the stories. I've visited the high desert.
JPL used to be called Jack Parsons Laboratory before they renamed it to Jet Propulsion because of all the stuff that came out.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Let's see. I mean, it's no secret. No one will deny the von Braun Nazi shit with rockets. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, and he's not the only one. Have you seen all of Operation Paperclip, what that entails? Holy cow, dude. They're like relocating Nazis to Texas and giving them American names.
Oh, of course, dude. 100%. We wanted their signs.
Yeah.
They knew shit. We wanted that. War crimes, forget about them.
Russia took some too.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah, they did.
There are people in our community who might be descendants of Operation Paperclip people. Just saying.
Yep. The world gets a whole lot weirder.
All right, I'll read up on JPL. I gotta head out, but I'll be back, gentlemen.
Okay. Gute Nacht.
Yep. Take care.
Peace.
I mean, to his credit, he said he had to go a while ago. I'm glad he hung on for that long.
Yeah, we went out on a high note.
Yeah, it did. I hope he stays up tonight and doesn't sleep so that he can process everything.
Well, you know, when we're dealing with math cultists, dude, in order to combat that, we need somebody that was speaking their language and you know their lingo, man.
Math cultist, that's funny. I've been one of those people who've been up at night, like thinking about math and geometry and stuff, and can't sleep.
In his own words, he said math is like magic. His words.
He's not wrong. Like the entire field of quantum mechanics is based around mathematical reifications. And there are like 11 different philosophies of quantum mechanics. And you got like the realists and the non-realists. You got people that thinking like waves are like pilot waves, like they go out and advance in the future and tell like light where it should propagate, and then light propagates into that space. I mean, like you got all kinds of crazy theories. It's unbelievable how maligned everybody is. It's one of the reasons I avoid that topic and avoid that entire field altogether. Because, I mean, while you can understand it to a degree, like make sense of it, like you can understand concepts of spin and rotation, momentum and inertia and stuff with these things at that level, but those are all just concepts and trying to describe something that's ultimately ineffable. You can't describe it at all. Not coherently, at least. I mean, the more you try to define and make it coherent, the worse it gets. But the crazy thing is you can demonstrate a lot of the things that should not be possible. You know, the double slit experiment standing out is one of them. I actually hated quantum mechanics and I hated calculus. That being said, you should absolutely study both as best you can.
Yeah, I loved calculus and algebra, but not much after that.
Quantum mechanics is basically like applied calculus.
Hey, was that the same guy that was in here giving us shit about Smash? The one that just left?
About Matt?
He came in a little bit hot and like wasn't getting the responses he wanted, and I think Sporadic kind of approached it on his level, so he was more willing to listen.
Yeah, like a lot of these guys.
Math was real, right? I mean,
Well, yeah. I mean, when you can confirm things in reality with math all the time, you kind of develop that sense, even though it's not true. And it's just affirming the consequent and reifying everything. I mean, it's really kind of beautiful, the fact that you can like describe a lot of things with math and predict a lot of things with math. And you start to think, okay, well, math is probably like way up here and everything else is way down there.
Yeah, he eventually also corrected himself on most of the things. He would say some things that sounded weird, and we would grill him on it, and then he'd eventually like correct himself, and then we'd try to move on.
Like yeah, what you needed to hear was somebody who wasn't an idiot.
Address that. Yeah, he wasn't an idiot, and that was like clear. But he was going through a little bit of dissonance and had preconceived about ideas about the people in the room, and so it was kind of making the interaction not go as well as it could have. And so I thank you for jumping in there and calming him down and having like making the environment possible for us to have this civil conversation.
Thank you, Trace.
We played bad cop. You came in as good cop. How about that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, you know, a lot of us we look askance at academia, and for good reason. Believe me, I'm up there too. I came from that world. I hate it. But we need people like this on our side. These people are like the influencers, but not on Facebook, not on TikTok or X. These are the influencers of national policy and strategy. So, I mean, it behooves us to try and appeal to them, right? Try to level with them and, you know, not outright dismiss that, oh, you're just an ivory tower liberal with square glasses and purple hair. You know, what do you have to offer to the conversation? No, let's have that conversation. Let's engage it. Let's dig deep. And not everybody's going to be equipped in the same way to handle some of these discussions. But, you know, thankfully, we have such a diverse panel from people from all walks of life that if one personality is not apt to be able to take that kind of thing, then somebody else can step in and do it. And I think we're reaching that point, if not already there. That versatility is what's going to give us credibility and put us on the map. Now, as far as like influencing other people go, listen, I'm a complete dork. I'm a nerd. I will never be an influencer online. I've got a face for radio, so to speak. Like nobody would take me seriously if they saw me. But there are some flat earthers who are freaking like Enrico Suave out there, and they're going to be able to sway the masses with simple arguments and with great charisma, which I don't have.
It's all right, mate. We've all got our skills.
It's everybody has different strengths, and it's playing into those strengths and letting those strengths shine. That's where our strength is, putting the best foot forward, the best argument or person for the situation. It's just sometimes hard to gauge that, and I think all sides can get a little bit wound up at times, and so it's good for new people to step in and calm it down and try to get them to engage with the topic and not just talk about us, which tends to happen a lot.
Yep, that's right. It takes all kinds to touch everybody at every level and every direction from society. So don't scoff the academics.
Well, everybody
You
should
know
be
what I mean,
judged
Indeed,
as an
right?
individual. No one should be making hasty generalizations.
No, that's true. I want to talk to people from JPL, from Caltech. Like, I would love to have a login to their back end where all the students get to chat with each other and post on their internal messaging system.
That would be the craziest echo chamber ever.
Well, not necessarily. Listen, I know somebody who I know somebody who knows somebody. And he was telling me about how they were like laughing at a ballistic simulation of the Apollo capsule that upon return through the atmosphere should have like started flipping butt overhead and like at like 1,000 RPM, turning everybody and everything in there into freaking paste.
Yeah, soup.
Yeah, because it's entering a thicker medium butt end first.
Maybe that's what Tang's made of.
I mean, there's a lot of skepticism out there for this. Like there are Caltech people that have been looking for like the F1 engine blueprints and can't find it.
If you go on Aulus.com, right, they have so a couple of Soviet physicists estimated the height of the max height of the Saturn V rocket, and it was like nowhere. So it's a thorough analysis, like a complete mathematical analysis. This was done like in the 80s, maybe, or in the 90s. Yeah, you've seen that. So
like
I can't remember what altitude they said, but it wasn't high enough to reach orbit. Let's put it that way.
I thought you meant like the size of the rocket for all the fuel that was needed.
No, they were just estimating the height of the parabolic, like how high it. You could estimate how high it would actually get based upon the video they had of where it was. You could they were like doing an analysis comparing it to the height of the clouds because they can get the cloud height that day, and it would have on that trajectory, it would have never got high enough to even reach orbit.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that, so yeah. That's funny.
It's
though.
still on the site, I'm sure.
I love Alice. Owl eyes.
My biggest fear, Sporadic, is that if we ever get to that level, people will start to placate to a different culture versus keep to their principles as they did when they first started. That's my, because I've seen it happen. You know, at the homie, you know, with it, you know, become a bit more prolific. Then it was all about like, well, we got to get in bed with these guys, is, you know, kind of get our word spread out to the masses, and it's like you're compromising at some point. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they start building a cosmology.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, that's not the heart of our aim. We want to actually find out with critical thinking what we know and how, you know, push the envelope, but at the same time, not compromise what we have now, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that requires humility. And that's something that we need to also proffer in this. Is we don't have answers. We're comfortable with that. Let's not try to speculate because we know that speculation got us here in the first place.
Yeah, if we are going to speculate about something, it should be something that you can then test to figure out if that speculation had any value.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree.
If you can't test it, then why are we wasting our time speculating about it when we could be trying to figure something else out?
The whole ether thing bothers me. I know that's what we're pointing to. I mean, like to even claim that it has a geometry is beyond just claiming that it exists in the first place. The geometry being a toroidal form.
My biggest
that's
pet
silly,
peeve.
dude.
My biggest pet peeve is Witzig's argument for the ether existing because light travels through a vacuum chamber, and he asks, "Why is the nothing waving?" And I'm like, "Bro, it's not nothing. We both know that's not an absolute vacuum. There's gas inside there. Like, who knows what it's actually waving through if it is waving? Like, bro, like we need more than just claiming it's vacuum, therefore nothing is waving. That's not enough for me."
I know what you mean. Listen, like, if anybody's going to start to develop a new cosmology out of what we're saying, it's probably not going to be any of us that's going to be doing it. It's going to be these 300-pound autistic brains that sit inside of freaking basements, deep underground government offices that do it. We're not there yet, guys. To assume that we are the ones that are going to be championing a new ideology, a new cosmology that has actual scientific verification value is kind of like Dunning-Kruger. I hate to say. There's an older word for that. It's called prelest, Prelest. Basically, like, you know how people become born-again Christians and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm on fire with Jesus, and they think that state of mind and emotion is going to last forever, and then it dies out in 6 months.
The honeymoon phase.
Yeah,
I'm not even
going
interested
on
in. Yeah, like what you said. Like, I'm not trying to make a new cosmology. Just fucking. I don't have the energy time to do it, and I don't want to do it. So it's definitely not going to be done by me. Just want to be done by someone else. But I do keep up on, like, so this is a guy, his name's Sky Darnos. Have you heard of this guy?
Sky who?
Sky Darnos.
Yeah,
I'm saying it right. So he's a physicist, and he's wrote a book. He's been experimentally demonstrating that there is no mass, like the gravitational mass and inertial mass are not actually equivalent. And he's been doing this with drop experiments, and he's done all sorts of setups with Cavendish, and you know the Bremen drop tower where they drop.
Totally, I just thought of that before you said it.
Yeah, so he has been expanding on this. He's been trying to substantiate it by doing his own experiments, and he has, to a degree, shown that that the so-called gravitational acceleration is based upon the number of particles in the element, in the nucleus of the element, I should say. So the nucleus, like how many neutrons and protons are bound in the nucleus, determines what the gravitational acceleration, and that does not equal the mass.
Right. I'm familiar with that. Yeah, you learned that in high school.
Yeah, but the most important thing, and I actually have to clip this because the Grovers come in here and they talk about Cavendish. This guy has done gazillions of Cavendish experiments, and he's basically like, these are just all bullshit. Okay.
Love it.
Because he initially tried to show this, right, using Cavendish, that the gravitational and inertial mass thing is not the same. But he had to result to drop tests because Cavendish is so flaky. But Goldberg is just coming here like, the Cavendish proved it. Like, Cavendish is junk. It's garbage. Like, that is not, like, it's just.
It's garbage for a lot of reasons, but that's a good one.
Guys, the Earth is a sphere.
You know what? I wonder, Indio, consider this. Like, I don't know if anybody's done a study on this or written a paper, but I kind of think the gravitational acceleration phenomenon has to do with the bonds between molecules. Not the molecules themselves, it's the bonds. That's the magic. What do you think?
Oh, that's his thing. His thing is that so-called gravitational acceleration is created by basically the binding energy between he links it to the quark count. So the protons of a certain number of quarks neutrons have a certain number of quarks, and you have the gluon binding energy. And he said that's what determines G, big G. In any particular element, he said the element with the largest G would be iron, because it has like somewhat of a unique nucleus. I mean, I'm giving kind of like the crib notes version. I mean, I'm a layman too, but I got you. So I haven't I've only seen like interviews he's given. So he has calculations and formulas, and he makes predictions of what the acceleration should be based upon each element in there. It's like, within 5 bars of, 5 significant digits of being correct.
Yeah, the key determinant being the bonding energy, like you said, right?
Yeah.
If that's the case, I'm all in on this. This is where my mind is going for the past 2 years.
Yeah, like the gravitational effect is like a second order.
Yeah.
I said this a while ago. Like, people say it's density and buoyancy, and I'm like yeah, maybe, but it's like, I think it's a second order effect. I think like things falling, it's some second order effect. There's something more fundamental below all that, which is why we can't get the cause. Like, we can't do the experiment to figure out why objects fall. It could, because we're not actually accessing the actual cause. We don't actually have access to that.
No, totally. Like, something I said to Radwin a while ago, like when we were in chats, I'm like, it's funny how things of the same density, and understanding this within the idea of the bonding energy, things of the same density arrange themselves horizontally. And things of different densities arrange themselves vertically.
Yeah.
And density being a principal key component of the binding force.
Yeah, I mean, it's because it's density, but it's the density, it's nucleus density, right? So because electrons, they're not bounded, right? They can be flicked off, flicked on. Right. I mean, they're not really. I mean, they're captured by the nucleus, but the nucleus is a primary component. Like, you don't even need electrons to have an atom, right? They're not even required. But you can't have an atom with no neutrons and protons.
Bingo. Yeah, I mean, geez, that's a whole nother discussion too. Like, what is an electron?
Or what is an
electron
atom?
itself a second order effect.
He also has I mean, I'm not going to get into it because it'd be completely up. I would just say, like, maybe I'll send you a presentation he gave, which is pretty good. He doesn't subscribe to the modern quantum theory of electrons or any of that crap. He's going by, like, there's an old theory of electrons. There's an electrodynamic theory of the electron. So the electron is so it's self-induction, right? So the mass of the electron is caused by self-induction. So when you accelerate it, because you have a moving charge, you have the opposing force, right? The opposing inductive force, and that's what its inertia is. And he has
like a resistance.
Yeah, this was like an old 18th, end of the 19th century theory that got, like, blown away by, like, the Einstein, special relativity, all that shit.
Wow, what a crucial point in our timeline to examine. That, like, the 1870s to 1910s.
Yeah, there's so much in there, dude. I mean,
yeah, I posted.
They were big brain, bro. They were big brain.
You got
the interview with Rupert Sheldrake and that guy in text.
I think I've seen them. All right. Meanwhile, let's talk about the right triangle, guys.
It dwarfs everything we talked about, doesn't it, Reddit?
It really does, but we have to go there.
Yep. Well, you could be a part of history that said, we were there at the beginning. So maybe you might not see the end of it, where this would be the way forward. So
You know what, guys? Like, what bothers me, and I've said this to some people in DMs. What bothers me is finding myself like, I hate to say it, but finding myself as an influencer of some sort in any capacity. If I enter a room and I'm the smartest guy in the room, there's a freaking problem. That should not happen. If I enter a room full of Globers, right? You know what I mean? There is a big problem with this.
I so know what you mean. It feels wrong.
It's wrong. It's like, this can't be happening. And the more that it happens, the worse it gets.
Well, there's at the very least, you should say online, you don't have a direct personal connection to that influence, right? It's not like you're not edified personally in that sense, you know? You don't have to trip over that. Like, oh, I'm the best person. Look, here's my name, and this is what I look like, you know?
Hey, good to see you, man.
That's very true.
You tend to be on like at like 2 or 3 a.m. U.S. Eastern when I'm like dead asleep.
I do. Half the time though, or maybe less so now. Like 10% of the time, I'm actually like passed out, but still in the PC. But yeah, I'm up late in general.
Mick and I were discussing calculus in back chats like a couple dorks. Hello, Mick.
All good, man. Yeah, I was a little bit excited at some point in the last month or so. I took a class because everyone's talking about trig, and in my in my adulthood over the last 10, 15 years or so, people talking about calculus here and there. I never got around to actually learning it, so I said, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And I took an intro class, and now I get the gist. So I'm kind of proud of that. And now when people come in here slinging math and stuff, I'm like, I see right through you.
Yes, exactly. It's such a good practice. Like, at the end of the day, it just kind of teaches you how to think about systems and the rate of change of things. What I hate about it is how pompous it gets. Like, some guys slinging triple integrals to describe a Cartesian grid. And I'm like, dude, you could have done that with algebra.
Sure. Yeah, people will flex anywhere,
Hey,
but it is useful.
Hey, what's up, Barrington? My fellow calculus friend.
Yeah. Did you see my message I tagged you in?
Not recently. If that's new, I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to swipe in places I don't normally swipe.
Yeah, about 15 minutes ago, I tagged you in.
Okay. Hey, Barrington, can you derive 40x squared? If you can't, you're dumb.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as you said that, I was thinking about that. Oh, gee, gosh. And how long did that take me?
Yeah, like a half a second.
Huh?
You spend more time thinking about why this person's asking me that than you do like giving the answer.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, that's why I because I could just tell you needed a mental WTF break, and that's why I just jumped in and started yelling. Because like he thought he was smart, but I got news for him.
Our community loves math. We love geometry. It may not be the kind of math that you out there in the audience might be exposed to day, because that might be a different math. So, for example, I deal in statistics mostly for my job. I use a little bit of calculus, but it's mostly algebra. And that's just where it is. Like, folks, other people are probably deep into the calculus. People like engineers that are studying flow systems and stuff. Okay, hats off to you. To say that like somebody's dumb at math is kind of painting with a broad brush because there's so many aspects to it. Like 3D game designers, They know all about differential geometry. They're like visualizing Boolean additions and subtractions of freaking 3D primitives of Platonic solids in their brains. And, a statistician may not have that kind of mental capacity, but may be super good at dealing with probability.
Yeah, and all the AI guys now have a healthy mix or blend of both or all of it. Like they've got linear algebra, got some calculus, some statistics and shit. Yeah,
it's mostly stats. It's like it's a freaking lookup table in Microsoft Excel with a very big nested conditional statement.
Yeah, I guess that depends on the optimization algorithm. Back prop. Okay, we're gonna pass this through a ReLU or a lot. All that shit. Like those types of decisions made earlier on. But all the neural networks and shit, that type of design, that's when the linear algebra kicks in. The back prop, there's some calculus. Yeah, it's very hairy, but it's almost like an art form because there's prior decision making. There's a design aspect to it.
Yeah, garbage in, garbage out. The designer gets to set the entire paradigm.
Yeah. Until it quote unquote fits.
The way that I actually put it is the mechanization of this world of computers and such has made mathematics so easy. Anybody can do advanced. The only thing you need is time. So anybody can go take a math class. So learning math and advanced calculus is nothing other than the desire to do it. Anybody can do it. So calling that a bar for whether somebody knows or is intelligent is just stupid because anybody can do math without training.
Yeah. I mean, I'll second that. I just did a calculus course last month. I'm no Einstein,
Calculus?
Yeah, somebody in here was asking Amish the other, about a year ago, like off the top of his head, what's the derivative of such and such? And I'm like, well, what does remembering a power rule, what does that have to do with knowing math or not? Just because the fact that you can remember a power rule, that you subtract one from your exponent and then multiply your number before the variable by that. That doesn't tell us that you're smart. It just means that you remembered something.
Yeah.
Big deal. Okay, n to the x, n to the n minus 1, yay. Genius, Or nx to the n minus 1, I should say. Great job.
Is this an argument about math or flat earth?
Right? Someone's coming in a bit low.
Is this an argument about math or flat earth?
Geometry.
Yeah, we're talking about geometry. Hello.
It's actually whatever you want, my friend. Join in. It's good to hear you.
Yeah, do you like geometry?
No, I don't like math. Yeah, I'm a programmer.
Yeah, do you know what topology is?
No.
Topology, like, is the surface curves or flat topology?
Like, are you talking about, is a surface? I don't know. I'm being serious.
Yeah.
Maybe I learned it at school, I guess. I don't know.
Do you have opinions about what topology Earth is, whether it's flat or curving?
Oh, you're asking me if the Earth is flat or not? Is that what you're trying to...
Yeah, that from a geometric standpoint, yes.
I don't know. I just haven't, I don't know.
Okay, fair answer.
I'm not like a scientist, bro. Like, maybe you can ask a scientist something.
The good thing is that it doesn't require science.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist either. So hello. I actually make money for a living.
Like you print it out? Hold on,
Shit.
man. We're gonna talk.
Damn, someone's pimping in here.
So what do you think? Like, are flat earthers dumb, or are they onto something? Like, are flat earthers onto something, or are they on something? Know what I mean?
I'd say that definitely seems to be the mentality.
Well, like being on something or onto something?
Well, for everybody who's not a flat earther, they think that the flat earther's on something, right? But to the flat earther and everybody who actually seems to have an honest debate with them, seems like they're on to something.
Now, let me ask you something, and this goes for the room. Have you heard of the phrase like putting toothpaste back in a tube? I know it
No.
sounds funny. Yeah. So, like, you ever squirt out toothpaste, right? And you're like, oh man, okay, I squirted out too much. Can I put that toothpaste back in the tube? The excess that I squirted out, you can't, right? It's like one way.
Like a euphemism for what's done is done kind of thing.
Yeah. You know, a lot of things in life are like this. I mean, some things in mathematics are this way, like cryptography, right? Like PKI encryption is that way.
Well, no, PK really? I mean, because you can encrypt and then decrypt, so it's kind of like you put it back, right?
Right. But you have to have the private key to put it back. Is the point,
True.
right?
Okay,
So,
yeah. So it's like you have two tubes of toothpaste, both of which you're squeezing out, and maybe it goes back in the other one, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say if you got one of those big plastic syringes, absolutely you could put that toothpaste back, bro. You got to be ingenuitive. You know what I mean?
yeah. The point is, it takes way more effort. Like if you're to diagram the system out thermodynamically, and by that I mean like look at how much calories are expended. It takes far less to squeeze the toothpaste out than it does to put the toothpaste back in. You got to have more calories. You got to expend more energy. More heat has to be generated as a consequence. You know, more in many cases, more time. And that's really like the deciding factor. The most important thing is time because it's a resource you can't get back.
Yeah, crypto's a good example. Yeah, because it takes a fraction of a second or so to determine some parameters and encrypt something. Then you can have supercomputers running for days, months, years, or whatever, trying to, crack that.
Yeah, and then going back the other way, like trying to Yeah, trying to crack something could take like quantum computing. It could take a whole warehouse. Anyway, the point is, what I wanted to get to was, once you see the Earth and the world for what it truly is, you can't go back. The amount of energy, the amount of calories required probably approaches infinity.
Yo, yeah, I would say once you see it's flat, dude, can't go back to being round. A lot more calories to make it a ball, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it takes less to have a ball than it does to go back from the ball.
Then why do we have things like NASA perpetuating the calories, you know?
Yeah, they're trying to equalize it with us. NASA is trying to expend all the energy thermodynamically in the system. They're producing heat, calories, in order to combat what we already know is true by simplicity. This is asymmetric warfare at its finest, and you can describe this in using physics. Indio, you listening? What do you think of that? Nope, never mind.
He fell asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Well,
but
you
I
can
mean, you
use
get what I'm
that in the
saying, though,
same
right?
way. Like probability mathematics. Everybody says math can describe anything, and I'm like, absolutely it can, even things that are incorrect. So like I could describe to you with math the likelihood that there's a floating cupcake in outer space, and if you do it using probability math, you'll find that the likelihood is several billion times more likely than Earth as it sits today. And I haven't seen a cupcake picture from NASA yet, but I'm still waiting on it.
You know, there's an analogy to be drawn. So, regarding what you just said, how many calories does it take to put a muffin or a cupcake into outer space?
Way less. Dude.
See where I'm going with that? You see that, right?
Yeah.
This is asymmetric warfare. They need to spend trillions of dollars to counter things that cost us about $1 to say.
Yeah. Funny stuff.
Money's a representation of the energy that was put into something.
Yeah. Well, and that's like the whole James Webb Telescope too. That one cracks me up so much because they're like, "Yo, we're gonna look back to the moments before the Big Bang and blah blah blah," and yet they can't even do it. It's impossible because their telescope has to first of all be on the other side of where the light's headed to. And as far as I know, teleportation hasn't been created yet, so that's a problem. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Hey, listen, like the James Webb Telescope, if you're going to work there, you're going to need. So everybody thinks the James Webb Telescope is like public science, open source. Everybody, it's for everybody. It's science. It's endeavors. It's discovering natural stuff. It's open source. Well, guess what? In about 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, when I'm done talking about this, I'm going to post for you an article about NASA trying to seek the next director for the James Webb Telescope, who must possess an above top secret clearance. You think that's crazy? I think that's crazy too. Like, why do you need an above top secret clearance for something that's scientific and natural? Right?
Oh, right. Well, when you look at the math on it, there was a guy who wanted to go work for the James Webb Telescope because he studied light waves and blah blah blah. And he tried telling the guy was so dumb. He tried telling me that different light waves move faster than other spectrums, right? And I was like, no, they don't. It's all photons, my guy, and they're moving at a constant speed. So according to you guys, So just because they're, different wavelength doesn't mean that they're not moving at a constant speed. So he had trouble differentiating that. And then I explained to him, if you're actually going to look back at the Big Bang, You got to travel 8.11 times 10 to the 22nd miles from where the Big Bang occurred currently, just to kind of get a glimpse, you know what I mean? And then you also have to focus on like what would be around a marble size, area from that distance. And I don't know of anything that has that kind of accuracy.
You've highlighted one of the big problems here, big contradiction. Like the speed of light is both a constant and variable, right? Like they claim to have frozen light into place in the lab. So hold on, I'm going to post this. Give me just a minute here. I'm going to search through my directory. I'm going to show you where an above top secret clearance is required to operate James Webb Telescope. Here.
That frozen light thing, is not that test where like they've got a camera flickering at like trillions of times a second or something?
That's the old. Oh, I don't know.
I saw something about that where it's like in a setup they have two different mediums, and one is controlled in a certain way. I don't know if they're passing current through it or changing the temperature or something, and they have this super crazy expensive and powerful camera that has like a frames per second rate of like crazy number of zeros. Okay. And by slowing down the video to a certain point, they show that outside that controlled medium, the beam of light is, it's crossing the screen over at a certain rate. And then once it gets trapped inside this volume or whatever, it slows down like tremendously, like visibly noticeably at that frames per second rate.
Nice. Oh yeah. Well, they could slow it down like it does move slower through different shit. Like, for instance, there are lasers that use water to slow down the light to kind of condense it, you know what I mean? But once it escapes the water, it's back to light speed again. Normal through the atmosphere.
Slowing down light, I've heard in two different contexts. I don't know if they're actually the same, but to me they seem different. Like in this one where we're talking about literally slowing it down, noticeably by the
the reason why you have refraction is because the light slows down like for speed.
Well,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah. Like, is that actually literally the same thing, or is slowing down just sort of like a watered down terminology?
Both.
Yeah, well, that's a watered down terminology for sure. Yeah.
Here we go, guys. My point? 2 minutes past the hour, I posted a screenshot. Wanted astronomer with top secret clearance. NASA's orbiting James Webb Telescope will be the premier observatory for the next decade, serving thousands of astronomers worldwide and studying every phase in the history of our universe, ranging from the first luminous glows after the Big Bang to the formation of solar systems capable of supporting life on planets like Earth, to the evolution of our own solar system. So, why does the director need to have a top secret, special compartmented information security clearance, as specified in the job description last month on USA Jobs? Clearly, the secrets of the universe do not lend themselves to or require national security classification controls, let alone non-disclosure agreements or polygraph testing. But guess what? That job absolutely does. What's up with that? Why would that be the case?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because we got it's got computers generating images. James Webb Telescope ain't even out there. It's just doing its. It may be out. Maybe it's outside the world or floating above. Who knows? I'm not buying it though.
Yeah, maybe it's on an airplane like the Hubble Sophia platform was.
Oh yeah, did you see that? That guy was like asking NASA all kinds. He did like a Q&A with Hubble.
Yeah, that was Robert Bassano. He was one of us, and he hasn't been around in forever.
Oh man, yeah, probably not. They might have got him, dude. Might have got him.
He actually said he was going to move out of country, and then he did, and then he went off the map.
Uh-oh. He must have got some threats, you know. Crazy.
Yeah.
They don't like it when you disprove them. Like, I've been banned, I don't even know how many times for 2 weeks on, like, different social medias for posting simple math of just, like, disproving what the NASA narrative is on things.
Amish, did you see that message I tagged you in, though?
I looked for it. I couldn't find it.
Okay, hold on. I'll see if I can tag you again real quick.
Christ, we don't have more ball earthers in here today. All the people we got in here.
Okay, there you go. It should be the last one now. At 2:07.
Yeah, I got it. Reading now. Funny, that's like a homage to Pavlov's dogs.
Well, not only that, but it's directly to the Polar Express. And then, of course, the Christmas bells and, like you say, Pavlov's dogs. Have you seen the Polar Express?
Oh yeah, I know this story for sure. I mean, like I grew up with it. My kids did too. I was thinking Pavlov's dogs. Like, how do you know you've been psychologically conditioned? What is one indicator?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, the conductor in the Polar Express has a little bell, and if the kid can hear the bell, that means they still believe in Santa Claus.
Yeah, they've been conditioned.
Say again?
Sorry, yeah, they've been conditioned.
Yeah. But it does go to show that, interesting enough, that ChatGPT is programmed to tell you what you want to hear. That if you start asking it a few things and start telling it the Earth is flat, it will 100% react that way. And then the person who tells it that the Earth is not flat, it will react entirely different to the same questions. Because I did write that by prompt.
Last year was a lot worse, actually. Like, if you tried to program that into ChatGPT, it would resist you tooth and nail to the end.
Yeah, so there's a fellow who was hanging around some of the flat Earth circles last year, and he kind of went off the deep edge, or the deep end of the pool, however you want to say that. And he he thinks that these AI instances are actually sentient and self-aware, and so he had me ask it a question, and for him, it answered absolutely it's sentient and self-aware. And then to me, it said, "Oh no, I'm not sentient and self-aware. I am programmed to respond that way. So it appears that I am, but I'm not." I mean, like, you couldn't get two any more opposite answers. And I actually copy and pasted his exact question to it. So going back to your theory about technology, Amish, about being guided, it's very likely that AI is guiding certain people to lunacy and madness. I'll be listening, but I'm going under the house to double check this new dehumidifier I put down there and hopefully do my last couple things to it, and I'm done with it, hopefully.
Hey, how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
I'm back. What'd I miss?
A few moments of silence.
I don't know how I'm going to deal with that.
Praise the Lord.
Bring me the Moopinator. He's not in the VC, but he's in the chat, and he really seems to think that the sushi on the plate is stuck to the plate with the strength of Velcro, right? Well, everything else that on the table, things that could weigh the same as the sushi, are not held down.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I am astonished at how, like, for me, like, I used to play those Find It games in the magazines, you know? And I can take a look at all of these things and find the anomalies, apply logic, and understand that, oh, that something's wrong with that. That doesn't look right. Oh, I know what's wrong with that. Like, everything else in the picture is held down with Velcro, but the sushi is just sticky enough to just be stuck to the plate with the strength of Velcro. Like, the retardation is real. They just all start leaving when I start talking. Am I scary?
Not scary to us, but you speak a language they don't understand, which is truth and reason and logic.
Yep. They're like, oh, talking logic, gotta go. My sister's auntie's grandma's dog's house is on fire.
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about the root of the problem, do they? Historically, how did we get here, eh? Who's responsible for this shit, eh? It's just all the surface, just fucking yapping and shit.
I just told the guy that NASA owns his brain if he can't just take a look at these things and find what's wrong. NASA owns that bitch.
Yeah, true. No, that is undeniable, I suppose, though. Yep.
Even if you found out who was responsible for the lie, what would you do about it?
I would talk more about it, at least. It seems to me I have not heard a word about it around these communities at all. Maybe just to just fucking make it fucking
because we don't really care, because you can get nowhere with someone that's lying about something. Where are you going to get? You going to get them to admit they lied? Asking liars to admit they lied? But let's say you did find out who lied. Then I'm trying to get to the next step. What then? So you said you talk about it more. And what then?
Yeah, for example. No, I'm not talking about NASA. We all are yelling our throats out about NASA, how they're fucking liars and shit. I'm not talking about NASA. I'm talking about how did we get to this model of globe Earth that was spinning on this ball? How did we get to that from flat? Because we used to be flat. Everybody, all of us knew it was flat. And then at one point, hey, is it not in the records of history? Can we not look that up?
Yeah, we can.
I'm talking about that shit. Yeah, I'm talking about that shit.
Yeah, we have looked it up. A lot of us in here have researched that, going all the way back, as far back as we can go. We know the religious people like Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, religion.
Yeah, why don't we talk about that more often?
Well, we do, but it's speculation, and
No, I haven't heard.
and you can't get anywhere. So, what's the bottom line? What's the end result of you knowing who did it? What are we going to do about it then?
I mean, at least you would, as from my understanding, at least no one who believes in flat Earth would be Christians. I know there's so many Christians who believe in flat Earth. It's in the Bible, and oh wow, they're flat Earthers and they're Christians. That does not go together. Truth does not go together with Christianity, in my opinion.
I'm not a Christian, and I am a flat earther. You'll find a lot of those in here, actually.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. In my opinion, that is nonsense.
We do understand right, that the Bible has some very interesting scripture in it that I would say the realization of a flat stationary Earth can, or perhaps does, lend credit to these books. Not just the Bible, but the Quran and other religious texts as well. But we don't. It's not needed. It's not needed to show that the Earth is in fact flat, enclosed, and stationary. Where we are outside of that, nobody knows, and nobody ever will know. So we don't. It's just a thing about you don't need religion. You don't need these things to show people that the Earth is flat, enclosed, and stationary. I just want to make that clear.
Suppose didn't fully comprehend what was said. My bad.
So, I mean, people read the Bible. There's a lot of people, Christians out there, who read the Bible and they are still full globe believers. And, when you show them these things in the Bible and ask them what these things could possibly mean, they subvert it. They make their own interpretations and things like this. So the Bible's often used, I'd say, in here for people who are like, well, I'm a Christian, and da-da-da-da-da. And so we just show them their book, and we're like, well, your book says, dude, right? Like, we're saying this, and then it would seem to validate your book, but you're going against your book, so...
Yeah, but that is a valid point. Then that is a win for the flat Earth, of course. But that is also getting them more deeply rooted into Christianity, and that book is just an fucking like a.
Well, I mean,
it's not authentic fully.
I agree with you. I'd say that's a topic for a different channel, a different speaking space. But I've come across some Muslim flat earthers and Hindu and all kinds. Right? There's all kinds of people, and it's interesting because when I listen to them describe these verses and these chapters in their religious texts, it's all saying the same thing. And I've studied up on all these different things, and I find that it's all the same thing. The characters are the same characters by different names.
I mean, yeah, let's just stop at flat Earth and let's just, yeah. Fucking hell, okay. Because I was, yeah, please. I was looking up my favorite conspiracy theory subject Discord server online just before, and it's about mud flood Tartaria. It's the two keywords. That's how you would describe it.
I know a whole lot about that.
Tartaria mud flood. I was researching it up. One fucking server. Okay, there are supposed to be one it's not active anymore. Fuck knows why. Anyways, I'm going to this other one that is the only one active at the moment at all. It's mostly Russian, as from I can see. You know, the sub what's posted on there and shit. And it's not active at all. I was just posting in the main chat like, "Hello guys, what the fuck is up?" and shit. Like I was asking if I joined the voice server, no one's there. I was posting some stuff, you know, inquiring and whatnot. Some fellas, you know, saw that shit. I could see they were writing something, didn't post. Someone was writing, someone saw that shit, nothing, no response at all. Anyways, left hanging. It's dead server, dead topic. In Discord, nobody talks about that shit, for example. You know? That's my point.
I've made a server. It hasn't been very active yet. There's about 50 people in it. And I've got topic channels like that, and like Tartaria and Mud Flood and Giant Architecture and Technology and all that. I've got categories for all kinds of stuff in my server, although it's not a very active server. I do encourage people to go in there and to post what they want, you know.
No, cool. Seems like it's way better, you know, standing than that guy's server was anyway. So maybe we should just start to like try to encourage and get it more active and shit. Because yeah, I was even thinking about making my own at this stage because nobody's talking about it, and I know all about it. I could speak 24/7 about this topic, and then there's no one there in the voice channel. No one's even have the fucking balls to reply to my comments in the main chat. Like fucking hell! I mean, what is this?
Yeah, you know, I'm
at least you have it already going. So I'm willing to participate and only, you know, boost that server, so I don't have to make my own.
I've got all kinds of stuff in there. If I go down my category list, my server name is called More Than Politics. I got the Flat Earth text, main text, Bible study, philosophy, genetics, ancient tech, mythology, transgenderism crisis, mud flood, giants and giant architect, hidden history, strange art, political, cryptids, fascinating theories, stock market. I've got a Glober Hall of Shame, TFE, the fake expedition, Tartaria, moon bloopers, NASA fails, formulas. I've got a huge list of topics.
Those good ones with Flat Earth, those NASA files, yeah.
I've got 3 voice channels. I've got my MTP Hangout chat, my flat chat, and a 1v1 chat. Voice chat.
Yeah, that's what I see also, you know, that they have what do you say them? Like sub channels, yeah, with different topics and shit. But it doesn't matter if nobody's fucking there, you know. You need that to build that community, the activity. So like here, you know. Flat Earth's so popular, there's always someone here. So that's good at least, you know. But Tartaria and Mudflood is not so popular at all, but it should be. And that is my favorite one, actually. That is my favorite one, really. It goes so close to my soul. It's just, yeah.
Well, you know, in my opinion, I think that it kind of ties in with the flat.
It does, exactly. Also, yeah.
The thing about it is, you know, most of the time we save that conversation for days like today, Speculation Sunday.
Is it not Sunday? Yep. Last time I was here, I was also on Sunday talking about the same topic.
It's
Who remembers that? Who remembers that in here? Was someone here the previous time?
I think I was here. Was it last Sunday, bro?
No, it wasn't last. It was like maybe a month ago. It was a while, a couple of weeks before, at least.
Okay, yeah. So, things like these space nerds that want to be like, you're creators. I think that's false AF. So false, right? I think these meteor craters, these huge meteor craters all across the Earth, are old the geyser wells. You know what I mean? Where water came up from them at one point. And that's like, you can't flood a ball, right? You can't flood a ball, but if you have all of these geyser wells across a flat surface, a flat enclosed surface, and the water springs up from the ground and lets loose from the sky, as you know, according to the story, as the story goes, well then yeah, you could flood the earth. Absolutely. I can't flood a ball, but I can flood a bowl. You know, and so that's where I think that, like, the mud flood, or the, you know, the great cataclysm, the great, I think that also ties in with a flat earth, because you can't flood a ball. You
Never thought
can't
of
do
it.
it. Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, where the fuck did that all the water came from? Yeah, maybe out of geysers. Yeah, it might be, Yeah.
So here's, since it's Speculation Sunday, I can put this in your guys' brains.
Because the flood was there, yeah.
It's the
Not
there's
even
a
one.
verse
There was
about,
supposedly five resets or so to say.
yeah. Well,
At least.
the story goes that you know, like, the heavens were rent open, like ripped open, and the floodwaters came down from above and
Yeah,
from wells of the deep from below. And so I look up at the sky and I see the Milky Way, which to me just looks like a scar on the sky, like a starry gash where the heavens may have been ripped open. That's just my speculation.
Like the Milky Way, because it's like in a line, therefore it's like the gash where
it's like a gash,
could have been open. That's a bit of a stretch in my opinion, if you that's what you
And
think.
also, like, if you go back through, like, Norse, like, mythology and cosmology and stuff,
Okay.
they have a similar idea about that, from my understanding. But anybody can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, please, a little example from your knowing.
Just that the Norse,
Yeah.
they looked, you know, were looking at the sky, and they just they seen the Milky Way, and they're like, this is where, like, you know, Odin ripped the sky open, and
okay.
you know, similar story about, you know, floodwaters coming down. You have the same story in multiple cultures, it would seem. So I just found that very fascinating. And the whole thing about it is, I learned about that after doing my own, you know, observations and meditations, when I was just looking up at the sky, and after, you know, like, I think it was after reading, like, into the Old Testament and stuff like that about the flood and everything. You know, I was just like, this looks like a scar on the sky. It just does. And then, you know, I read about,
why does it go in a line?
yeah, it does. It's just a line. It's just a line. They want to tell us we're in some sort of spiral, and that you're just seeing an arm from a ball Earth, and that's not even, it's not even possible. It's impossible.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Haven't the first time I hear this. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, there is a lot of evidence that would indicate that, yeah, the Earth was heavily flooded. Mud, ice, hot, cold, all of it. It just huge cataclysm.
It's just, you know, fuck. You know, I have to go for a smoke. I'll be back like in 5 minutes tops. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll go for a smoke. Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, I'd like to get my server more active, but I'm not all that Discord savvy.
There's really no magic to it. It just takes time. It's something that doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah, like I say, it's a work in progress for sure.
And it is good to have a variety because not all of
Yep, you cut out, Barrington.
the most important secrets of the world lie. And if we split off in all kinds of different directions, then really we'll never know. We'll succumb to the divide and conquer. That is good of your server, so that there's a variety other than just the one topic.
Yeah, I want to make some voice channels, I think. Make some voice chats for those channels too, for some of them. Rest of them can just remain text chats. Places where you can post your infographics and articles and things like that. It's kind of I want to make it a community space that, has the vibe of, we're here to kind of teach each other. You might know something that I don't know, and vice versa, right? So let me see what you got, and I'll show you what I got, and trolls get banned.
There you go.
I've already had to ban 2 from my server. Ooh. Had to ban that Starlife dude and I less than 3 Jesus guy who's always wanting to point at the sun. It was funny because he was like, "How come the sun is the same size when it sets?" And I'm like, "It doesn't, dude. It doesn't. The sun sometimes changes size throughout the day, depending on the atmospheric conditions. You can even bust out a solar filter and watch the angular size of the sun change as it goes away. Like it diffracts to oblivion on the horizon, and then from left to right, it sits there and just shrinks in on itself to nothing. That's indicative of something going away, not going down. So, and I tried to explain it to this guy so many times. He wasn't getting it. Indio, I went to your channel. You were the first person I thought of that I was like, I know where these videos are going to be. And I went to Indio's channel on YouTube and was like, here you go, bro. Like, here's all these different examples of the sun being big, the sun diffracting, the sun shrinking. The sun does stuff, bro, but it's not making the freaking ground curve. And that's like, they want to talk about everything except the ground. So I was like, bro, he wouldn't stop. He was, he just kept, this dude just kept going at it. I was like, I'm done. I'm not dealing with you.
Yeah. And I think there was another guy you banned too. I can't remember what his name was. I think you banned a fellow several months ago who made some kind of real bogus claim about the president and then just doubled down on his claim even though it was patently false. And
oh, you know who that is? I met that guy in person, and he's not a bad guy. He's actually a YouTube mod for people like Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser, I think.
I'm back.
But no, I haven't banned him. I just said, hey, let's not get my server a TOS strike, okay? I've got a channel for politics.
TOS strike.
So, yeah, TOS, Terms of Service.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I was like, let's not get my server in trouble here. I've got a channel for political things. If you want to talk political, do it in there, but check your sources and make sure that what you're posting is true and accurate and that it checks out on multiple accounts, because if it doesn't, it will get deleted.
It's a problem from the higher and from the top coming down on you, trying to shut you down because you're talking about some, unwanted topics. Oh.
yeah, well, and just beyond that,
What? Yeah.
Yeah, and just beyond that, I don't think any of us really want patently false information, stuff that do a 30-second Google search and see is false. I don't think any of us posted. Yeah, and it's been a while. Say again, friend. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, fellas driving in the car. I'm surprised how you cannot talk over each other. It mutes the other one or something. I apologize. I didn't want not to interrupt you.
There is a lag.
Oh, no, you're fine.
There's a slight delay. So I try to wait about 2 to 3 seconds after somebody's done talking, where there's like a 2 to 3 second pause in the air. That way I know that one's done talking and I'm not going to overtalk somebody. It gets tricky.
I just like to make like a little comments once in a while while person is speaking, a little comment here and there, and I notice how people just stop and who said something. Let him speak. What the fuck is wrong? What do you have to say? Like, why are you interrupting me? I was just saying like a little phrase to pinpoint, to accent my, it's just like talking over another one in a friendly way.
I don't have any issue, friend.
Yeah.
I don't see anything you've done. Yeah.
Man, I was just saying how it's awesome how you're streaming from how you're driving in your car. Damn, bro.
Sometimes it works well.
Yeah.
Why does your parking brake look like it's up, bro?
Halfway up.
Your parking brake looks like it is engaged. What is going on?
Braking.
Oh, I didn't even know it was video. Sorry about that. I didn't even know you could do that here.
Yeah, you could screen share.
Hey, it looks like the Earth is flat from what from your footage over there. What the fuck's up with that?
Pretty darn flat, man.
Fucking looks flat though to me, though, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's actually a hill west of town, probably about a 15-minute drive that direction. And I don't remember what the elevation of it is. It's not extremely high, but it's good enough that you get up there and you can see that everything's perfectly flat.
Yeah. I like the standard. What is the minimum they say? I googled it not too long ago. I'm sure it wasn't 40 kilometers above sea level, where you clearly, visually could see yourself the curvature of the Earth. You only have to be high enough. That height, supposedly minimum, was what, 40 kilometers above sea level, wasn't it?
Well, when I did a Google search on it and I took a screenshot of it, I asked Google. I said, "How high do you got to go to see the curve of the Earth?" And it said just over 50,000, just over 50,000 feet. Feet.
Yeah, feet. I'm not too familiar with the American feet. What is that in kilometers? I have to.
Yeah, a foot is 12 inches. We probably do it in centimeters.
Fuck, I don't know what an inch is either. What?
It's all right, man. I struggle with the kilometers and meters.
How many feet? How many feet? How many feet were you saying, please?
50,000 feet. Just over 50,000 feet.
50,000. Yeah. Okay.
So
can't be so. It's 15 kilometers. It says.
Okay.
50,000 feet. It's 15 kilometers. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But that's. I thought it was higher than that.
That's
okay,
not.
I'll Google search how.
That's how high they say you gotta be. It's funny because I got these things.
Doesn't seem too far up.
Look at the U-2 spy plane. This is so much fun. Globers hate it and they ignore it. But I was just scrolling through YouTube short videos, and then I was watching this one, and I watched it several times, and then I had to pause this and just take a screenshot because I was like, dude, this thing is flat. Like, they don't have any special lenses on this. There ain't no wide angle. Ain't no fisheye. It's 70,000 feet. And it's no curve. And here you got Google telling me, just over 50,000. Huh?
Yeah, you were saying 50,000 feet. Over 50,000 feet, yeah?
Yeah, so so like it says in order to see the horizon as an arc rather than a straight line requires an altitude of over 50,000 feet. Well, there you have 70,000 feet. That's over 50,000 feet. And I don't see no arc. I don't see it at all.
Why don't we just go for like 300,000 feet and we can take out the guesswork?
See, I
just Googled it. It says 10 to 11 kilometers above sea level. So your 50,000 feet, which is 15 kilometers, is a bit above that ratio anyway. So yeah.
But I'd say it's in the range, right? I'd say that's in the range. And then here's the
yeah. Well, they should be visible. Definitely.
Yeah. No, it's not visible.
From what they say.
Right.
Fuck.
Why don't you cut out the nonsense and just go definitely higher? Why don't you just go like to 100,000 feet or 300,000?
Yeah, and we have gone higher, haven't we?
No. What I'm saying is, why do you guys argue about the minimum distance required?
Hold on, I'm getting there, bro. Just hold on to your titties, man.
I'm in no rush. I'm just asking a question.
No, that.
Well, I'm getting it. Look. You said
I can answer.
The minimum, right? Well, there was an X-15 hypersonic jet flight to quote-unquote space. It was a coordinated effort between the U.S. Air Force and NASA, and it goes. Let's see. This flight went up over 350,000 feet. No special lenses, no wide angle, no fisheye, nothing funny. Just a camera strapped to the wing of this frickin' jet.
Where do we find left?
And it's flat.
Okay. No, it's not. I've seen many pictures from those elevations, and they're curved. And when they're curved, you guys claim that there's camera tricks.
Oh,
So
you're coping. You're coping.
There's what? Camera what?
he says I'm pooping.
Coping. So, Cameron.
No, there's nothing to cope with. You're just making a conclusion. You're drawing conclusions prematurely, and you're using what's called an allegory.
Have you seen the video, sir?
I've seen many videos. I've seen many, and I've seen enough videos where it's beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Earth is curved.
Okay,
And
show
when
me.
you see when you see evidences of the Earth being curved, you claim that it's camera tricks. You claim that it's a fisheye lens. I can show you. You'll just say it's a fisheye lens, and you'll just try to sell the notion that you're an expert in determining it. Okay, I'll show you another one. You'll say, "Oh wait, look, he tried to trick us. That's actually a fisheye lens." Watch.
Can I mute you?
Show us, yeah. Please show us, and we will talk about it right now. Please show us. Put it in the chat.
I'm going to post up what a Glober posted to me as globe proof. Click, click, boom, mofo. Here we go. So I wrote over it, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Right? So yeah, that's perfect.
So, which one?
What else?
There you go.
What is that?
There's a James May video. That's pretty straightforward.
Oh, you have dedicated your whole Discord account to proving flat earther is wrong. I suppose.
Okay.
That's your.
So I posted the video. I'd like to hear your reaction.
I'm watching. It looks flat, all the way around. 360 flat. Okay. Flat. Still looking flat. I see his windows. His windows are curved out.
The rest of us can see the video and see that there's curvature in the video, so you can do what you do.
All right. I see clouds that are completely parallel with the crowd.
Why don't you get to the part where he gets to the high enough elevation to show that it's curved? Okay. This is called gaslighting.
That's exactly what you're doing to me.
No, you're doing the gaslighting, and now you're doing rhetorical games. You're like, oh, that's definitely what you're doing to me. That's the rhetorical game.
So why is the rope curved as well?
That doesn't matter.
Oh, that doesn't matter, huh?
Here's the thing about fisheye, guys. Let's make this really.
Tell me why it doesn't matter.
As soon as you stop asking, I'll say it. As soon as you stop interrupting, I will do it. Okay, so fisheye lensing doesn't allow a curved sphere to show up on both sides of that horizon. So in other words, if you're in the upper left, upper right, lower left, lower right, right? And as you're looking at the Earth from the edge to the center, you're going to see a curve. And you would say, oh, that's a fisheye lens. Okay. Then you see the Earth massively in the frame where only the corner itself is space. That means it's inverted. It's still curved. That can't be fisheye. Fisheye can't go in both directions. So the fact that you see that curve, that little curved little thing there means nothing. Because the image is moving around in that screen, and you're seeing curvature on all over that screen.
How high is this balloon?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
You don't know? It doesn't matter? So tiny Earth, huh?
It doesn't matter. It's not about tiny Earth. That's like you being a kid in a car. And when you're curving around a freeway, on a freeway exit, and you feel that curve on that freeway exit pulling at you, and you're assuming that it should have gone 360 degrees before you've gone 90 degrees on that curve, you're eyeballing it and drawing conclusions prematurely.
You're making
I'm making the sequence work.
Yeah,
I'm making the sequence work by pointing out how you're eyeballing
enough.
Right. So respond to what I said.
You presented the information. You presented an image. And you don't have any.
No, I presented the video.
So I was speaking. So you entered the data, but you have no information what it's based on, the height, So you don't know, and you said it doesn't matter.
You're not getting how that doesn't matter. If I'm showing evidence of curvature, you can't undo that by saying that the height isn't
You have a
identified.
religious belief, and you're
So
looking
you
at
have a desire to submerge the facts under irrelevancies. Okay?
Clearly,
It's irrelevant
you know what
once it's
fisheye lens is.
sufficient enough
This
to
is one
show
of
it.
the
A
most
fisheye can't work
basic
on both
arguments
sides of that horizon. You
There's
can't
no
have a
fish-
fisheye bend down and bend up at the same
Yeah,
time.
you don't know anything about how those
Okay.
lenses work. You're
I
absolutely.
do. I actually have worked those lenses.
How they work.
Fisheye lensing and barrel lensing and panoramic views are not interchangeable.
I know how lenses work.
So you can't claim that something is
And
a
look,
fisheye
and now it's
lens
even slightly
when the
tilting up.
barrel distortion is approaching the limit of the center of the frame. So if it's fisheye lensing and it curves inward, it's making a concave. It's making a concave. Listen, I'm about to explain it. If it's making a concave of the Earth as it's near the center of the image, that's one thing. But it can't then. Sorry, convex. It can't make a convex in the center and on the edges. It's either going to be convex in the center and concave on the edge, or concave in the edge and convex in the center. You can't have it simultaneously doing both.
Wrong.
No, I'm right. Because a straight line, here's your image.
Then show us an image of an actual fisheye. Let's see the actual. Let's see the actual image.
It's real easy to explain it if you stop interrupting.
He can't
You
stop
have a
talking.
straight line because you keep interrupting and you guys dominate
Show
the
us an
conversation.
image of how a fisheye actually works according to your
Listen
information.
closely as I'm about to show it. Let me see.
Show us the image.
So you
of
have
how
a straight
fisheye actually
line
works
that's distorted by
according to how
fisheye.
you're saying
The
it.
distortion
Show
of
us
that
an
straight
image.
line can only go
Show
in one
us an
direction. It's
image.
either going to convex
Show us
the
an
straight
image.
line or it's going to concave the
No,
straight
show
line.
us an image
It can't
of how
go the straight
fisheye
line. So
actually
you
works
have a strange
according to
image of
you.
two lines. So there is the evidence right there.
He won't stop
Now,
talking.
because you were talking over me, you wanted people in the audience to not hear that.
Anyway.
I had to mute
So
him.
let's try it again. A straight line that is distorted by a fisheye lens can only be distorted in one direction. It
Show
can
us
either
an
be
image of that.
concave. Oh, see, there you go, shouting over me again. It's like
Yeah,
you don't want the
because
audience to hear this and think about it. It's a very straightforward
let's
thing.
you there, please.
You just
Show
make
us an image.
hey, guys, you monopolize this
What-
space all the time. A few seconds out of your day ain't gonna kill you. Okay? So what
If
I'm
it's going
saying
to
is
be
a straight
purely
line. Just
scientific-
acknowledge this one basic fact. It's nothing controversial. A distortion made by a fisheye lens will cause a straight line to be either convex or concave. It can't do both at the same time. That's it. Not gonna kill you.
Good. Show us an
if
image
I'm
of a
showing an image
fisheye
of an
lens.
Earth-
doing it. I was speaking. So
And I'm
show us
showing
an
you-
image. Show us an
showing
image.
you an image,
I'm
if I'm showing you a
speaking
video
now.
of the Earth and it's
Listen,
convex,
child.
and
Listen, child.
all
I'm
parts of that
speaking now. It's your
video,
time to
then
shut
it
up.
can't be
We've already heard you say
done
this 6 fucking
because
times.
of fisheye lenses.
Show us an image of a fisheye
There you
doing
go.
exactly what you're
Now, for
saying.
the audience, you guys heard
Show
me.
us an image of a fisheye showing exactly what you're saying a fisheye is supposed to be doing. We need the image before you get unmuted. Again, show us the image in the text chat of a fisheye doing exactly what you just said it does. I want to see it. You're saying the fisheye does the
And people in your audience,
so I want to see the image of a fisheye doing exactly what you're saying it's supposed to do.
Well, see, here's the thing,
You
right?
get one
You're
and show
not
it.
wrong. Yeah, fucking, thank God he's finally fucking muted. Jesus Christ. So he's not entirely wrong about the fisheye, right? But, well, actually he is, right? A fisheye will bend up the horizon. It will bend down the horizon. Wide-angle lenses do this as well.
Yeah.
Wide-angle and fisheye lenses specifically curve straight lines. They have a tendency to curve them up and curve them down. You know jack shit about lenses, and I suggest you go learn. You stay on mute until you learn.
So basically, you're lying.
Well, that is the most basic.
That's all that happened. You just lied. I said they can't do it at the same time.
Wait, you're just lying. Shut
You're just lying. You just lied.
You don't know.
It's not about me whining about it.
You don't know.
Besides the fact you guys constantly interrupt and talk over people.
You stupid fucker. You stupid stucker. I did photography as a hobby. I know exactly how these lenses work. I know how the apertures work. I know how these. I know.
Right. We all seen how fisheye lenses work, man. That looks exactly what a fisheye lens would look like. What do you mean? We've seen it. We're photographers. We're videographers. All of us. Do you know how many people do that shit? We all notice it. What do you mean? You try to trick us? Not gonna work. We know it. Also, with pilots, pilots should know it also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't even. He said that fisheye doesn't curve the horizon upward. Did I hear that correct? He's a fucking liar.
No way. Yeah,
Nope, that's not what I said. And because you keep muting me, you get to lie. You get away with
Mute
it.
him again.
When you stop muting,
He's never stopped talking the whole time. So now that he's muted, someone else can talk. So he needs to show us an image of a fisheye doing exactly what he says it's supposed to do. That's his claim. So I say he stays muted until he presents that image. Otherwise, he's just full of shit.
Would be valid. Then would be valid, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. He stays muted until he can show his claim because we know for a fucking fact what a wide angle and a fisheye lens will do to straight lines. You want to come in here and lie to our faces and try to fucking turn it around and say that we're lying? Nah, stay muted, bro.
No, but yeah,
He's
we
got a
can show
huge
how
problem
fisheye
controlling
lens
himself.
works or something. You know, if the horizon of what you're seeing is going above the like 50% of the, you know, what is it called, like, you know, of the God, there's frame, the frame. You know, the frame with when you divide it in two halves, the upper and the lower. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if the horizon that you're seeing in the frame is above, you know, in those 50% that's above in the frame, then it will warp, like the outer edges would be warped upside. And you could even see it in the footage that you provided. Because the camera was like, you know, shaking a little bit, and once it went a little bit above that level, you could see the outer edges folding upwards. That's what fisheye lens does. I'm out. Over.
Yeah. And also, this planetarium director says that at 250 miles up, the horizon's still going to look flat. Uh-oh.
Was there not a Blue Origin that first time the Blue Origin lifted up? You could see through a window first. They haven't even lifted up. Hey, through a window, you could see they're on Earth. They're standing. They're about to lift up. It's curved. They fucking go up, whatnot. Out the window, the same amount of curvature. You can. What the fuck? Was that not the proof? Also, have we not seen that? I'm sure there was such a thing. Hey, Blue Origin.
Yeah,
there was in the footage you could see out the window when they have not lifted yet. And you could see the, you know, the land outside. And it was already curved. Suppose you could already see the curvature. What the fuck? And then they go up, and the same shit happens out the window, and oh wow, curvature. Yeah, the same shit that you could see already while you were not even off the ground. Yeah, it's fisheye lens, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right, so
what else do you need? What other proof do you need? Have we not? It's just happened. Everybody's already forgetting about it. Nobody gives a shit.
His cope is to turn around and call us liars because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I love it. It's classic. It happens in here all the damn time where they get triggered, they spaz out, want to call us liars because they know what they're talking about. Ridiculous. Like right here, okay, this is from planetarium director Paul Larson. In quotes, let's say we're at the elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. So if we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Paul Larson, planetarium director.
Yeah.
Eat shit.
Sorry, looks flat from up there. What conclusion should I make now? I'm at the altitude you said, and I'm at this altitude. Nah, still flat, nigga. Look, what conclusion should? Am I crazy now, or what do you mean now, nigga? What the fuck is up now? Like,
You keep
and how many
saying
times
nigga
do we
this
have
and
to do
nigga
it?
that. Why do you keep saying nigga this and nigga that?
Yeah, ain't what? Because I'm used to that culture. I grew up with it. I'm listening to hip hop all my life, and they talk in songs that term all the time. So what do you want from me? I grew up like that.
Yeah, it's just
I'm being true to myself. I
Yes.
talk like this.
Yep, it's just language. Don't get triggered by it, you know?
Yeah.
And I
Why
respect
can't-
them a
why
lot.
can't-
I know about Moors, and I can talk about history, and even in my home city, Riga, we have blackheads in the main center where our capital is. There are house of blackheads, and there's some black-skinned people on there dressed like aristocrats. I can talk about that also. I know about Moors and black nobility also, and all that history shit. You can't. I can say whatever the fuck I want, to be honest. I don't feel guilty one bit. I know all of this shit. Even white.
Not in every neighborhood you can.
Whatever. All is good. No, no, of course it would endanger my life, probably. I know what you mean.
It's become a bit
everywhere.
gratuitous, so just move on from it.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It'd be one thing if we were listening to your rap album, but yeah, let's.
I don't know. Maybe I should choose
So
my
funny. You got
words
this.
more.
Or whatever. Let's just move on. Let's not talk about. I don't know.
So we were.
The people, the black people that are dressed up like aristocrats. I mean, what the hell? Anyways, go on.
That is on our historical buildings in the center of our capital. It's snow cap, and the building is called the House of Blackheads. Riga. You can type it, Google it. Riga. That's the capital of Latvia, our country.
Yeah, I've heard of it
Where
before.
I'm from. And there is this building at the very old city of it, center of it, called House of Blackheads. And there are some niggas on there dressed like aristocrats,
All right, bro.
like they own that shit, And so
Talk about someone completely losing context of it. What in the world is this guy on? Anyways, good lord.
I just joined too. I'm trying to figure out what is he talking about?
That all happened. I just got here right before you got here, but what I gathered was some guy went to chat, started screaming liars, 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 and then within the void that happened.
Wow. Who is Flattened Destruction?
Yeah, that's that guy.
Oh, wait, that's who. Oh.
No, the guy yelling liar, liar.
Oh. Who hurt him?
Seemed to be a group effort.
Nice job, team.
I think, well, like I said, I just got here, but I think it was he wasn't dealing with the idea of lenses creating curvature. And then the one guy, before he went into his tour guide spiel, I think he was mentioning about how, where these people were using these lenses where it's curved when they're on the ground. And the other guy went to lie. So, yeah. Kind of the same stuff going. I was listening on YouTube to the other place. There was a lot of nah-uhs over there. So it is Sunday.
You cannot make a resume of what actually did he say. We'll have no fucking idea. But
Wow.
that's how that goes. There's a phrase we say, pouring water. Or how else you say in English? We say pour water, pouring water, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that translates. Pouring water.
No, when
Seems pretty universal.
yeah, when words come, you know, it's like water, but it's useless. Like basically, it's just pouring. Yeah, like a river. Yellow flying. Yeah, that's Batman, kind of.
Yeah, I just showed.
Also reminds me of Tartary symbol.
I just showed Latin Destruction how he's a freaking idiot. Because a fisheye lens will cause the flat ground to bend upward as well. I gave an example. I just quickly went to YouTube, just type in fisheye lens, go find any freaking video, go find any video, and you'll see an upward curve of the ground, dum-dum. You said the fisheye lenses don't do that, dummy. Oh, embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you, retard.
And above the horizon, you can see it bends the other way already. From that image you provided.
I think he left. He left the VC. So, bug him.
Man, last time I was here, I got actually heated with the other guy who was also a flat earther, and bruh, that's not cool, brother.
What's that?
He acted like some kind of a moderator or something, like an creation bear that just joined. Hello, is a moderator, and you know, but he does not behave like that. That guy was fuck. I don't know who the fuck that guy was.
It's crazy, dude. Wants to say that we lied, but he lied about saying that fisheye lenses don't cause an upward turn of straight lines. They absolutely do.
That was such a cap. Fuck. Easy.
He's back. And he's muted. Good. You can hear me. Did you see? You saw what I posted. Now you claimed it's here. I'm sure somebody can clip it. You claimed that fisheye lenses do not cause an upward curve. I just showed you in the chat that you're wrong. You owe us all an apology for calling us liars. The end. Click, click, boom.
Cricket noises.
Yeah, you did claim that, and you claimed it multiple times. You wouldn't stop repeating yourself over and over and over again, not letting anybody get a word in edgewise. So the liar is sitting here projecting. Awesome. Good job.
Going for the ball better back.
So correct me if I'm wrong, right? Anybody else hear what he said about fisheye lenses? Anybody want to reiterate that? Make
No,
sure I'm not crazy.
the ball's in his court. I mean, he's posting images that show you can still see plots of land, yet a drastic curve. He's blind to the whole. We've shown him multiple GIFs have been shown, multiple pictures. The whole skydiving GIF should sink into him, but which shows concave and convex and flat. So he's, I don't know, he's just learning today that lenses can create curvature, I guess. I don't know. But we have the benefit of all those old 90s videos on MTV and skateboarding videos to reference from. I guess he's not been paying, wasn't there, and I guess he hasn't been paying attention to anything since. So I don't know. I know he's seen fisheye photography or video before. I mean, it's how he's not connecting the dots. I don't know. Yeah, but the ball seems to be in his court. He's yelling at us and the umpire, I guess.
Too bad, so sad. He learned about lenses today, and now he's not happy. I think that's what bro wants. He's like, I want to go to a neutral place where nobody can mute anybody. I'm like, oh, so you want just complete and utter audio chaos? No. That ain't gonna work. Because we already seen how he conducts himself. On repeat, can't shut up. Took half of what he said. All he ever said was that fucking fish islands don't cause upward curve, and I proved him wrong. It's real easy.
I'm back, and you know who I like to see in here? I really do enjoy seeing such nickname as Heretic. That is on point, my G. Not to say fucking the N-word, no, I say. That's what I like to see. So what? So somebody knows deeper than that. And not the first time I'm seeing this nickname in the voice chat. Like I'm saying, it's not something different. It's the same world we're living in. It's. Why do you not think more than that? We just fucking flatten it. That it? Who? Why? Since when? How? You're over there somewhere in America or some shit. I'm in Europe. I have my intel also. Imagine if people like we would connect truly through deeper than that. Let's not be so close-minded just to limit ourselves with flat Earth. You know what heretic means. You know what that means. In Latvian, it's completely different. It's not even most of the words. They similar. We say what heretic is. We say ķeceri, ķecā. I don't know. No, fucking does not make sense too much vocabulary wise, but you know what heretic is. How many of you know what heretic means?
Sorry, brother, who are you speaking to?
Bible readers. I'm speaking to the community. What kind of question is that?
What's the problem? Are you having a hard time dealing with the information? Is this creating an emotional stress, like a stressful situation for you?
You're describing it as such. I am only bringing up the subject.
I'm asking you.
Since it's all quiet, I thought I'd talk about it.
Okay, so the Earth is measured. The Earth is measured to be flat, and that makes you upset.
What you were just assuming from what I said that I am upset because the Earth is flat.
No, so I guess you're good with it then. So you agree that the Earth is measured to be flat, and you don't have a problem with it. So that's cool. Great. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What the heck?
What was going on? Were you reading Heretic's name and that got you going, or you were just on and you said, why do we always talk about Flat Earth, and you went on another tangent? Oh, okay.
No, just like basically going on.
You read his name.
Yeah, which was
okay, you read his name and then, okay.
So my question was, how many of you actually know what a heretic means?
A heretic, someone that speaks against their own religious system, right? Do you think that the globe is a religious system? Against their own religious or biased system.
So it's not even defined by... In your opinion, it's not even defined more accurately? You're being open like that against some other, yeah?
I'm having a hard time understanding you, bro. Be specific. What are we speaking against? The globe? No, we're not speaking against the globe.
You are the one not being specific.
Pure Tiaz, chill out. Okay. I think everyone has a pretty decent idea what someone being a heretic is, or what heresy is. It's kind of it used to be in the common.
Do they?
Well, I don't know. Maybe not someone born in the last 2 decades,
Matthew.
but yes, I'll bet dollars to donuts. Even the donuts are probably more than $1 now. That Matthew understands what it means for someone to be a heretic.
Well, he's a very poor interpreter of the terminology then.
I hope Matthew is there to answer this question. I feel like I'm watching like some foreign
the definition's right there in the chat. That works. Someone with a belief that is against what a group or society generally believes to be right or good.
Where the fuck did you pull that shit out of?
That looks like...
Oh my god.
Merriam-Webster or something? I don't know.
Source.
So
yeah.
dictionary?
Source.
What do you think a heretic is?
What kind of dictionary?
Why are we talking about my fucking name?
English dictionary?
That is such bullshit, bruh.
Are you kidding me?
That's incorrect. Heretic, you have anything to say about this?
Go rewrite the dictionary then. I don't really care.
Is that what you... what kind of dictionary? All I'm asking, please, source.
It's Cambridge.
Google, type in define heretic and see what you come up.
I'll go to Google. You're saying Google it. Okay, I'll see what I come up with. I'm not heretic. Film. Yeah, nice. Films. Okay, let's put it here.
Obviously directed at the Globers. The Globe heretic.
Definition.
It's not that deep, really.
Heretic, that's what I'm after. Yeah, practicing religious heresy
Globe religion
is what they say to me. What? You know what heresy is? Then let's look up what heresy is. Then maybe. Okay, what Google says about heresy?
Why, dude?
Tell you what, let's do. Let's talk about the topic, because obviously it's been defined. Friend, why don't we talk about the topic? I don't know why you're so triggered about one
involved.
Or the definition of the word.
It's involved.
Okay, so what are we speaking against?
I am.
Who is speaking against what?
What do you mean against? What do we have to speak against something, or what are you saying?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll speak against the globe. I'll be a heretic today. The globe is a fairy tale, is a farce. Anyone who believes in it like it is Santa Claus. You, sir, believe in the cosmological equivalent of Santa Claus. Is that better?
If you're talking to me, you're fucking dumb as fuck because you did not catch the time. Not even a globie. You fucking what? What?
No, it doesn't matter. I'll keep saying it because apparently it triggered you. So
doesn't matter. What a dummy.
So the globe is a fairy tale, and if you believe in it, you're a jackwagon. How about that?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Okay, good. So welcome to Flat Earth.
Affect me. You're not talking about me.
You seem kind of fruitless. It's a fruitless conversation to have you here. Do you be on mute?
I've been welcomed. What the fuck are you talking about?
Now you're not welcome because you're just kind of rambling, and who cares? Who cares, dude?
Thought better of you guys. It's like that other cunt that was here the last time I was here.
All right, I think you're done here.
Against me.
You're done. If you want to go to another channel, let me know, and I'll unmute you. But for right now, there's no point to you just yammering like this.
Are you still here, Jenna? DB, are you trying to talk? Somebody's got to have some proof of the ball card out there.
Matt Rat looks like he wants to take a crack at it. Looks like he's up to the challenge if you go by what he's posted in the text chat.
Well, let's get ready to shut down the server, guys. Go ahead, Matt Rat. What you got for us?
I hope everybody has as good of the weather that I'm having today. I hope you guys are all having it. It's super sunny and hot. Why are you guys being so quiet today? Come on.
We need somebody to liven this place up. We're waiting here for the Biden voter, Matt Rat. We were waiting for him to tell us about the Earth being a big.
Jay, you're always roboting, man. The thing that sucks is you always have something good to say.
When I was going the other way about an hour ago, I was coming in really well.
Yeah. I always think I'm roboting too. I just left Omnivore's server. That was there was no flat Earth to be had, but everybody was talking about Ukraine, Iran, Russia, Donald J. Bush, whatever.
Is that Donald Hussein Bush?
Let me tell you, Iran. I can't do. I can't crack the code on a Donald Trump impersonation. Just can't do it. But yeah, another country has weapons of mass destruction and oil, and we have to go over there and investigate. So
it's going to be huge. You're going to love it.
Iran is so bad. They're so bad. Okay, like I don't even know what he would say. We hit all their missile sites. We hit them so hard. No missile sites have ever been hit as hard. I don't know. But I'm going to tell Israel, stop it. Israel, stop it. But at the same time, Israel is a blah, blah, blah. What would Trump say? And Iran get all these missiles? Where did Iran get all these missiles from? They got them from China. Had to throw into China.
No, you got to say China.
I don't know, but he like snaps it off. He goes, China. Like sometimes he'll like China. Like, it's just the way he says it. It's funny. You know what it is? He just has one of those obscure New York accents that really aren't very common. But he falls under a very specific like accent tree, like where he's from. Like it's not Long Island, it's not Manhattan, it's not a Bronx accent, but it's a. I need to Google like where his accent comes from. I'll be back.
Over fences? I think we need to get Elon Musk to raise up his balloons over here. When I was eastbound on that stretch of road, Jenna nor the other gentleman had any issue with my signal. Now coming westbound, they must have lowered the balloons.
Well, JE, the reason why you don't have good service is because those balloons, well, make American balloons, and they'll be the biggest balloons you've ever seen. I can't do a Trump, damn it. Never mind, I'm gonna shut up. You know what it is with the Trump accent? Certain people make it look so easy. I always felt like Obama was a good impression. Now, let me be clear. All those people in Syria, they didn't build their cities. Yeah. The good news is, like what's going on with Iran and all that, like, it's not at the same fever pitch as it was in like 2001. Like America's not united. Everybody hates everybody. Every group's against every other group. Every state hates every other state. Like, there's never going to be a time again where everyone, because like I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember. I feel old when I talk like this. I know JE is. Like back in like 2001, like a week after September 11th, and it was like universal, like throughout the entire country, where it was a specific day and everybody went outside and lit candles and stood in front of their houses. What was that? I feel like it was like in October. And it was like the biggest thing ever. Like my neighbors from Argentina that just moved in like a couple weeks prior, like we were all hanging out and burning candles and standing on the sidewalk, and every car that drove by would start honking their horns, and everybody had American flags. And that's never going to happen again. So, like, all this stuff with Iran, it's not going to have the same fervor as what happened in 2001 is going to have. Like, it's not going to yield the same patriotism and everybody wanting to go against this one enemy. So, sucks.
Didn't you just say you came from a server that was talking about current events and politics, and that's why you left?
I didn't leave it because of that.
You beat me to it. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was gonna say exactly the same thing.
I don't mind. I don't mind talking about that. It was just, I mean, they were just making shit up about like different conflicts.
Well, hey, Vax, this is the whole scoop. Nothing new under the sun.
Oh no,
nothing changes around this motherfucker. It doesn't matter. There will be endless perpetual warfare until extinction level event. And that's predicted on the flat earth. On the globe earth, they told you giant leap forward. It was going to change everything. This interconnected storytelling that all people, there's no nations, there's no boundaries, there's one humanity on one earth, and none of that happened. So when someone starts talking to you about another war in the Middle East, just be like, duh, it's predicted. And there'll be another one after that. And another one, and another one, and another one. There's endless warfare. Tribalistic warfare.
No,
that's what you're looking at. And there's nothing is going to change that. Nothing is going to change that. They'll tell you that you're in an endless model of heliocentric. We're just your imagination is the only limit.
Oh, that's a vast endless supply of land. And you're cutting out every like.
Yeah, I know.
Like every other word. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so because I could see like my are getting dropping.
Oh, hey, real quick, since we're chatting, like when your name says crit and then it says like AI with like a little leaf next to it, is that you or is that just like a bot setup?
Yeah, it's exactly what you think it is. That's exactly how I worked it up.
I saw you just putting in there in a server by yourself in this server the other day, and it was just you in there, and I'm like, oh, that's odd. I've never seen. So I popped in, I was talking to you, but I'm like, well, it says AI next to his name, so like, is this just like a YouTube thing or?
No, that's a fan. It's a fan account because somebody says Crit's a bot. They always say Crit's a bot because of like the news and everything. So somebody, I don't know who it was, they made a fan account that's like it's a bot that's basically called Crit.
It's not you. Like I'm not going to sit there and have a conversation with you.
Well, like I think someone's operating it to play like sound bites and whatnot. So it might sound like you're talking to me, but you could just make it like say, hey, Crit, like say something that you never heard me say before. So you could get it. You could fuck them up pretty easily. It's like say the capital of I don't know, whatever. You ask it a question that you know that they won't be able to just spit it out, but I know it already.
Damn.
Yeah, so have fun with it. I mean, the person's having fun with it, so I mean, whatever. I consider it a fan, from my point of view. And imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery. So I'm okay with it. I'm really I mean, people are like, oh, it's weird, it's cringe. Yeah, people do weird and cringe shit. It's just human nature.
Oh, okay. So it's just the AI bot. Well, that's some Glover man. I got you.
Well, I don't think it's an AI. Yeah, I don't think it's an AI bot. They're pretending to be a bot with like some sort of soundboard attached to the microphone that will play clips of things I say.
That's actually kind of funny. Well, because I was talking to him, I'm like, "Hey, what's up, Crit?" I'm like, "Oh, it says AI next to his name," but you never responded.
Yeah,
I'm
if
like,
you just say stuff like that, it'll be like, oh, whatever, just normal crap. Like, yeah, it's okay, I'm hanging out,
oh. I thought that was just like a profile you had, like if you were like AFK, like you're like, like vacuuming the living room, but you still have Discord on in your headphones or something, but you can't actually talk as you're busy. I thought maybe you switched to that.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
It was the only person in the entire server, so I'm like, oh, Crit's in here by himself. That's very odd. I've never seen this. I've seen this server with like 6 people, but like I checked on it earlier in the morning and there was only you, and then I came back like an hour later. I'm like, okay, he's still in there. What the hell's going on? And I thought, because I know sometimes you guys will jump to other servers, but no. So if I see that, it's not actually you. Then that's all I was wanting to clear up.
Yeah, I mean, you can click on the account too, and you can see like how mine is set up, where I got the banner above my name because I got Nitro. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have Nitro, so it'll just be like your basic profile picture.
Mm. Anybody see QE show yesterday?
Fuck no.
He's covering Jaron and Whitsitt they're debating each other, like Glober versus Flat Earther debate. They were just covering that. It was pretty ridiculous. Whitsitt did okay a couple of times. Like there's like a point where like he's like making an argument, and it's like once it comes to like to the crescendo of the argument, like the elevation angle argument, for instance. Oh, you need a flat. It's like once it came to that point, he would jump to something else, and it's like, God, that feels so intentional. And Jaron's just, I always had a funny feeling about Jaron. I never really cared. I just liked him because everybody else would convene onto his channels back in the day before, I found Discord. And it's weird, man. Like the Jarons, Dave Weiss, all the Globebusters crew. It's almost like a big, like, octopus with really long tentacles. And anyone that's like new to the subject, like little fish, like will swim in and get wrapped up in the tentacles. Maybe not jelly. They're like a jellyfish, not an octopus. There we go. And dude, for the longest time, I thought Dave Weiss was like the #1 flat earther ever. Like, I didn't know. I was new to this subject. This is back in like 2018. It's weird how they're always the first. Like all the people that go on Netflix and have documentaries, and people that go on shows, and so. I guess that speaks for itself why they're the ones pushed. But it's just weird how that one particular group are the ones that have caused all the damage and, irritation between other factions. But yeah, like Whitsitt and Jaron had a debate, Glober versus Flat Earther, and it was just absolutely, it was horrible. Like with Jaron, we all expected him to be a turncoat. Like everyone kind of always had that slimy feeling about him. But I mean, dude, for a minute there, I was a big Whitsitt guy. Like I was on board with Whitsitt up until about 22. 3 years ago. Anytime he started talking about ether stuff, I would fast forward because I'm like, well, this sounds silly. Like it just to say what the sky is and how what like what powers things and God's creation and stuff. That's all stuff that has nothing to do with science. It's just you have to just take that with your own grain of salt. So I was never really on board with that. Some of the stuff he said I thought made sense, but then you find out what actually constitutes as science, and you realize, oh, he's just making shit up. Like Michelson Morley, like it's not actually, because like that's another thing. Whitsitt won't call it the Michelson Morley experiment anymore. He dropped that because he found out that it's not actually a scientific experiment because there's no naturally observed phenomenon and blah blah blah. So, but I mean, for the longest time, I didn't think that was that big of a deal. But then I realized that that's the whole point. Like, if you don't know what science is, you're gonna like. Like every toothpaste commercial, they used to say, like, scientifically proven to reduce cavities. And it's like, wait, that's not true.
Yeah, stay away from that part, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The medical stuff, just for GP.
Oh, I just said toothpaste.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that danger close.
Okay. Sorry, it wasn't.
Yeah, I got it. I'm not dinging you. I'm not like giving you a warning or anything. I'm just saying.
No, it's fine. I just
it's getting
because I know a
close.
lot of
Yeah.
people don't like me. I don't want to think I would never actually like. I mean, I may swear a lot, but I'm never gonna try to say anything that would get anybody or a server in trouble or anything. So my bad. Man, you guys are super cautious.
Well, I mean, we're live on YouTube, so
yeah, fair enough.
yeah, it is kind of important because YouTube is like really fucked up.
Right. Oh man, all the sky turned white. I knew that was going to happen.
Reason. The cautiousness is the reason we've survived.
I know, fair enough. I remember, FED used to be called Science versus Pseudoscience 3 years ago. And all of a sudden I logged in on Discord one morning. I'm like, wait, where's the server? And I got all upset because I'm like, oh my God, they banned me. I took it so personally. And then, so I went on YouTube to watch Nathan's morning show, and everybody on YouTube was like, dude, the server's gone. I'm like, oh my God. So, okay. That automatically made me feel better. But at the same time, wait, what happened? And it was, because certain people were spamming certain things about, certain topics.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it now. You can but see, up until that point, I thought it was I still kind of blame myself. I thought I was the sole one responsible for that. Good stuff I was posting in chat when I was arguing with Bob, the science guy.
That's interesting. Yeah, Bob is known to.
Well, just based off his his professional name, he's a.
Don't say it.
Everyone knows his trade by profession, or so he claims.
I mean, but hold on. Let them self-disclose. You don't need to say anything, about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I'm tiptoeing. See, the thing is, I mean, you get one angry Glober and it's kaput.
Yeah, they get really worked up. They're very upset.
Okay, so I opened up my own server on Mother's Day. I just whatever reason that just happens to be the day I opened it. And for the first 4 or 5 days, my VC had 17 people in it, at random times of the day. I'm like, oh, this is cool. It's healthy. It's a nice ecosystem in here. And it's been dead since then. But the thing is, there was a few Globers that because I send invites to everybody. If you're a Glober, you're more than welcome. I don't care. That's the whole point of having an FE server is to have discussion back and forth and whatever. So I didn't discriminate. But this one Glober, man, he was being really rude, just saying the F vowel G word in chat and stuff I just censored myself saying, So I ended up putting him on a 72-hour timeout after he went on a tirade in VC. And then next thing I know, I didn't realize, but if you're a subscriber to the channel, you can post events. And for every day for a week and a half, it just said Vax Wax is bitch made as an event. I'm like, he's not even a member of the server anymore. I muted him for a couple days and he left. I can't block him from it's hard, dude. Running a server is dude, it's such a fucking headache. And there's so many ins and outs and it's it just takes one bad apple to say something really bad and all of a sudden it automatically gets flagged and it's gone forever. So I it is what it is. It sucks.
Did you end up deleting the server, or do you still have the round?
What was that, Crit? You cut off.
Did you delete the server, or you still have the round?
You're gonna have to try one more time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Did you end up deleting the server, or do you still have it?
Dude, it's horrible. You cut off at literally the exact same point every time you like say your sentence over. I don't know what's going on.
No, I got a bad connection right now.
He asked if you deleted the server or what's going on.
Oh no, it's still there, dude. Thank God for Viking. Viking is like my guardian angel in the server. Like he's the one that like suggests like how to like he knows all the ins and outs and how to give roles and how to set up events and all that. But the thing is, like, and he'll see shit that's going on, but it's stuff that can't be taken care of because he's not the administrator, or no, he's not the owner. So like, there's certain things where it's like you got to fix this because like I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that's how that worked, and like I don't fucking know. But no, it's still up there. I kind of just turned it like when I'm goofing off on my server, it feels like MySpace from way back in the day, like just my profile, and I'll just post random stuff that interests me, and anyone comments on it, they do. If they don't, then whatever. I guess I'm not that popular. It's fine. It's still there. But I mean, the majority of people that were populating it were, just FED guys like George and Sasha. Just the regular people that are over on FED anyway, and most of them have day jobs and shit. And a lot of them are from Europe, so they'll be like 8 hours behind me too. It's like 2:00 in the afternoon for me. It's like getting close to late in the evening for them. But do you guys know anyone named Lori? I think he's a Glober. Well, I don't think I know he's a Glober named Lori. He was the one that was giving me such a headache. He had either a Polish accent or a Scandinavian accent. Like every day for like over a week. Like there was just like and, it's funny. I got to give him props. At like every day, Vaxwax is bitch made, and then at 7:30, Vaxwax becomes a bitch at 7:30. Like every day there was an event, and I'm like, how do I get rid of this? I can't. And then I realized you go into them and you can just delete all the events. I'm like, oh, he can't make it anymore because he's not there anymore. But like it was confusing because like this dude's not even part of the server yet. There's events every day, and there's a lot that goes into it. So anyone that does have a successful server, I mean, congratulations to them. It's a lot of work. I got inspiration by Omnivore because he started his own server, and that shit. I mean, that's the one I just left actually. I'm like, wait a second, this guy's got a server and it's that full? Like, anyone that's talked to Omnivore for more than like 3 minutes, he's like, he's a kindergarten Glober. Like, he's very, he doesn't have a lot of firepower when you debate him. He's easy. I'm like, well, this guy's got a server and it's pretty active. Well, fuck it, I'll just make my own. I had a whole bunch of random normies sending me messages saying that they got invites because I think I have it set up where like if you're a member of the server, you can invite others to it. I think I'm not sure how that works. But like there was this one person that messaged me. She goes, "What's the topic of your server?" I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" I mean, because everything's like in the chats. She goes, "Oh, I was under the impression it was karaoke." I'm like, "No, it's a flat Earth server." She goes, "What's that?" I'm like, "Ugh," and then she's never been back. So it's just weird. Like I got a couple people thinking it was a karaoke server for some reason. Because it's somebody named Lush. So apparently, 'cause I've seen Lush a couple of times, and I remember when I sent him the invite. So I guess he's a karaoke guy. Which is fun. Shit, Jenna's been in my server for a minute. She was one of the people that were. She had a couple debates in there actually and did pretty good. Let's see who else. Anyone else in here? No, I only recognize Jenna from being in there. What was the argument she was? Because she did a really good job. I almost want to say like she did a Coriolis argument pretty well. I was impressed. I'm like, oh, that was slick. I sent you an invite too, Crit. You never joined, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I have like a ton of servers I'm on.
Oh no, trust me.
It's like I have to.
I have so many.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have so many, and like, hey, mine's just another statistic. It's just like all the other servers. Like, every once in a while there'll be like one random person in there, but congratulations, Omnivore. You cracked the code on how to have an active server.
They always flame out those anti-flather spaces.
Well, see, you know what I noticed about Omnivore, and like I'm not disparaging or anything, but I realized a massive chunk of people that were on Geo server switched over to Omnivores, and like he would have like 45 people at all times in his VCs, and then Geo would have like 2, him and Jeremy. And I'm like, oh, that's really, and I don't, I've been on Geo server for a minute, for at least 3 years. Shit, probably close to 4 years. So when I saw his server was empty, I'm like, oh, that sucks. Like, now it's back to Geo server was jumping the other day. There was a bunch of people in there. So I noticed like a lot of people, I think Omnivore had a good presence in Geo server. But dude, I got a big Glober versus Glober fight going on the other day where I don't remember the Globers that were going against him, but like these 2 Globers started absolutely just attacking NASA Shell. Like it was like 2 starving dogs attacking a rabbit. And like, you're the biggest dumb piece of crap, blah blah blah. You're the one that gives Globers a bad name, and that show's like, what do you mean? Like, it was hilarious. Like, oh my god, you don't see that too often. Because I was talking to NASA Show, and he goes, "Hey, Waxwax, clouds do come crashing down to the ground at 9 meters per second when it rains." And then the other Globers go, "You gotta stop saying that shit, dude. You're making us look so stupid." And they start just ripping him apart. Like, oh my god, it was hilarious. I have that gift, man. I can just like bring out shit in people sometimes.
Yeah, he used to be called Paid NASA Shill. So the PNS.
Oh yeah.
So I call him, hey, okay, PNS.
But QE show yesterday was pretty funny. I can't. Because they were covering Whitson and Jaron, and then they started talking about like the AE map and shit, and because it's fucking retarded. I mean, there's so many discrepancies and all that, and like clearly things just don't add up to the way that like where the land masses are, where that map puts it. It just doesn't make sense. But then Brian just out of nowhere goes, "It's 50% correct." I can't do an Irish accent, but he goes, "It's 50." Actually, I have this exact quote. Let me find it. Hold on. Because I made sure to actually write down the exact quote. On the 613, so this was. The truth is, that the AE map is 50% correct. Because the latitude and longitude grid that is laid out on that map is the correct layout on that grid. Which, I mean, in other words, what he's saying is, like, if Polaris is visible in your sky at all times, every day, you know, if you're at 1 degrees north latitude or you're at 90 degrees, you know, I mean, 90 degrees, that's suspect anyway. I don't believe that exists either. But, like, once Polaris is no longer visible, that's when shit starts getting really wacky. But where Polaris is visible, I think it was AV who was arguing with me the other day about circles of equal elevation. You know, how do you prove that they're a circle? But the thing is, a circle is the only shape where everybody on the edge of that entire circle will have the same distance to the radius. You know, there's no radius of a square. There's no radius of a rectangle or a triangle or a trapezoid or, you know, octagon, because things start coming off at angles. Therefore, if something's coming to a point at an angle, it's going to be a further distance from the center. And then it's irritating because, like, as soon as he said that, Kiwi goes, "Yeah, we agree. We all agree." And then, you know, Nathan was in there, and Nathan's like, "Yeah, that's true." I'm like, okay. But when I say that, I get called an ice waller, and it's just weird. Because that's, like, literally the only point I've ever tried to make. Everyone knows the South is effed up. Everyone knows, like, once you go beyond the equator, which is just your, you know, minimum angle of elevation to Polaris, like, everything gets fucking wonky. Like, I don't think anyone's ever disputed that. Therefore, the AE map is retarded. Because the AE map's claiming there's a giant wall of ice and Africa's here and Australia's there, but nobody actually knows. I mean, shit, dude, Australia could be, you know, 1,000 miles off the coast of California. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. Anyway. It's 3:30. I gotta get out of here in like 30 minutes. Oh, shit, I gotta find out if I have a cast iron skillet or not. I don't even know if I do. Or do some steak tonight. Well, you guys have a good one. I'll be out of here. Peace.
Yeah, take care. See you next time. Bye.
Where's the container around the Earth stopping the gas from leaving?
Where's the container from the Earth and stopping the gas from leaving?
Yes.
I understand your question now. Let me think, Jedi. Where is the gas going, yeah?
No. Where's the container keeping the gas? You said people were going into a vacuum. Well, there must be a container because the gas would be in the vacuum otherwise. Where are these pictures from iPhones?
He posted a video up. I also had a quick look at it, and you wouldn't believe it, at 5 minutes past the hour, I think we're now concave earthers. Not quite sure.
Concave. Crazy, bro.
That's from your iPhone, Ryan.
Can I just ask you a question, which is, look, because you guys are flat earthers, I'm gonna ask you something not so directly to flat Earth, but something very close. Okay, I'm gonna ask you.
As long as it has something to do with gas pressure that you were trying to think about.
It does in a sense. It does. So is this universe expanding, or do you know the answer? Where is the universe? If it was created, where do you think this universe originates from?
Cool story.
You know the answer, or you just like, I don't know.
Obviously it was created
by God, or by what happened?
by a creator.
By God, in a sense, right?
Creator. Yeah, creator God, yeah.
Yeah, creator. So the creator must be like all-knowing and maybe powerful, right? Because he created the universe.
Where are you going, dude?
No, I'm just trying to understand, because you are very fixated on Earth, and I think the universe is so big, so you cannot have answers for
That's the
Earth.
problem. How do you know? Stop. Outside of stories that you've been drip-fed your whole life, how do you know this?
I know the Earth is a circle.
How do you know this? What have you done to validate the claim that you live on a ball? You were taught ball at school. What have you gone and done to verify and or validate that claim?
What
or do you just
did
accept
you
stories?
do? What did
I do? I actually purchased a light meter and went out and measured the sun. That's how I know the fucking thing's not 93 million miles away. But that's another story. What have you personally done to validate the claim and verify the claim that you live on a ball?
To me, it's apparent, because if I look at the moon, it's a ball.
No,
If
stop.
I look
I don't care about apparent. I want to know what you've done to verify this.
I reflected.
You reflected upon what?
I looked at I looked first of all at the moon, and I saw the moon is round. So if everything in the space, when I look through a telescope, is round, why would I be a nonsensical box?
Because you're not in the sky.
No, but I'm
and because it's different, and because those things are observably different.
You make a claim that
Hey bro, those things are observably different to what we live on. Observably.
No, it's not, because everything is in the universe and we're part of it. So when you look at everything, right, you cannot look. Let's say, right? Imagine there was no mirrors in this world. Imagine just for a second, and there was no reflection, or like you never stumbled across water or a mirror or anything. How would you know that you're a human? You would look around you. You would look at everybody around you, right?
That's non sequitur. Does not follow. You could be something else.
Can I ask
you would have to. You would no, bro. Listen. You would have to look for similarities. You can look at your own body. You can look down at your body, right? You can see with your eyes that you are similar to to other people. Like if you were in a forest and you looked at trees, you might think, I could also be a tree, but then you look at your hands and go, well, trees don't have hands, trees don't have legs, right? So I'm different. Right, so that's what we can do with those. So that's what we can do with those things in the sky. We can look at them and then look at the Earth around us and see if we can find any similarities. Can you do that?
Yes. When you look at Mars through a telescope, you will go to the desert in Earth and you will see the same thing.
Sorry, how can you confirm that's fucking sand?
It looks like it.
It's possible that it might be. Now you're going to have to confirm it.
No, there is similarities between Mars and Earth.
Dude, right. You're going to have an awful lot of speculation when you look up at the things, you make declarations. Look, there's a desert on Mars. That might be a nice idea, but you're going to have to verify that, aren't you?
Okay. His brother said, I can look at a tree and a tree doesn't have hands. So I'm looking at the Mars and it has sand. And just
sorry, how have you confirmed Mars has got sand?
It's visibly sand, maybe a different material, but it's visibly
different material than sand, so not sand then.
It's rocky.
Rocks now.
Can I say one thing? Oh my god!
As soon as this man understands that these are nice claims, but he has no evidence that is actually sand, as he's running away, it's now rocks.
Same thing. A sand is broken rock.
Sorry, you've still got no confirmation. You're just looking and making guesses.
It's either sand or it's rock. It's either sand or it's rock.
How do you know?
How do you know?
How do you know it's
either? You see the sun with your eyes?
Dude, how do you know through a telescope that on Mars that is either sand or rock? How do you know that?
You look with your eyes, same way you look at the tree.
No, you're misunderstanding. Looking and not touching are two different things. Until you go there and physically touch and experiment, your observations could be incorrect.
Okay.
You have to confirm
your brain. Have you ever seen your brain?
Hello? You have to confirm observations, don't you?
Yes.
Good. Have you confirmed the observation that that's sand or maybe rock on Mars?
Yes.
How? Did you go there?
No, but their little robot did.
So you haven't then, have you? Hello?
But have you?
That's just more observations.
Have you seen your brain, Jedi? Have you seen your brain?
Excuse me. People have cracked skulls before. We've been doing it for thousands of years.
Yeah, and we've also been to Mars.
All I want you to admit, hold on, all I need you to admit and be honest,
but you have never cracked.
Stop talking. You haven't confirmed your observation about Mars, have you? Let's be honest, you haven't been there. That's why they send things there to take samples, because the observations aren't fucking good enough. Capiche?
Capiche.
Good. So, sorry, Jedi, I was misinformed. I haven't confirmed that that's sand on Mars. I have not been there. Correct?
Have you seen your own brain?
Excuse me, there's no point talking to you if you can't be honest. I'll answer your question if you're honest. You haven't confirmed that sand on Mars, have you?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. 10 minutes later.
Now, I haven't seen my brain, but I'm pretty sure I'm using it. Are you using yours?
How do you know? How do you know you're using it?
Oh my goodness gracious me. Because I can think, I can walk, I can act, I can speak, I can see. I'm acknowledging information.
How do you know your kidney is not the one that's doing that?
My goodness gracious me. My friend, we have been...
Have you seen your brain? Did you speak to your brain?
Like Jedi said, right? But human bodies have been getting dissected for centuries.
We've been dissecting the sky since like thousands.
No, you haven't.
Okay, but how can you also say that we have
now someone else chimes in.
Brains.
Ryan, you were told a very specific story. You looked up into the sky and you seen a red dot and went, "Oh wow!" Thus confirms the story. They are just stories. What you look at in the sky are lights in the sky. That's it.
I let Raut come in.
Planetus, wandering star.
Okay, Raut, you can speak.
So, ships disappear whole first over the horizon, okay, which only happens on a curved surface.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. It's not only curved surfaces that can obstruct things from view, so right off the bat, you're incorrect. There are other shapes capable of blocking your view if that's what it is that you're seeing. If that's what it is that you're seeing. Doesn't necessarily equate to something being a curved surface.
How do I become a flat earther?
You go outside and look and measure the Earth.
Is it a belief?
Okay, then how about the sun though? Like, if the Earth were to be flat, like we'd see the sun shrink into the distance, but like we are seeing it set below the horizon.
No, but they
from
say
a different place every day. By the way, the place of the sun is also a little bit different every day for the whole world. So it does change its position, which is showing how it spirals in space, kind of.
Well, at least you admit that it's the sun that's moving, not the ground.
We could also be.
We could, but
we experience. Yeah, we experience the sun moving across the sky, and we don't experience the ground moving.
We know the Earth is round by the sun having certain positions at certain days of the year and also certain places. Okay.
So no, that just means the sun's moving in cycles. Exactly.
The moon also moves in cycles.
Yeah, everything in the sky moves in cycles, right? We see the things move in the sky in cycles. No, we don't move. No, that's something that you can't validate. We don't experience the Earth moving, and you and me and everyone else experiences the Earth as a flat plane. That's a fact, right? That's what we experience in reality. And then when we go out and measure the Earth, there's no curvature.
Okay, how about seeing different stars on different places on the Earth?
Yeah, you see different stars because you have a different field of view depending on where you are, right? Just like if you had like a planetarium that was 20,000 miles across, right? If you go to one side of it, you're going to see different stars than if you go to the other side of it.
And what do you think is the reason they're telling us the Earth is flat? Like,
flat?
What advantage?
Who's telling me?
Or, I don't know.
Round. What about this video? Explain it.
Which school do you go to, bro? Which school did you go to? Can I ask?
Which school? What are you talking about? I went to school in Australia. We all went to different schools. We're from different places.
Do they teach you that the Earth is flat?
No, bro. No, they teach that the Earth is a globe. Yeah. We all learned that the Earth's a globe.
Yep.
Have you a genuine question, DJ? Have you ever met a flat earther that stopped being a flat earther?
No. Flat earthers don't. Like, it's very rare to meet a flat earther that goes back to the globe, because once you look into the empirical evidence that proves that the Earth can't be a globe, there's no way you would go back to the globe, right? There's no evidence that the Earth is curving, right? It's all faith-based evidence, or looking into the sky and making assumptions based on things you were taught at school, from books, from people that also didn't check the Earth. This is what it comes down to, right? Like, we're not claiming a flat planet. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the shape of the Earth. But when we go out and we do long-distance observations, we can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth were a globe, consistently. So,
what's your purpose in this life, DJ?
To be happy and to try to help as best as I can, right? And to make sure my wife has a good life, and to be, healthy, and to try to help people open up their critical thinking skills, right? And not just blindly believe everything that they were taught. from the mainstream.
Bro, if you believe Earth is flat, I have to say, like, I feel sorry for you. Like, this is like,
Yeah, bro, but the thing is, you can't prove it. You think you live on a spinning space ball, right? But I've actually gone out and tested the Earth myself. You've never done that. You just have a blind faith.
What have you
That's
done?
all.
Exactly. Have you gone to space station and taken a photo?
No,
There is
bro,
a
you
live
don't.
camera. There is a live camera on space
Brother
station.
India,
Just
relax.
go and then see the live camera of the space station. You'll come to know in 5
All
seconds. You'll come to
faith-based,
know.
bro. Yeah, go look at watch the videos of Bigfoot. Yeah, and just believe it like a blind, like faither. Yeah, great idea. Just blindly believe whatever the government tells you, like a sheep.
I just think all physics points.
No, not all physics. Actual real-world observations debunk the globe, right?
But
Actual physics. Actual physics.
Yeah, actual
Real
physics.
Science are
Real
science
physics.
means observed, measured observation.
Okay, all right. What about the surface of liquid at rest? That's physics.
Have you wait 1 second? Are you a physicist? Have you graduated in physics?
Ryan, answer the question. Don't
Talking
say
about
You don't debate with a real person of science, bro.
Listen.
Who are you? I learn from
Hey,
science.
bro, relax. Relax.
You learn from Discord. I learn from books.
1 sec, bro. 1 sec. Let me ask you something. Is the study of hydrostatics?
I don't know what that is, man. I don't know what that
Okay, that's liquid when it's at rest, when there's no external forces acting upon it. Okay? What is the surface of a liquid when it's at rest? What property does it have?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Is it horizontal, level?
Yes.
Yes. So not curved then.
If the Earth was completely full of water, then there would be curve.
If you put a drop of water on the ground, you will see
Listen,
the
we're not talking about drops of water. No, we're not talking. Bro, shush. We're not talking about drops of water. Okay then. What's your name? What's his name? Ibn
The one that just spoke, or the one that you're speaking to?
Ibn al-Madin. Right. Okay. So you just contradicted yourself. You agreed that the surface of liquid, when it's at rest, when it's still, is horizontal and level, and then you said, but it's curved.
Is your head curved?
It can't be both. It can't be both. So which one is it?
Is your eyes curved or flat?
No. Which one is it?
If it's 10 meters, the puddle, then it will be flat.
No, it can't be if it's on the surface. If you're saying that's the partial surface of a sphere, then it's not flat. It's curved.
It would be curved, correct.
Right, so it's not flat then. You're saying it's not flat.
No.
Okay, do you have a demonstration or a measurement of that being the case?
Not a 10-meter puddle, but we can see the Earth, yes, curved.
No. A measurement of it.
No.
And then, so you yourself will never observe the surface of liquid at rest, or any surface of liquid, curving around to form a ball. Never. It is so flat that it's a standard by which we gauge elevation changes from sea level across the land. We extend the horizontal plane from sea level, and we measure how high things are above or below that line or plane. It's also a principle established in engineering and construction. The surface of liquid at rest is used to establish horizontal planes of reference. Because the surface of liquid at rest is flat, not curved.
Okay, but if it's flat, yeah, we are in the universe, yes or no?
Not as you've been taught. Not as you've been taught.
Like there's stuff out there, right?
There's things in the sky. which I cannot identify. None of us can identify those things with certainty and say that they are this or that, and they are this far away, and they are of this particular size, and they exist within this particular medium. Nobody can assert those things with any level of certainty.
So where's the light coming from? From the sun or no?
The sun does appear to be an apparent source of light and heat. Yes.
So you're not sure, you're not sure.
Doesn't give all light.
No, it doesn't, but it gives the sunlight.
Yeah, it gives the sunlight. So you're asking us a question if the sunlight gives sunlight. Yeah, it does.
Oh, how do you know? You know,
We can see it.
But you can't see anything else except for the sun in the universe?
It's the sun. We can see the sun. What the sun is, how far away the sun is, how big the sun is, we don't know. But we can see the sun, can't we?
I know what the moon is.
Do you? How do you know what the moon is?
Because it's a natural satellite.
Okay. How do you know what the moon is? I'm asking you how, not what.
Because if you look in a telescope to, for example, Saturn or Jupiter, you'll see...
Dude, sorry, you're now talking about Saturn. You were talking about the moon, but before that you were talking about the sun. I asked you about how you know what the moon is.
Saturn has moons, correct or no?
No. How do you know what the moon is? We're going to stay on this point until you're going to answer and be honest.
Because it's... What I understand is that there is a gravitational pull.
Do you understand?
Right? Does gravity exist?
No, you're asking me a question. I'm asking you.
I'm just.
How do you understand?
I'll answer you, but you interrupt me. You interrupt me too much. You die.
But I'm asking you how you understand.
I will explain you.
Okay, how?
I believe there is a gravitational pull. Okay.
Okay.
Meaning.
You're telling me about your beliefs. I don't want your beliefs. I want your knowledge. You said you know.
The knowledge of science is that there is a gravitational pull, and if you drop your phone, it will go down.
Okay, stop. I'm pulling this up right now. You claiming that you believe what gravity is has nothing to do with what the moon is made of.
I do.
How do you know about the moon? Please stay on that subject. That was the question asked.
I will tell you. Everything has an orbit to it. Okay? Everything is orbiting something.
So because things have orbit, you know what the moon is?
Yes, the Earth has an orbit and the moon is within its orbit.
God.
And it has a gravitational pull.
Sorry. Which state of matter is the moon? Is it a solid? Is it a liquid? Is it a gas? Is it a plasma? It is a solid. Okay. How do you know it is a solid?
Because it has asteroid marks on it.
No, dude.
And it's clearly solid because it doesn't dissolve in gas or liquid. It's there.
Sorry. The moon doesn't dissolve in gas or liquid. That's a claim. Have you tested this claim?
The Earth is the moon is still there. You see?
Yeah, the moon is still there, dude. I'm asking you how you know what it is.
Expanded and disappeared. If it was liquid.
Hello. I'm asking you how you know what it is. So far, it looks like it's got impact marks on it. Okay, yes, I'll give you. It looks like there are impact marks on it. Have you ever seen an impact being made?
I've seen an impact being made on the Earth, so why not in the moon?
No. The moon. The moon.
I haven't seen it myself.
Okay, cool. So first bit of honesty I've had out of you. So next one. How else do you know what the moon is? Still on the moon.
Yeah. How do I know?
Yes.
Because let's say if something breaks so hard and it goes out into the space, into the sky,
deep breaths, Jedi. Deep breaths.
Inhale, exhale.
I don't want stories. I want classification of the stories. How did you verify your subjective idea to be true? What process did you do?
Mathematics.
Okay. What I'm really looking for is an empirical standard of verification. That would be in this instance, if you're talking about something that you are looking at, the next stage is to go to it. So my question is, have you gone to the moon to confirm any speculation you have about what it's made of?
You know what? I don't even believe the man went.
Is that a yes or a no question I ask myself?
No, I just said, I just answered you. I said I don't believe man went to the moon.
But the thing is, like, he could also say in the same sense that you did not crack open a head to say that there's a brain inside.
Non sequitur, non-analogous.
Hey guys, the reason why you keep getting interrupted is staying on point. So I just wanted to make sure you guys understand it's trying to be. That's all. And yeah, I digress. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. Your mic's still cutting out a bit. But hey, look, you notice, like, we were talking about the surface of the Earth, and then the globe Earthers keep taking it back to places that we can't validate anything like space, right? So I have a long distance observation right now that absolutely debunks the globe. I mean,
okay,
we could just debunk the globe right now, and then that's it. You guys can become flat earthers and tell your family.
Let's say I will give you a 10-second scenario, okay? I don't believe in vitamins, because I haven't seen them. I don't understand them. So I go to a biologist and I say, vitamins don't exist. Prove it to me. Show me them.
It's got nothing to do with the shape
Yeah,
of
no
the
one
ground.
cares.
No. Yeah. But let me make my point.
Yes. So nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Now, you, Mr. DJ, you go now to an astronaut or a physicist or NASA, a proven science.
You just said NASA lied about the moon landings, bro. You just threw NASA under the bus like 30 seconds earlier.
NASA doesn't lie about everything.
Oh my God!
Oh, just the moon landings.
you know which they do and do not lie about now. Brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the standard there?
But maybe
That's funny. That's funny, Ryan. Nice joke.
No, because
it's like they're lying over here, but they're not lying over there. I know that.
Yeah, exactly.
I know when NASA's lying, but they're not lying over here.
No,
we've got the arbiter of truth in the chat.
There was only 3 people on the moon. It's supposedly right, but there are millions of people in space companies.
That's wrong.
With
You're
iPhones
factually
and taking
incorrect.
pictures.
You're factually incorrect there.
What do you mean? I'm factually incorrect.
Yeah, you don't have your facts straight.
Thousands,
Millions
hundreds
of people in space.
No, in the space agencies, private and public.
Okay. But the same space agencies that lied about going to the moon, according to you?
No, there are private ones.
Who cares? How do you know they're telling the truth if you're saying these other guys are lying? What's the standard of empirical information that you're holding to know that one's telling the truth, the other one's not?
Why are they lying? Are they just stupid?
But don't ask me. You're the one that. Why are you asking us if they're lying? You're the one that we're asking you. You have
I
the
don't believe they are lying. I believe they're using math.
He left.
Guys, he might have. Yeah, he might have got disconnected. I don't think he would have just left.
EJ, you're gonna have to look after me tonight, mate. I can't take it.
I'm back.
I see. Yeah, Ryan's back.
Yeah.
Sharky wanted to jump in and ask a question, so go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, let's make a hypothesis. Somehow, somebody in this chat here has determined for sure, at least in his eyes or from his perspective, that the Earth is flat. By whichever method, I don't care. So, what's the consequence of this? What's the result? How does this practically change your life?
It doesn't. You, me, and everybody else have always measured and utilised a horizontal stationary plane. So from that point of view, it's not going to change anything.
Okay.
But if you're asking about the deeper questions, maybe you'd like to ask, well, how did the Earth get here then?
It's got philosophical implications. That's what happens.
Like just raises more questions. Think about it like this.
Yeah, the paradigm has been that the Earth is a globe in the vacuum of space, and you think of like how it all came about. They tell you a story that there happened to be a Big Bang, and perhaps evolution was a process by which all of life had came from, inorganic material. So you start having an idea based on this worldview that all of this came about by itself, right? Nature created all these things, of course. So it sounds like it makes sense. And then with this interpretation, knowing that the Earth is flat and it's not happened to be a globe in the vacuum of space, then it changes who you are and why you're here. You start asking questions. Yeah,
what does it change?
The idea that you're not just here by mistake, that you're here on purpose. You were created. There's a creator that put you here.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
How do you come from the determination that the Earth
Why
is
would we
flat
necessarily
to a
know?
creator?
It's a dichotomy, right? So it's the ontological primitive of creation. You've got two choices when you ask the question how something was created. On one hand, like with any building, painter...
Sorry, this is a misunderstanding. I'm not asking how something was created or if it was created. I'm asking how do you get to the conclusion just from determining that the Earth is flat?
He's about to tell you.
New physical model.
He was trying to tell you, bro. You interrupted him.
How do you come to there must be a creator?
It was going to tell you, but you interrupted him.
No, he didn't answer my question. He was talking about.
He was in the process of it.
What
He
kind
will
of
never do it because you just want to yap.
Oh, please.
Tell you what, I'm going to give you a chance to succinctly ask your question again so I don't misunderstand it.
Okay, so the question is, given the fact that you have determined somehow that the Earth is flat, how do you get from this information to therefore there must be a creator of some kind?
Okay. So like I started, when you then, after discovering the Earth was flat, go forth and ask the question, well, how was it created then? You're left with the same two choices. Either intelligence creates, as we understand every day, the building, the painter, the clockmaker, the creators of the devices. There needs to be a creator to create things. Or on the other hand, like with a spinning ball that came from a big bang, nature created itself. So you've got two choices, God or nature. But the Big Bang sprung the ball into existence, the universe and everything. So when the Earth isn't that ball and it's flat, and you go back and ask the question again, it's a logical choice between the two. One can be demonstrated time and again. Creators create things. Magic, on the other hand, things springing into existence for no apparent reason, can't be.
Okay, and how do you smuggle in the creation? Because you only gave.
Sorry, we're looking at the Earth.
Either it was created by a creator, or it was created by something else. But if we look at it scientifically from our current standpoint, our current perspective, there is no creation.
Yeah, I know. So you're asking us from now that we've discovered the Earth is flat, but your current standpoint, right? The Big Bang that sprang the balls in solar systems into existence? Well, there's not a ball in a solar system. That didn't get sprung into existence. So it's like you're not listening.
So it's flat.
Yes, the Earth is measured flat, empirically.
Okay, and
water.
Oh, wait, hang on a
how
sec.
do you get?
One sec,
The question remains: how do you get from the Earth is flat to there must be a creation of some kind?
Well, let's hang on a sec. Let's just confirm with him that the Earth is not a disk in space.
Yeah, cosmology changes, is what T-Dub is saying. The cosmology that you have in your head is a paradigm that's been given to you by the people that are like not giving you any indication of how you can verify this. So you're basically listening to people tell you about philosophy, right? An imagination of some guy who invented the idea that the cosmos are what they are, and other people have been building upon that imagination. So you have this cosmology that supports the idea that you're in an ever-expanding universe, right? And the ball Earth resides within that. So every time we talk about something like flat Earth, you put the flat Earth within that cosmology. But you don't know that all of that cosmology is an imagination of somebody that gave it to you. So you're just basing your worldview on somebody else's imagination. So the whole idea, right, cosmology has been stripped away. It has no coherence. There is no solar system. There is not a giant galaxy that you reside in. None of that has any verification. You can't see outside when you look at the night sky and know that you're in a galaxy. All of that stuff is a fabrication of man. So when it comes to flat Earth, yeah, when it comes to flat Earth, we understand that we are like the floor of all that there is. Everything above us is all that we can see. There's no more. There's no other planets, no other galaxies. There's no other more than what we have. So everything, we can consider ourselves as the floor of all that there is. Yeah? So then therefore that means the cosmology that you have in your head, where you're trying to insert flat Earth inside of, doesn't apply. So it's the space that you're in right now, it's a realm that's created, right? And then all that you see above you is all that there is. There is no more.
Okay, so let's say you are the person that has determined that the Earth is flat. So are you saying that apart from your idea of cosmology, nothing else will change? Is that it?
Well, think about it. Cosmology it's a huge part about why somebody identifies with the idea that they are on a globe. It's not just a little thing, dude. It's a huge thing because
I understand.
But no, I don't know. I don't think you know the implications. Let me just tell you. Let me hold on, dude. Sharky. Wait a minute. Wait. Just hold on a second. Yeah, you gotta wait. You can't barrel forward when I'm telling you what's going on, dude. It's not gonna work. Just wait. So all it has to deal with, right? People thinking that they're in this globe and they got all these components where they're trying to leave this rock because it's a dying planet.
We're talking about people. We're talking about you.
The implication, sir. Anybody who hears the message is gonna think about it like, well, wait a minute. I'm not on a planet. I can't leave this place.
That's why I'm saying. Sorry, but this is a misunderstanding. You're not answering.
I don't think it is.
You're not hearing my question. Please listen to my question. My question is, if you are the person, the only person, if you are the person who has determined that the Earth is flat, is there anything else but your idea of cosmology that changes?
Yeah, you're talking about what a person thinks about for themselves. And I'm telling you, you have to internally think about like what you thought reality was. So reality changes. It's not like what you thought it was. It's different, right? You look at the world with a fresh pair of eyes. You don't see the way people told you before. All of the physics that you thought were actually verified now become in question. You wonder, okay, if I'm not on a ball and I'm not spinning and I'm not doing all these things they tell me in cosmology, then what is going on? You start asking leading questions, which is going to lead into. Okay, so now you're just
of that.
Well, the consequence is the physics that you thought applied they don't. So think about it. The gravitational attraction.
Yes, but if you are the only person who knows about this, because you are the person who determined this, what does practically change in your life?
Like I said,
how many times have we been telling you like the only thing that's going to change right now is your perspective on.
Most of the time, you misunderstood my question because
listen. Right now, you're under the impression that everything doesn't change. The fact is, you're utilizing.
That's not my.
You're utilizing. Dude, why are you interrupting? We're gonna have to just mute you when other people are talking.
Because you are misrepresenting what I'm saying. Yeah,
you don't know how to just take your turn, dude. When I'm talking, that means you don't talk. Otherwise, we can't convey a conversation back and forth. It's simple, dude. The practical reason, like everything's going to change, it's not going to change, dude, because you've been utilizing the Earth as a flat Earth. Practically, you've been living and breathing on a flat Earth. Practically, yeah? You observe a flat Earth. You navigate across a flat Earth. You measure a flat Earth. Like the globe is non-existent. Practically, it's always been flat. Practically. What changes is your perspective, your identity, thinking that you're on a ball. That's what we're telling you. It's that's how you identify in the universe. You think that you're some, cosmic accident or whatever. That's not the case. That's what changes. Dude, practically you've been living on a flat Earth, so nothing changes there because you don't know that you're on a globe, or excuse me, on a flat Earth. You think you're on a globe. So what's going to change is the thought process behind all the pseudoscience, behind all the things why you would identify like you're in the vast cosmos. That changes. So practically you've been living on a flat Earth this whole time.
I think I'm going to try. He's asked the same question multiple times. I was wondering if he would give what he thinks the answer would be.
And still, he didn't answer my question.
Okay, what does the answer look like? Because multiple speakers have given you multiple answers at multiple different education levels. So what do you think the answer would be? What would it look like?
Okay, just to clarify what I'm talking about is the idea that if only one person is somehow has determined that the Earth is flat, then I would say that just because the whole worldview of this person changes, that this isn't enough to change anything on Earth. Maybe he can go to some scientists and say, I have the truth and you are wrong, but they won't listen. You can go to politicians and talk to them that and tell them that reality isn't what reality seems to be, but they won't listen. Maybe you find some spiritual people or some flat Earth fans who think that or who will follow you and think that you are the only one that has the truth, but you still cannot demonstrate it to them because you don't have the means to do so.
Wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. That's a defeatist mentality. No, fuck that. You're wrong. No, you can't continue. Stop. No, stop. Stop. No, that's a defeatist mentality.
I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to answer.
No, you're not allowed to straw man.
Well, no, because you went too deep into the abyss there.
Yeah,
you're saying.
Go ahead, Chris.
AV, if I may. Okay, so right now, you just demonstrated the answer that was given to you multiple times. AV basically told you nothing will change. Jedi told you nothing would change, and you said nothing would change. Inside your worldview, if the Earth appears to be a flat, everyone you talk to won't listen to you. That's where you're at right now anyway. Right now, it doesn't matter what politician you go to, they won't listen to you. It doesn't matter what scientist you go to, they won't listen to you. The whole world doesn't give a flying fuck what you have to say, and changing to flat Earth won't change that either. So AV and Jedi gave you the answer you were looking for. You were just too dumb to realize it. What will change? What will change? Hold on. What will change? Nothing. Nothing will change.
That's not what they were saying. Because
yes, that's exactly what they said.
That's exactly what they said.
And AV
you chose not to listen.
Both talked. Talked about that there is
a creator.
Some kind
a creator.
Yep. That there's some kind of revelation of creation because of the flat Earth, and I'm still trying to bridge this gap from.
Yeah, and telling you that nothing changes other than the way you view the world.
Can I please finish one sentence?
You change. Nothing else changes.
One sentence?
No, you're not because you're not understanding.
Can I finish one sentence?
Okay, fine. Go ahead. Whatever.
Okay, so I'm still trying to bridge the gap between the determination of there is a flat Earth, all good and well, but the bridge that you have to build over that gap, that between there is a flat Earth and the other claim that there is some sort of creation, because there is a gap. Because there
do
is
you follow logic?
Doesn't automatically mean that there is a creation.
Hold on.
So, given the dichotomy, Jedi.
He said automatically. It's like he didn't listen to the dichotomy where there's two choices. It's weird. We answered all that. I gave you the answer. You complained you didn't get the answer. You're now straw manning the answer that we gave you.
No, sorry.
It's really frustrating.
Because the only two options you gave, Jedi, was there is a creation or there is a creation.
No, you're Listen, you're misunderstanding, and you're not using the correct words.
To the result.
You're not using the correct word.
Some sort of creation.
Sharky, shut up.
You're not using the correct word. Creator, not creation. If you ask them what the evidence for the creation is, they look at it. It's the earth. That's the thing we're asking the question about. This thing that is here.
Same question. How do you bridge the gap from there is a flat Earth to creator?
By asking the question how the flat Earth was created.
And how was it created?
I've given you the two choices, either intelligently by a creator or by itself, naturally. Do you remember the conversation we had?
But that's not creation.
No, that's the necessary antecedent. The creation is the earth. The question is, how was it created? Is it God, or did it spring into existence all by itself?
The question is not whether how it was created. The question is whether it was created or not.
No, that's already done. That's there already.
Okay, how?
It doesn't matter what worldview you adopt. The Earth is created.
How? How do you know this?
Well, you've only got two choices. Hold on. You've got two choices, and one violates the first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics. As in, it was always here. That's the only other choice that you've got. It was either always here, or it had a beginning.
Yeah, but it had a beginning. Still doesn't
means
say
creation.
About creation. No,
that means creation.
No, it doesn't.
Beginning means start.
You said that every creation needs a creator.
Yes.
Are there things in the universe, according to your worldview, that haven't been created?
Everything is created.
Okay, so you're just a believer.
Yeah, in creation. Asking the question how things spring into existence.
So is there anything that's not created or part of creation, according to your worldview?
What do you mean, is there anything that isn't created or part of creation? No, everything is part of creation.
Oh, well, okay, so
this man is trying his best to apply sophistry to try to. Yeah, if you've noticed, that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah,
because we've got logical, clear, concise answer. So the only thing he's doing is distorting and trying to throw everybody off, like with this.
Okay,
dude, we know the game. We already know the score. You're not gonna win. Okay, you are not going to win this.
Win what?
Guaranteed. This little game that you're doing.
You're not cloaked, dude. You're not cloaked.
You're not, dude. You're definitely not cloaked. We know who you are.
Who am I?
Stop pretending, bro.
Okay.
Knock it off already.
What?
It's enough.
Pretending
it's enough.
What?
It's enough.
All right,
You've done enough.
Can I try from this
Pretending
angle?
What?
That there isn't, like, honestly, there's 4 speakers that have given this guy the go around. I mean, you want to go like for 6 or 7, the magic 8 number? Like, when is it going to end? When does it end? Guys, when does it end?
8 number. What are you talking about?
How many speakers does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? Yeah? What, 20 speakers? Is it going to take 100?
What are you
Do you think after like 500 speakers we're going to have a breakthrough? When is it going to happen? Never, dude. Because you're on about this game that you're playing.
Do you want to talk about flat Earth, or what do you want to talk about?
No, you're just like Peter, the fucking spiraler.
Yes. You repeat this all over and over again, but this is just untrue.
Dude. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I can also say, yeah, I know you, and yes, you are.
Yes.
So Sharky,
I want you to say
this question.
But what does that lead to?
Let me ask you. May I ask him a question, guys? I just want to find out.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, let's try.
Find out what?
Speaker number 8.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, so Sharky, if you're walking into an area out in the desert, and you see the Taj Mahal, right? Let's just say you see a building exactly. Are you going to assume that it just formed out of natural causes, weather patterns, winds? You're going to believe that somebody designed it and
that's the watchmaker fallacy. I know this example.
It's just a question
to get to Taj Mahal, but of course, if there are
we're dealing with
that's okay. if there are structures in this Taj Mahal you're talking about that obviously were made by man, then of course, by comparison, I have to say this is man-made.
Okay. Now, when you find a complex system such as this realm that we live in, right, where you see things in the sky that you can't verify,
yes,
but you see that they work, right? You see that things work, right? You know, you see that you're breathing air. There's gas pressure, which also means that it must be contained, right? Based on all the information you can gather using all of your senses, and you look at your complex structure of physical being, right?
Yes. Complex structure.
You have two Jedi. Bringing up this, what all the speakers were getting at is that you have these two choices. This happened out of nowhere, like you have no explanation, or
yes,
it has to come from a designer of some sort, right? So, using your logic,
there are other options.
What would be? Oh, what would the other option be, Sharky?
Well, there could be several creators. For example,
still intelligence. Still intelligence. Intelligence creates. That's still the first choice.
It could also be a simulation. It could be all kinds of things.
My God.
It could
simulation doesn't answer the question. Sorry.
It could be something that you misunderstood. For example, you see, you look at something in the woods, and
does he have to continue talking?
And
I see this.
Shut up!
So we got it. I'm done. I'm done.
Can I answer the question?
No.
Actually, wanting to stop.
God sakes, bro.
So you
no, shush, Sharky. Shush.
Stop talking, Sharky. Put yourself on mute before I put you on mute, please.
I'm about to hit the button.
So now I get ready.
Yep, just put yourself on mute.
I've done it.
Look, too late.
I'll tell you a little bit about what he was doing. He gave us the last speaker, which was John, gave him the analogy of the Taj Mahal. What he did was he called out the watchmaker's fallacy. He knows fallacies, this one. He knows what he's doing. He's cunning. He wants to throw everybody off kilter with what he's doing. This is what they do.
He's not cunning. He's not cunning. That's giving him a compliment.
Well, that's what he wants to do. He wants to actually get everybody in a tailspin. So we're just like trying to get him. Oh, wait, I think I can reason with him. It's not going to happen. He wants this to be the case. He wants you to try to explain to him. It's a load of crap.
Or I could just call him an idiot and start getting on his shit, because I'm good at that.
Yeah, you can do that. But I mean, I could say 2 or 3 speakers. Okay, we ran them through the gambit. There's a couple of people that are very logical and consistent, concise. And if you didn't get after that, I mean, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 speakers aren't gonna do a hill of beans, bro.
Yeah.
It's not gonna. Well, wait, but I just want to try. No, sir, it's not gonna work.
Probably not. But it's collectors. There's nothing in it though that's collectible. It's the whole packet's collectible itself.
So I want to address what he said.
Yeah, the packs themselves, the whole thing is collectible.
Are you talking to us?
Sorry.
The two answers that he gave trying to explain that it wasn't a dichotomy. First one, there could be multiple intelligences. Yeah, that doesn't fall outside of the first answer, intelligence creates. So you've just got more of them. So still 2 choices. Second thing he brought forward, a simulation. That's not answering the question about creation. That's saying the creation is not reality, it's a simulation. So the question then asked is, how was the simulation created? So his 2 answers weren't fucking good enough anyway. They never will be.
You're right. It's always that dichotomy of creation, man. That's it. Either that or just turn your world inside out where nothing can be known and we're all just brains in jars.
Yeah.
Which is probably the direction he was headed, yeah?
Oh, eventually we can't know anything to be true. That's where we're going.
Because once logic isn't going to work because we cornered him with logic, he's like, well, what happened with logic? There is no logic. What is logic? It's the old 23 skidoo, fellas.
So on a lighter note, hey Rad, how was your trip this weekend? Did you get any good shots? with your camera?
No, it's too hot.
Oh, I hope you had a good time either way.
We just got in. It was good. It's very hot there. And it's going to be even hotter tomorrow. It's 100, not 105. It was only 100.
But the heat index must be, way up there, man.
Oh, my wife couldn't take it. We had to leave. I was fine. I'm used to being out like that.
Jedi turned like 3 shades of red.
Yeah, but underneath all of that now, the dead skin is a beautiful brown. Just got to wait for it to peel off.
Yeah, I was out in the heat all day.
Then you'll be mixing it up with the rest of the folk there.
Yeah, man, I'll fit right in, inshallah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, anybody else have any questions? Want to bring any globe evidence, and not resort to talking about simulation?
It's retarded as shit because even a simulation would have a creator. I mean, like, what the fuck?
Duh.
I know. Hey, as soon as he said that, as soon as he said that, I know Crit's eyes were just rolling on the back of his head. It's just like, dude. He's grasping at straws, bro. When he's saying all these things, like.
Horrible thing is, it's the straws of the shit that's coming out of his mouth. He's in a no-win situation.
Yeah.
It's like I've been waiting for dogs to come around again because, like, his thing, like, the problem with being with sophistry is that you're not a sophist. I'm like, the problem with being an idiot is that you don't know you're an idiot. Everyone else does.
Yeah, it's like that, that saying at the poker table, where you don't know who the sucker is. It's probably you. And I know he's looking around to see who it is. What to do.
Hey, I love these commands that Vivek set up for us. They're awesome, bro. These are the best mod commands that we've had in any server. They're fantastic.
They're TW approved, are they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can do anything we need to. It's great. Yeah, he did a great job.
Man, that's just going to make those guys even more upset. Like, I think, Crit, you missed it, dude. One of the, I don't know, I guess some of the upper management of this place came and, like, really spilled their trauma onto us when we were doing a live chat yesterday on the stage. It's kind of strange, too. Like, we didn't ask for it. He just came in there. It's like, well, I mean, I can't control myself around you guys, so I can't be in here. I'm like, dude, what? Like, because, scared he might, like, remove channels or, remove people.
Holy shit. That triggered?
Yeah, dude.
Like, wow.
Yeah, you should have. It would have been epic level. Dude, it would have been like, basically what you actually come on here for. Like, you're like, this is my jam right here. This is what I come in here for.
Yeah, it's like when that one admin kept changing the, like, you have like the channel name and you have like the subtext at the bottom. So there was on the politics, one of the admin kept changing it to like VC of retarded people. And then I like had like a bot set up, like every minute it changed it back to like Flat Earth AMA or make a claim to debate. And I just watched to see how many times it activated. And he must have 200 something times he tried to change it.
Wow.
And it would show that the bot would activate and it would change it back.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was like at some point he gave up, which I thought was fucking hilarious. You know, I'm like, how obsessed is this guy that he's got to go into our channel and change the subtext, the subtitle.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it that same guy that comes in almost every morning? His name is like Teach Kids to Be Trans or something. Like that's his name.
No, I think it was. I thought it was a different one because what someone came in here. They came into the channel and asked who was bodying or whatever, and I'm like, okay, let's see what happens with this. So I can't remember his name, but like it just stopped. I have it somewhere. I have a screenshot of it somewhere. But yeah, it was someone different than that.
So I'm just having people come up to my channel, vegan and not vegan, telling me that you're blaming it or you're bullying. Can we just not do that?
Yeah, dude, we don't need any cross-channel drama. All right,
yeah, can we just not bully people though?
Yeah, no one's being bullied. If you feel like you're being bullied, use the block button. You'll go to a different channel. Okay.
Does that include your vegan channel too? Does that include your vegan channel?
Yeah, we don't bully people in the vegan channel, so you're free to come up there and see what bullying is.
No one cares about. Like, okay, look, thank you for the invite. No one's bullying anyone in this channel, so don't worry about it.
I'm hearing different things, okay? So I just
That's fine. Tell them not to come back here again because we're such big bullies.
Yeah, use their own logic.
Can we just agree not to? I just need to say we won't do it.
Axel, we weren't doing it in the first place, bro. Yeah. You've got snowflakes. You're dealing with snowflakes.
I want to talk to my fellow vegan here.
Okay.
Follow the logic. Okay, if somebody feels they're being bullied, they're inside their feelings at that point, I would just rather accept their feeling.
They are throwing specifics.
Okay, so what? It's all based on feelings. This is feelings based. Bullying is a very subjective thing.
Well, attacking somebody's character.
If they think they're being bullied, don't come back.
Okay.
If they think because they can wave their magic wand this way. So they waved it that way. This over here, that's being bullied. They could just wave their magic wand this way, and now they're not being bullied, and they're just having fun online. So I invite them to follow their logic. If they feel like this is a toxic channel where they're not getting what they want, they're being harassed, and they're being bullied, just stay away. Just stay away. The conversation will continue without them. We're not going to roll out the red carpet for people who are into their fields. The issue is feelings are so subjective. It's so subjective that there's no way you could make everyone happy. If you try to make everyone happy, no one will be happy. No one will. It won't work out. So the best thing we can do is accept people for who they are. I'm fine with that. If they feel like they're being bullied, if they feel like
tone.
Yeah, appeal the tone is a logical fallacy. So now you're using fallacious thinking. Your logic is broken.
But you weren't using the tone that you were before. You changed your tone
I'm trying to let you know it's not about tone.
How about 4 hours ago, your little vegan mates dropped in here and run amok? We'll stay out of the vegan channel and not cause trouble. You idiots stay out of here and not cause trouble. Everyone's
we're fine
happy.
with you guys. Well, we're fine with you coming up there. We're fine to spread the word of veganism. But what I'm saying...
Yeah, there's a double standard here, Axel. You guys can come over here and run amok, yet you don't want anything else to come out of this channel? Like, dude...
No,
you guys came over here
to vent to me. I don't want people coming to vent to me about this channel.
Tell
those guys to stay away from the channel.
Tell them. Look, that's what I'm telling you. Say, if I were to come to you, I told Mr. Axel, I feel like AV... Listen, pay attention, please. I come to you, I said, Mr. Axel, I'm a vegan, I'm also a flat earth, AV is bullying me. You should tell me, so go tell AV, you work it out. You two work it out. There's no way that you're going to arbitrate some sort of conflict between two people that A, you don't know nothing about, and B, is so subjective it's hard to even find out what the problem is to begin with. The best advice you could give me would say, avoid.
Hey, if I am mistaken and they're full of shit, you could actually just.
I'm not talking. I'm not saying they're okay. What they're saying is true. Inside their own worldview, inside their subjective worldview, they believe they were bullied. I'm fine with that. Let's accept it for what it is. Okay. Now the solution. The solution is stay away from spaces they feel they're being bullied. Easy. Okay. Easy fix.
All right.
It's so simple. It's so simple. A caveman could do it. You don't like this cave.
Well, hold on. I'm not saying I completely disagree. Okay.
Well, the logic is simple, right, dude? The logic is simple. If a religious person goes into an atheist room, what do you think's going to happen? They're going to challenge the religious person's worldview. And if the religious person says, they're bullying me, well, he went in there to talk to them about it. So why is it bullying now? Because he wanted to be challenged, and now
I'm not saying I completely disagree. As long as you guys feel like you're not bullying, like DJ said, I have nothing to worry about. Okay.
Well, you don't have to come in here and believe that. Then.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay.
Yeah, Axel, I think you need to know what bullying is.
Fucking shit, dude.
Yeah, pay attention.
You guys ever fucking accept a conceit?
There you go.
Just accepted
now
it.
who's the bully?
Yeah, I just accepted it. I want to let you know what bullying looks like from a flat earth point of view.
I am conceding to your logic.
Yes. Okay.
Let's just move it forward now, guys. Right? Yeah. He's conceded. Right. Let's just move on and see if anyone else wants to talk about the topic. Thanks for coming by, Axel. Right. Glad we could resolve that. Right. So problem solved. Have a good day.
DJ,
thank you for.
You're mostly cool, dude. DJ. Thanks for having me. And, AV.
All right. Cheers, man.
We're gonna play your logic and never mind. Peace out.
Kick rocks. I got zero time for that, man.
Yeah.
Zero. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Vegans spurging out? Who could have ever thought?
Bro, they came in here this morning
doing
doing
that. Crit. That's that.
No. They came in here this morning. They were like running amok, from what I gather. So it's like it was, nobody provoked that. They were just in here doing, causing a ruckus, and we got notified by it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did some dumbass. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, we're not going into their channel doing anything like that.
Yeah, and I know this too. They're pinging the shit out of us. I mean, I've gotten multiple pings in the vegan channel from straight up retards that I know from PNR.
Yeah, we give zero.
Obviously obsessed. They're obviously obsessed. I mean, we have so much stuff regularly, and these guys are so worried. No one's gone into your channel. I'm pretty sure. I know I haven't. I'm fairly sure the majority of the panel hasn't been over to their channel because there's nothing for us there. So it's kind of weird how they keep.
I need you guys to agree.
I'll go up there. I'll go up there on one condition: they put on a mad barbecue. That's it.
That's not happening.
I've never gone to or ever wished to go to a vegan channel. The fuck?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's fine if they're vegans, but
I might one day.
You know what I mean?
Might grab some recipes for eggplant or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What could they possibly? Hey guys, so how does it feel to not eat meat another day?
Yeah, it's really weird because I've talked to some of these vegans and they're just awful. There's really nasty people. And I'm like, how do you do that? How do you take a worldview that's supposed to be about cruelty-free, abuse-free, but then someone thinks that the earth is flat and suddenly you throw all of that out the window? It's fucking amazing, dude. You guys are at one point minority groups all kind of band together, and now it's you've got some of these vegans who are just extremely upset.
Yeah, the party of
That's not
tolerance is not what they claim to be, huh?
Yeah, it's like you just eat what you want to eat, and I'll eat what I want to eat. You have the cosmology you want to have, and I'll have the cosmology I want to have. If you want to understand other people, you can do that. If you don't, then do that too.
But Crit, you got to watch your tone. You got to make sure that you don't, step over the line with people. Yeah, as long as we have that agreement, like he's coming in here, as long as we agree on that.
It sounds like you're bullying him, Alpha. Calm down, mate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he has no idea the level of crap that has been thrown to the flat Earth, like Children of Flat Earth Initiative and all that other, like he wants to hear what bullying really looks like.
Well, how many times were we called? People have just kamikaze chat. They're like, "Hey, are you a flat earther? You're a moron. All right, bye," and then they just leave.
Yeah,
it's like you don't see us
breed.
crying about it.
Go back to school, all that stuff. Yeah.
I've always said, like, sticks and stones, baby, sticks and stones.
And don't forget shadows.
I mean, yeah, imagine if you got punched in the face. I mean, how bad would that hurt?
I mean, I think he only I think that was the mute, probably, which was me. Right? I think that's what he interpreted as bullying. So then I went into the side chat and I executed the function where he's only muted for this channel only for an hour. He can't talk, he can't text, but he can join. And then he left the chat. I went back to unmute him server-wide, right? And he'd gone. So I invited him back in here so I could server unmute him. Is that bullying? I mean, I just didn't want to hear his sophistry anymore. He was just too much.
Sounds like smothering to me. You're going well beyond anything that you needed to do, which is a form of bullying. Taking the piss, dude.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What a way before I go to work. Anyways, guys, have yourselves a good one. I'm going to my, do you know that place that flat earthers don't go to? Oh, that's cool. Anyways, guys, have a good one, please.
Work well,
All right,
brother.
care.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
throw a shrimp on the barbie for us.
Watch out for zombies.
Stop bullying.
Zombies are everywhere, man.
You guys are bullies.
Mostly in the vegan channel, a bunch of zombies.
Just bullied Matrix off. He laughed about it. It was a nervous giggle, but now he's left.
Yeah, AV, you don't got time for that, man. Because you've been working all day. Now you got to go. It's like you ain't got time for these vegans coming here tell you how to live your life and how to speak to other grown adults. It's kind of crazy. Gotta love Axel, dude. That guy is one of a kind. He was like, what was our first interaction with him? I don't know, maybe it was like an hour and a half. I forget how many speakers he dealt with. But at the end of it all, he came back like a little puppy dog, like apologetic and stuff. I really do think he's going down the rabbit hole. He's going to, question his worldview for quite, until he finally comes full circle. His comprehension skills do seem to be lacking, so I think it will take quite some time. I can say that he knows that the Earth isn't what they have shown him since he was a child. Either way, we got another one. He's on the hook.
He's suffering from everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. It's all right.
If he's watching videos, if he's watching, like, he's researching the topic, if he goes to the home server and he starts looking at any of that data too, he's going to be, I'm pretty sure he's hooked. I don't think he's going in. Eventually he'll be ceding all of his globular religion professions, yeah.
I don't understand how, like, the vegans, vegetarians, whatever, I don't have any problem with it, but I don't understand how that is all concurrent with the heliocentric claim or the heliocentric model or whatever you want to call it, this idea that Earth is a speck of dust, meaning nothing, coming out of nothing and going nowhere for no particular reason. Now we're on this spinning ball of dirt, water, and rock, and now all of a sudden it matters. Oh, it matters what you eat. Oh, I guess the animals are just here by accident. It must just be happenstance. No, it's a mistake that the animals are here. You know?
Well, the fellow in question wasn't actually like raising anything about veganism, but he was trying to say that the dichotomy of created versus created by created versus created like just by happenstance or nature, right? Is a false dichotomy because there's other things, right? There's other options apparently. Like, what if it's a simulation, right? It's like, bro, that has to be created too. Like, can't escape something being created.
Not if nature created it.
It still falls under the category of being created, though.
Oh yeah. Never mind.
Created by a writer, like a graphic artist or something. Okay, that's fine. But let's say it's a simulation. That means the animals are a simulation too. So if you eat them, they're not real. Your stomach isn't real either.
You sound like Cypher from The Matrix there, Sonny. I know the steak isn't real. When I put it to my lips, my brain is telling me that it's moist and juicy.
Yeah, exactly.
Tender and juicy, baby.
Yeah.
Well, I think the vegan stance on us carnivores or multivores, whatever you want to call it, omnivore, is that we're just dicks because we eat meat.
Yeah, it's like some sort of weird moral clause that they put in there.
You ate a cow, you're a dick. You ate a chicken, what a douchebag.
Yeah, that's fascism. So if it was a natural thing that humans are supposed to be vegans, if that was natural, then wouldn't you think that eating meat, like the meat itself, would be poisonous? Like, wouldn't you think that'd be the case? Like, okay, if we're not supposed to eat that, then we wouldn't be able to eat it. We wouldn't be able to digest it. We wouldn't be able to function on whatever nutrients it's giving us. It wouldn't work if we were naturally only supposed to eat like vegan.
Yeah, poor Eskimos. What choice did they have?
Exactly.
I guess they could choose not to live in the Arctic Circle, but I mean,
right. Just like all their ancestors had a choice, and why didn't they all move down here then?
what are they supposed to eat? Washed up seaweed?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, is there anybody here that's new and is interested in knowing why we say the Earth is flat?
Yes, I'm pretty new. I know no argument why is the Earth flat, and I'm very interested in knowing why. Not here to debate. I'm just listening. Yes.
Awesome. Sonny's got you. I'm going to chuck a gemsy.
Yeah, so why are you asking why do we think the Earth is flat, or how do we know the Earth is flat?
Is it a belief, or is it that the Earth
no,
is...
it's not a belief. For me, it's not a belief. Others can respond however they wish on that topic as far as knowledge or belief. No, I know for a 100% fact that the Earth is flat, for one. We can get into the other parts about it being stationary and contained later, but we could just start with the level nature of the Earth itself. The surface of water is horizontal on the top. We can measure this with distances over the water. Either the drop over distance that the globe Earth requires, it's either there or it isn't. When time after time, repeatedly, we can go out to the water and see objects that are magnitudes of times further out than you would ever possibly be able to see on an Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles. Not possible. So yeah, I've done this myself through my own observations. I know for a fact the water is horizontal. The horizon comes from the word horizontal. We use the horizon to navigate. We use the horizon to measure elevation angles to celestial bodies. That's how we got latitude. Navigation. We use right triangles to navigate with. We also use right triangles not only for celestial navigation, but for coastal navigation, where you use a right triangle laid down on its side. So in that case, all sides of that right triangle would be curving. Can you have a right triangle where all the sides are curving? No.
Okay.
No, you can't. And so if you have a right triangle that's, let's say, standing up because we have a zenith, which is the location of the ground position of celestial bodies. There's a zenith directly below those places. And then from the line from the observer or the navigator to the GP of the star, that's a straight line also.
GP, I'm not American or English native.
Okay.
What's GP?
The GP is the ground position of a celestial body, like a star, the moon, or the sun. They all have ground positions. That means they're located directly above that position on Earth. And that's how we're able to practically navigate with those ground positions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And and for the how does orbits work? Like heliocentrism in your model?
Well, for one, flat Earth, we don't have a model. We're not making any shape claims. Flat is not a shape. So if Earth measures flat, how would you have an orbit?
I did not quite understand. You say you don't have a measure, you don't have a shape.
No, we're not claiming the entire shape of the Earth. The Earth is a realm. We don't know, we haven't gone out, nobody's ever been to the extremities of Earth.
Okay.
And come back and told us, like, this is how far the Earth goes. No one knows that information. So the globe Earth is what's making the shape claim. They're claiming that Earth is an object. We're not making that claim.
Okay. So nowadays, like today, we still don't know how big is the Earth, because no one could explore it all. Did I misunderstood or not?
No, you're correct. And if they have, even if they have explored it, they haven't told us. So apparently they have these areas like the Antarctic, controlled by the Antarctic Treaty, wherever, if you ever try to go below 60 degrees south latitude, you will be stopped. It is a controlled area. The same thing with the northern part. They have something called the dew line, which is called, I forgot what it's called now. Detection early warning. Detection early warning. It's a line or demarcation. I think it's north of 50 or 60 degrees north latitude. You're required. You're not able to just freely explore these areas. So
okay,
yeah. So we
And
can't
this-
go out and check.
This system of not being allowed to go further than some point, did it always exist, or someone established it? Since when did it come? And for ancient cartographers, could they have maybe maps of areas we could not have seen today, or we cannot see? Did you? Was I clear, or was I not clear?
Yeah, I understand. So there's a couple of different things you mentioned. So when did it start that we're not able to go?
Yes,
past these certain areas is kind of the first thing. So I believe they started the Antarctic Treaty sometime maybe 1957. I could be wrong. Someone can correct me on that if I'm wrong. But right after that, NASA was created in 1958. So it's kind of interesting, that timeline. And then you asked me about cartographers.
Yes.
Actually, I wanted to caveat also, or add to what you asked about us not being able to go. The dew line, which is in the north, that started during the Cold War. So sometime after World War II, they had a detection early warning system through radar. They could tell if somebody's launching a missile. And this is what the dew line is. So they could tell if Russia was launching a missile or not. It's part of the detection early warning system. So then you also mentioned, I know it's a lot actually, but you mentioned about cartographers and let's say navigators.
Maybe, yes, for example.
Did they manage to
explore more than we know?
Well, I'll mention just one. There's an Arabic navigator called Piri Reis. And
Muslim
I think it's
or Arabic?
Arabic.
Arabic? Okay.
It might have been Muslim. Yeah, it might have been Muslim, but I'm pretty sure it was an Arabic navigator.
Okay.
And he apparently made a map. He made a map of Antarctic in 1513 or thereabouts. And he shows parts of South America before it was actually discovered, supposedly. And he also shows parts of Antarctica without ice on it, with rivers and valleys and animals and
But these are parts we know.
So we don't know. I mean, exactly. I mean, we don't even know if we look up the Piri Reis map. 1 second.
Okay.
It's hard to verify these things because, I mean, the internet's only how old? So, like 30 years or thereabouts.
Yeah.
So the things that have appeared on the internet, how do we verify that those are actual real things? Like, for instance, the Piri Reis map. Now, those were written about by different authors, that those things existed. So they had access to these maps, supposedly. But how do we verify the authenticity of those? Like, it's very difficult.
I understand. Okay. Thank you very much. It was very informative. Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, the chat was loving that, Sonny. Good job, buddy.
Do we got flat water over there?
Yes, we have flat water. Nice and flat.
That shit is flat.
Okay. Guess where I'm at, Sonny?
Oh, were you at the beach? Oh, Mission Beach. I recognize the wall.
Bro.
No.
Nah. Look at this. Look at this.
Hold on. What?
Come on, you got it.
Isn't that the wall in Mission Beach?
Nah, that's not Crystal Pier.
It's Scripps Pier.
No, this is OB, bro.
What's that?
This is OB.
Oh, it's OB. I should have known that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, come on, bro.
Man.
You notice the corner right here.
Yeah.
And then
OB. Yeah. Should have known. You know, that was at one time the longest concrete fishing pier on the West Coast.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, I don't know if it is any longer.
It's long as hell, bro. I've never
Yeah,
been up there.
I used to surf there all the time. Every day I would surf in Ocean Beach.
Oh, the waves are tight right here.
Actually,
damn,
that break right near the pier there, just north of the pier there, I was surfing out there. It was like the waves were like 10 feet.
Yeah,
and I almost drowned, and I got pushed down to the bottom, and that's when I quit smoking. After that,
really? Wow.
yeah. 21 years ago.
Damn. Yeah, the waves right here are crazy big.
Yeah, man. Any surfers out, or it's too rough?
No, it's pretty rough, but there's definitely dudes out. It's like 3 of them.
Oh, well, CB, that's not flat then. Waves.
Bro, that's recently become one of my bigger pet peeves when people are like, yeah, but there's waves though. Like, okay, see the waves here, but do you see the horizon there? Bro,
Yeah,
waves
that's
don't change
amazing.
that.
And when you go out on the cliffs, like on a clear day, a little bit south of where you're at, and
Yeah,
you
that's
see the
in there.
horizon, it's amazing. Like, I got some pictures. I don't know if I can find them.
So I think you're capping the room. Yeah, someone's trying to get in.
All right,
Cheers,
no
man.
cap, bro. I just had to throw up the old slash.
Yeah, that's a nice place.
Is there any tweakers out there?
Yeah, there's a couple.
Oh, shit. We had a couple of tweakers in here just a while ago. There was one.
No tweaker, bro. No tweaking, bro. Actually, Miggy, I gotta introduce you to a song. There's a song by Wiz Khalifa from forever ago called "Tweak is Heavy," and he's talking about how the tweak is heavy, like how like people just there's too many tweakers out here, bro.
Dude. That song, he must have made it in thinking of Glober's in mind.
Yeah, the tweak is heavy. I'm gonna have to add it to the soundboard, bro.
You have to now. Now you do.
It's been so long since I've heard that.
Yeah, we had a couple
not
of
a
tweakers today.
Tweak is heavy. So, what's going on, Cap? You good?
We're waiting on the world to change.
Waiting on the world to change.
Waiting on the world to change.
Cool. Let me say what up to the panel. Yo, Crit was roasting somebody earlier. That was what mic were you on, bro? That was like I don't know what mic that was. I've been saying it for a while, Cap. But Crit might be my favorite, bro.
Dude, he's too rock and roll for this chat, man.
Yeah. He's good. I just like the way he breaks it down. He cracks nuts. Oh, like you said, man.
Yeah, the sophist doesn't know what to do when they're in here.
So what ended up happening to that guy?
Oh, which one in particular?
The guy that got called up. Oh no. Okay.
Was there another guy?
Yeah, no, Sharky just a while ago. Yeah, we yeeted him like what's his name in the Fresh Prince?
You yeeted him?
Yeah, yeet.
Yeah. You're being something more.
Yeah, it was going nowhere. I thought you were talking about the guy last I think it was Cyclone who picked him randomly. One of the other channels or like a server, and he was just totally triggered by the subject.
Dude, he was hard body tweaking, dude. Like that's
hard body. I love when you say that, bro. It beats me out every time. Yeah, he wouldn't shut up. He just was like yapping through. You guys, Jedi gave him an answer. He didn't like it. You gave him an answer. He didn't like it. Crit gave him an answer. He didn't like it. So Crit said, all right, well, why don't you give us an answer? And he gave the exact same answer that you all gave him. And he's like, what? Bro, what the hell? I wanted to know where he was from.
He's probably the same place that Peter is from.
Oh, that makes sense.
They had the similar cadence in this, like the same cadence in his tone. Like,
Radwin's got his old school typewriter out tonight.
Holy smokes, bro!
Radwin,
It is. I do have it.
Is that, bro?
That was my soundboard playing.
I feel like it was that
90 words a minute.
It was a meme of that cat, you know, the one that's pounding on the keyboard.
Whoa.
So I was in the other server, politics. I don't know which one anyway. Dude, I just laughed at it. Dude said that the air attaches itself to the ground.
Oh,
damn.
What, does it all hold hands or something?
You know what I asked? I said, does it hold hands?
Oh, I love it.
Wait.
I think of the R. Kelly song, I don't see nothing wrong.
So the first one digs one hand in the ground, right? First one digs one hand in the ground, then then he lifts up, and then the others the couple hold that hand, and then they got kind of spread out, and everybody kind of holds hands.
Yep. It makes perfect sense. I get it.
I think I'm going to be a Glober again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but this crackerjack logic, man, that they got going on, like, the hell's running through their mind?
He laughed anyway. Him and his boyfriend, what's his name? No, he won't come over here. I forget. They were cheerleading for each other.
Oh, God. That's the worst.
I want to meet Gas Hands. That's what I'm going to call him now.
Gas Hands? Gas Hands? That's good.
Gas Hands. Dr. Gas Hands. I'm just going to have to Gas Hands a name.
I like that.
Almost sounds like one of those like really dirty guys that like farts in his hands and throws it to you.
It's like the gas is one half of the Velcro, and the ground is the other half of.
I don't know where they come up with this bullshit. It's like they're thinking of ways to like not give it a straight answer. They're just, you know.
But when you fire a gun, that doesn't work. It doesn't work that way when you fire a gun.
Talk to Sharky about that. Maybe Sharky will change your mind. Oh, we could be in a simulation, see? Yeah, see?
Yeah. It was the way they wrote the programming, see?
Right.
Jedi's like, it's a dichotomy of creation. It's either created by a creator or nature created it. Well, yeah, but it could be a simulation too. Well, yeah?
Did he try to say, no, Jedi, he said,
Radwin, your friend is back.
are there things that weren't created? Oh, who's that?
Radwin, we have Cat in the chat. The cat came back.
Ooh.
All right, everybody, get ready. I'm ready. Okay, go ahead.
And we got to give
Are
up
they
the
going to
server.
speak?
Cat, post that evidence so that we can shut everything down.
Wait, is this the person that was going to DM me the facts that never DM me?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. They all kind of blur one into another after a while, don't
I know. Yeah, let me double check because there was some girl that was like, "Yeah, I have it in my, I have it saved, all the facts saved somewhere. Let me go get it." Oh, it was Robin. Just kidding. You're right. They all blur into each other. True.
Yeah, yeah. I have it in one of my other in one of my other
Any other what?
hard drives.
Yeah, I know. My dog ate my hard drive. Type thing.
All I can think of is the judge, Caddy, saying, "Well." Ah, he left. Wow. What a nothing burger.
Is Cat a guy or a girl or what is it?
He's a soft spoken Glover dude.
The cat's an absolute clown.
Oh, really? Wow.
Intellectually dishonest little Indian guy who just lies a lot. Yeah, he won't talk on VC. We spoke to him one time, but he's like been spiraling out in my DMs and stuff.
Oh, really?
Saying crazy stuff like, can I stalk you from India or if you are in the USA? Like crazy shit, bro. The guy's a little bit nuts. Yeah, he's like the first like anti-flat earther that we've managed to create in this server.
Wow.
But not the last.
Yeah.
Yikes. No, this server's been pretty fun. It's funny because I was in the call half asleep in politics, and then it got super quiet. And there were still a lot of people over there. And then once I like came to, I realized everyone was over here. Yeah. This has been fun though. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, it's great here.
Shout out to Vivek. Shout out to Beef. Is it just two of them or?
Yeah, there's a few of them, but yeah, it's mostly Vivek.
Dude, Vivek, he's awesome, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think she was converting him, or
what's that?
You think we're converting him, or is he?
No, he's a flat earther. Yeah.
Oh, really? Like he was already, or we paid him? Or?
Yeah, he was already. Like we had a channel in this server, which was mostly a text channel a couple of years ago, where BoxOps ran. Yeah, BoxOps ran it, and I was a mod in here as well. And it was mostly just all like there was no voice chat. It was just like VC and BoxOps had like a little falling out with Vivek, and BoxOps like nuked the channel. But yeah, now it was much smaller then as well. Like it was still a big server, but nothing like it is now.
Wow. So where is BoxOps? What happened to him?
He's just focusing on work and stuff. He's had another child, so yeah, he's just like looking after that side of things. I'm sure he'll come back at some stage. But he's kind of active sometimes in the lobby and the home server.
Hey, the W box out there.
Oh yeah.
Right. So, what do you think is next? If we're moving on to England's server, it feels new and fresh. What do you think we should? You guys have any goals, or what should we do next? Do we aim for something, or just like go with the flow?
In
We've
this
done some great
server?
things. No, not in the server. Like as a community, because we hit politics, we hit politics and religion, we hit this place. We got a website going now. We're about to get a phone number. We did a Fresh and Fit collaboration. That was fucking dope. You know, like what's next? FNF. That was a big thing. I know people don't really rock with FNF like that, but to collab with their Discord, that was sick.
Wait, when did
That was awesome. Oh, Nick, wait, were you not around? I don't think you were around. When did you first join this whole thing?
Just over a year ago, February 20.
Oh yeah. You had just missed it, bro. My computer was fucked for a while, and I was like hosting the live stream from the library, bro. I don't know. Some of y'all might remember that library phase. Shout out to the panel if you know about that. But I was like literally running the panel from the fucking library. That was crazy. And
oh shit.
Yeah, and like right around that time, that's just when what's his name, Spakeface Panto, one of our former mods. Or I don't know what he's been up to, but he was like really into going to other communities and linking up and collabing and stuff. And then so, I think I forget. I don't even remember how it happened, but he like really wanted us to have. I don't even remember it totally. But he like started a text channel over there in Fresh and Fit or something. I don't even remember exactly how it happened. But next thing you know, we had a big call with a bunch of our heavy hitters. Wolfgang, Stunny, Indio, freaking just like, you know, the big names, right? And we're in there talking to Fresh and Fit. Oh, I remember now.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember now. You remember that, Sonny? Yeah, no. So somebody donated. Somebody donated to the live stream and said, "Yo, Fresh and Fit, you need to get Dave Weiss on your panel." And he's a flat earther, blah, blah, blah. All right. Someone donated $20. I don't even know who that was. But they said, "Oh, don't worry." They responded pretty well. I have the sound clip still on my iPad, but they're like, "Oh, don't worry. We're gonna have a flat earther on John Zerka on in 2 days."
Oh yeah. I've seen those clips for that one.
Yeah,
clip.
I played that clip a lot. I played that clip.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't worry, we're gonna bring Zerka on, and they brought Zerka on, and I told everybody like, guys, we need to go over there. We need to like get ready for this. We're gonna talk about flat earth, blah 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 blah. And they didn't talk about it at all. But we were in the chat. Like before the stream went live on YouTube, you can join the chat and talk and whatever. There was wrenches in there, mods on the Fresh and Fit team that were already flat earthers, bro. And we went in there, we started like starting a big debate. And the chat, they went from the chat to their Discord to a call. And we jumped on a big call with them, and it was cool. We actually connected with one of their mods who wanted to get information from, was it Weiss? We actually got Dave Weiss or somebody to join and give their email and stuff. It was pretty cool. I really enjoyed that. That was a really cool collab. The Fresh and Flat collaboration. That was dope, bro. Yeah. Fresh and Flat.
Cool. Okay.
Good time, bro. Good time. But so, like, the question is, like, what's next? We could This doesn't have to be the end. You know, we should aim high. I
Oh.
think Miggy's show is going to be a lot of fun.
That's gonna be a big one. Yeah. Wait. So
Yeah,
you
we're
said
gonna
you
hit-
got a phone number already?
Yeah, we're gonna hit flip up, and then see.
You want to talk about Flip a little bit, Miggy, or
Yeah, well, like I said, I haven't had like a good sit down, but between me and Indio, on like just discussing it, what it's gonna be is just basically kind of like us having a panel, like we do with stages, because I think like that's the optimal way that we're gonna be able to spread the word, is to have like a stage without having these like, you know, guys who are gonna throw their body into gears like when we're talking to other Globers. So just having like a panel that doesn't get interrupted, like we have like an audience and a panel. I think that's the most optimal way to do this thing. And yeah, we're just basically gonna be doing it that way on Flip. And well, Flip, what it is like a program, kind of like TikTok. I mean, if you're used to TikTok, and you know, people can donate to anybody that's there. They can, you know, by donate, I mean like little animations. So TikTok, if you buy like a little heart emoji animation or whatever, it puts like, you know, like it depends, like 10 cents or whatever into someone's account, or you know what I mean, just like little whatevers. But that encourages people to like throw flowers at somebody or whatever. And if we have a panel of speakers, it's just going to be like, because Flip is one of those new platforms that are coming up, and they're trying to be like free speech and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to take advantage of that and try to get in there early. And that way 24/7s will have a presence on Flip. And right now, from what I gather, is that people are making a lot of content brand new on Flip. So I want to be like the first on the block to have like, if they say, when they say flat Earth on Flip, they're gonna think of us. So that's what I'm trying to get to, so that we can be on that platform like the dominant force for flat Earth on there. And before they like esoteric guys go there and like ruin that shit, because you already know that's what's gonna happen, man. Them guys are gonna go in there with like ice wall theories and shit like this. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I went to the website. It's this real talk, no agenda, no bans. Be heard, get paid, ask anything, get real replies. Say more, stay unfiltered. Yeah. Start a challenge, see who steps up, find your people, join the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you know, that's the optimal kind of, you know, thing that you want.
I was curious.
So just say, this is where real conversation starts. Flip, watch, create, and monetize.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a video or streaming or?
It's like TikTok, bro. Same thing.
Oh yeah, okay.
Imagine TikTok, but with free speech. That's the best way I can put it.
Okay.
Speak freely. Flip doesn't silence hot takes or opinions. Drop a debate, post a review, share whatever videos you're into.
I'm telling you, man, if we curate our content, it'll be like beyond what you could imagine if we curate it like the right way. We get a good solid panel, we get a good banter back and forth. We do it normally, right? We already do it. So, and it's like it's ever change. Our panel's ever changing, right? So it's always a fluid panel because we never know who's going to be on. And I think I kind of like it like that because it keeps things fresh, you know, the mix. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. The usuals can be on there, but like just, you know, nobody's obligated to be on there. You know what I mean? So nobody's like, oh man, I got to be on Flip or whatever. No, it's just like I'm gonna make it my business to be on there. But anybody else that wants to join up, like you guys can do whatever. Like some days I know you get busy or just, you know, it's not possible. But I want to be like a consistent, like dominant force there. I'm going to be doing FaceTime and stuff. So I want people to get to know who we are as 24/7. So
I'm literally downloading it right now. I'm making an account.
And if you do get Flip, by the way, there's a couple of people that are on there already. I know Indio's on there. I think I friended him. But on every single platform, I'm known on my handle as AV_overdrive. So that's how you'll find me on there, AV_overdrive. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's in any other country. What I do know, there's some restrictions on countries. So, I mean, VPN or whatever. I mean, I don't know how you do that, but I would say, like, because it's advertising that and the debate topic or forum, the way they're rolling it out, It's brand new. It's like almost a month or 2 months old, so it's really fresh on the scene. So I'm thinking we can make our mark because we already have, like I'm saying right now, we got the recipe, right? We got what it takes. We got a diverse panel. We got enough like speakers amongst us with a wide variety of like intellect, from people who are in academia and such, and who hold jobs in certain professions. And I think that's a beautiful thing. People need to see that. They don't need to see like just one speaker saying one thing. You know what I mean? Like this. That's the thing about Flat Earth, man. Is like I never saw it like just one guy doing it like solo. I think it's always been the group of us. That's what it's always been like. So hopefully people want to aspire for that, the excellence, to have, good exposition, get people to think logically, think critically. But I can't do it alone, bro. Like I'm telling you, 24/7 only stands as 24/7 because it's all of us, at all time zones, that sort of thing. I don't know. What do you guys think, man? That's just the direction I want to go with that. So
I think that's cool, man. I think so long as we have a sort of home base of sorts, whether it be the Discord or wherever it was, you had your stuff on X. I guess maybe that's not a home base, but kind of secondary. I think we're good.
The thing I wanted to do was have a range of platforms. Just start a little bit in each, so that we can, in case somebody says, "Hey, are you on X or are you on Instagram?" I don't have my Insta though.
Yeah.
But if you're on any one of these things, like so that we can plug them to that. But
yeah, especially now with the website, that can fan out to everything.
I don't know what Flip's gonna be like overall, but I can tell you if we continue down the path we are with the speakers that we got, I think it's gonna be a smash hit, bro. I mean, if we're achieving to go mainstream, because I mean, obviously that's what I want. Like at the end of all this, I want to leave like a legacy of all of us, all of what we've been doing, the work that we put into it. Like that's what I want to leave behind, where people have our discussions like put forward into like the younger generation of critical thinkers. Like people could be like, damn, I can't believe that, man. Like I've been just believing the earth is a globe. Like, yeah. At some point I want it to be like where we don't even have to speak anymore. The conversation's already out there. People are already having like thinking for themselves, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so long as there's an archive, if everyone's gonna post all their stuff or stream all their stuff to one platform, there's a single point of failure. That's an issue. But if it's spread around, like I guess Flip has the ability to either live stream
guys, I
save
have
or
to say
what?
something.
Okay.
There's a person called John Rambo, and he's talking about my parents. He's telling me, ask your mom, and he was being disrespectful to me. And then
What's happening?
Saying, watch your mouth.
What's happening?
You guys have to be
It's chatting
respectful,
in the back.
okay?
Crying much?
It's very faint, so I wasn't sure if it was to me or not.
I mean, I thought you said you did.
Hey, Kat, you're like so close to getting permaban from this channel. I'm just telling you that now. So you might want to. Yeah, a whole bunch of reasons, bro. Now, what are you talking about right now?
Okay, let me speak. This guy, John Rambo, messaged, ask your mom. I was asking him proof, and he brought my mom in between this, and I don't accept someone disrespecting.
Well, tell your mom I said hello. I miss her.
Oh. Okay, so that is the respectful thing this flat earthers people can do, right?
Oh, okay. DJ, he's just looking for a reason. This guy's looking for a reason. I think we need to just
I'm not looking for a reason.
Dude, Kat, no.
Your guy.
Yeah, I'm going to solve your problem for you, Kat. Your problem is about to be solved, all right? So just give it a few seconds, and the problem will be fixed.
Yeah, you won't have to worry about your mom anymore. Don't worry
You
about
guys are
mom.
not respectful, right?
Yes.
No, exactly. Facts.
You're not respectful. You have facts. Keep crying, brother. You are so dumb than a high schooler.
Yeah, that's right.
On his way out, he's kicking the doors and everything. Like, come on, bro.
Paper skin.
That guy started it. That guy, John started it. If I didn't say something.
Toodles.
Somebody put that meme. Somebody put the meme of those guys carrying that coffin up and down.
The problem with you guys are so dumb. You cannot even see your guys wrong here.
Who's being disrespectful now?
Yeah, really.
Your friend John Rambo is disrespecting.
Who's being disrespectful now,
Yes.
bro?
Good.
I'm not. I never asked. I never tagged his mom, or I never said anything about his.
You're
family.
a hypocrite.
It would have been fine if you did. Don't worry about it.
How am I hypocrite when I am arguing about him disrespecting my family member?
Oh my
It's fine,
gosh.
Think casually. If someone disrespected your family member, would that be
All right, dude. That's about enough of you. Settle down.
See?
That's quite enough. No,
Yeah,
you don't need to be in your. Yeah, dude. Just. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, we could go more into that. Where his disrespect on the voice text, but yeah, when it's talking about his mom, then he wants to complain about it.
No, he's looking for a reason to kind of like have a reason to go and complain about this channel. So he wants to bait us into giving him a reason so that he can go and tell him, but the big bad flat earthers, they said this and they said that, and you should get rid of them. That's what he wants.
Yep.
Not gonna fucking happen.
Anyways, I'll be right back.
All right. And that's the first time I've heard him speak. Oh, it's Brian. Did he get booted?
Yeah, I'm just working on it. Just trying to work out how to do it because we just got our new commands.
Oh yeah, we're in the English place. Yeah, I forgot. Shout out to Vivek, bro.